Hello and welcome to this course, CSS tutorial course for absolute beginners. I am super excited about this course because I know you learn a lot. CSS is so much fun. There's so much you can do with CSS. There's so much to explore. There's so much to talk about and try out, and there's a whole lot of practice stuff in this course as well. So before we waste any more time, let's quickly get into it. So who is this course for? So this course is for complete newbies or beginners in CSS. If you've not had any experience in CSS, you've not used it before, this is for you. People who want to understand how CSS plays with HTML, right? So maybe you have some experience with HTML, but then you sort of want to see how these two big concepts play together to build a website, and this course is for you. Or also people who need a complete walkthrough of CSS after some basic exposure. So if you've done a little bit of CSS, something small, and then in the past, and you sort of want to revise or go through it one more time, then this course is also the perfect course for you, because we'll be capturing, CSS is very huge, right? There's a whole lot of things to learn when it comes to practice, but we're capturing as many concepts as we can in this course. So what are the objectives for this course? What are we targeting, right? So by the end of this course, you should be able to learn and understand all the key building blocks of CSS, everything that makes up CSS, all the basics that you need to know to style your site, to add some beauty and art to your site. Secondly, you need to be able to add basic layouts and structure to your website. In our previous courses, we just focus on HTML, marking up with the paragraphs and H1s and stuff like that, but now we want to make things look more organized. Okay, that's one of the biggest powers of CSS. Now we also talk about making your website look good on all screen sizes. So we'll talk about responsive web design, right? And you understand how to build a responsive website. And we'll also do there'll be a lot of practices, but we'll also build a simple 404 page and mini projects. When we get there, you understand how that works. It's a walkthrough. I'll go through that project with you. We also have some fun styling components like forms, adding animations to your website, and so much more. We've done forms, but then it was just so raw and didn't have any niceness and color. So we'll make our forms look like what you find out there, right? So you're able to learn how to do that, and then also you learn how to derive inspirations from other people's design, right? So CSS is huge. Especially when you are not a designer. Sometimes it can get hard to sort of get ideas of how to design your site. So I'm going to teach you how you can explore other people's websites. Try to visit websites that have like sample designs for inspiration. Sometimes you see somebody's inspiration, and that is what is going to give you some ideas and some creativity as to how to do your own. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. For this course, right, you should have watched our intro to HTML course, right? If you have not watched that course and have zero knowledge about HTML, please pause this video right now, go there, and then go and watch the intro to HTML course. It's a complete HTML course, right? If you don't watch that, you'll be totally lost in this course. So if you haven't watched that, please do well to go back there and watch. You need a laptop with internet connectivity, right? A lot of people try to develop their website or go through the course with on their phone. Yes, to a point, you're able to do it, but it's time wasting. It's not optimal. It doesn't really teach you what we'll be doing here, especially in CSS. You really need a laptop. Okay, so try to get like a laptop or a computer device, and that will give you. And as a professional developer, you need it. You can't be doing professional development from your phone. It's not possible. Okay, and then as usual, the book you're referencing is Learning Web Design 5th edition by Jennifer N. Robbins, right? So do well to get that. The link is in the description. You can download it. And this book is a really powerful book. If you are using it hand in hand with what we are teaching in this video, and what I'm going to expose you to in this video, I mean, you'll be like an ice cold professional developer. You'll be on top. You'll be on top of your game, right? So do well to get the book. And then the last thing is your attitude, right? You have to be willing to practice, and we'll be doing a lot of playing around in this course. CSS is about design, right? There's really no one way to do things. There are multiple ways to achieve the same thing, and that's what makes CSS very interesting. Okay, somebody may be happy with yellow color, somebody may be happy with red color, somebody will be happy with this kind of layout. There's so much variety what you can do with CSS. Okay, so then it's necessary. If you don't practice, you wouldn't really get a feel. Okay, you wouldn't get like a hunch of how to go about things. It comes with practice, right? And as we do it, you understand what I'm talking about them more. So be willing to practice what we learn as much as you can. It's very key. Without it, don't go on with this course, because if you're not willing to practice, then this course is useless for you. So put that in your mind. Anything I do in this course, make sure you are doing along with me. All right, pause it, practice, try to see whether you can remember, try to see whether you can understand what's going on. All right, so very important. Okay, and this is what we'll be using for the course. This is what I'll be using to teach you. In previous courses, I taught you with Notepad, because I wanted us to do HTML the hard way without thinking about any advanced text editors and all. So we're using Notepad and CodePen, right? So in this course now, we are going to the next level, right? So we'll be using Sublime Text, right? When we get there, I'll show you how to go to the link and download it. It's very simple, a very basic editor, which is at least it gives you some color and some niceness as compared to Notepad. You download it and install it on your laptop. It's very easy. Once you install it, you can just go along with that. And then we'll still be using CodePen at some point, okay, to be quickly trying out. CodePen, like we used in the previous courses, is very good for trying out codes and then seeing it in action in real time. But we'll be using CodePen, not as much as Sublime Text, but I'll definitely be using it. And then also, I'll be using lots of illustrations and code samples. A lot. There'll be a lot of illustrations because there are some technical aspects of CSS that require some demonstration. So there'll be a lot of illustrations in this course. There'll be a lot of code samples and code examples. Then both the ones that I've already written and I'll show you in the present, and the ones that we will write from scratch. So this is a fully packed course, and I know we'll have a lot of fun. You learn a lot. By the end of this course, I mean, you should be tight, I must say, with CSS. Okay, so just a quick one. If you've not subscribed to the channel already, please do well to subscribe. Leave a comment, click on the notification bell, right? Every week we drop new course materials, very, very on point course materials, things to help you for free. The least you can do for us is to subscribe to our channel and offer your support to us. And once you do that, we'll be very, very, very grateful. There's so much more other content that we are bringing that hasn't even started. So keep subscribe and stay updated. Very necessary. All right, so now that we are done with this, let's get started with CSS. Okay, CSS. So CSS means cascading style sheet, right? And we'll talk about what cascading means later on in the course. You understand why we call it cascading. Now CSS is currently at version 4. So you hear lots of CSS4, CSS or CSS4. We had CSS1 at a point, CSS2, CSS3. Okay, but the current version is CSS4. Now CS4 is very powerful, right? And CSS is really, really powerful. Now, basically CSS is like the instructions, right, that describe how elements on your website should be displayed, how the browser should show it, right? So if you remember from the HTML course, we showed how to mark up your site, adding paragraphs and headings and then all those things. But how should these paragraphs show? Should the paragraph be red? Should it be black? Should an image be rotated? Should an image be placed at the right? Should it be placed at the left? How the entire website is supposed to display, the beauty, the aesthetics. That is what CSS is about. All right. And so then you would understand that to use CSS, you have to sort of develop an eye for good design. Right, so web developers are also designers in the making, right? So the more your design eye is improved, right, and the better the designs that you're able to put out there, right? So over here you'd see that there are some sample designs over here. You can see how powerful CSS is over here. So many varieties of sites and layouts and structures, and all these things are not very complicated. right? So as you learn more and more, as you grow in the profession, you'll be able to build more complex layouts, complex sites, add more complex designs and whatnot, right? So then we are going to explore all these things as we go. Now CSS is so powerful, you can even use to build to draw cartoons, right? It's really powerful. So at a high level, the kind of stuff that you can do is so crazy. All these cartoon drawings you see here are all based on CSS. All the properties and stuff we'll be learning here, they are basically what comes together that people have used to design these drawings. So don't take this very lightly. Don't take it lightly at all. Try to take every single concept you learn here very seriously, because it's all important. All right. Now you've already worked on HTML. How do you add CSS to your site? Now there are 3 ways, right? Through the inline styles. We'll demo that in the practice section. Through the inline styles, through the style tag in the HTML in the head element, sorry. So then you realize that from the HTML course that we did, we quickly put the CSS in the head tag, if you remember that clearly, and we put some styles over there to give our luxury car rental site some color and all. And then also what we didn't explore is through an external style sheet. Okay, so these style sheets are called, they are .css files. So that's just like we have the .html file, we have the .css files, right? So we would explore all the 3 ways you can add CSS to your site. We'll explore them in the practice session. Okay, the anatomy of a CSS rule. Now this is the basic building block of a CSS rule. Now you may have seen something like what we have up here: H1 color green, P font size large, font family sans serif. All right, now CSS follows that format. If you don't understand this format, then you can't do CSS, right? Now the H1 part of the rule is called a selector, shown in the illustration over here, the selector, right? So the selector is sort of what helps you to say that, okay, I'm picking this P tag and I want to make a color of red. I'm picking this H1, I want to make the color of green. Okay, so the selector points and then it picks an element in your HTML. Now we have the property, right? So in our example, so by a color is a property, font size is a property, font family is a property, right? Now there's a ton of properties. There's a ton of properties, and you don't sort of learn them by rote. The more you use them, the more you get used to it. Okay, there's a whole lot, over 50-60 properties, CSS properties, right? All covering things from layout and then color and then fonts and then everything in between, animations and everything. So there's a ton of properties that we'll be exploring too in this course, right? And then every property has a value, okay, and the value is essentially dependent on what property you are using. So let's say H1, you can't say H1 color 4px, okay, that is not the value the property takes. Okay, when you choose color, when you want to assign a color value, you need to know what values that a color property will take. When you want to use font size, the font size property, you need to know the values that are available for font size, and you can't just manufacture your values from the skies, right? There is a standard that you need to learn. Okay, so if you take color, what are the standard accepted values of color? Okay, when you take font size, what are the standards, right? So these are things that you learn, right? And then the property and the value together form what we call the CSS declaration. Okay, so property value combination is the declaration. Now if you realize in the example, P font size is large, font family is sans serif, realize that we have 2 declarations over there. Okay, one property is value, another property is value. Okay, so a selector can have multiple declarations. So you can select, let's say H, and instead of just the color, you can choose to change so many parts of the H in one row. All right, and then these different declarations are separated with a semicolon. If you forget the semicolon, you have an issue or you have an error. Okay, so the semicolon is important. So if you look at the declaration block, we have a selector, property 1, value 1, semicolon, property 2, value 2, semicolon, and then in that order. So please get this concept clear, right? if you need to watch this particular section, please do want to watch it and understand. Every CSS rule is made up of the selector, the property, and the value, right? As we go on and learn more advanced things, you realize that there are different variations of the selectors, different variations of the properties, and the different variations of the values. Okay, not all values are just one words or one letters. Okay, a value can be more complicated than that. And the values, like we said, are also dependent on the property in question. Now, some properties take length measurement, some properties take color values, others to have some keywords that you need to know. Okay, so then you also need to know at which point in time to use what property value. Okay, so at the top of your head, if you want to change the color, you need to know what right property value to use. Okay, if you need to change the background image, you need to know what right property to use. Right, so this is the core bare minimum of what CSS is. So let's go on. So we also talk about some big concepts, right? Everything we are doing now is bare minimum. Without this, you cannot understand what CSS is. Okay, you cannot manipulate your website properly. Okay, so these things are things that you should be aware of: document structure, parents and children, what is sibling, what is inheritance. Okay, what do we mean by inherited properties, and what do we mean by properties which are not inherited? Okay, so during the practice section, I'll take you through all this. I'll explain how the document structure is working in practice, in real life, in real time, right? So let's go on, but let's get some theoretical knowledge about this before we go there. So we talked about document structure. So this is how the browser sort of envisions your document. So you realize that in every document we have the HTML, we have the head, we have the body, and in the head we said that in HTML, in the head we have something called the title, we have the style, we have the meta. All right. In the body we have things like that's where our content are. So we have some H1s, we have some Ps, we have some H2s, we have some we have all of that. In a P tag, we can have an EM, an emphasis tag. In a P tag, we demonstrated how we put an image in an H1 or an image in a P, right? So this is like the document structure, right? Now, what's a parent? Okay, now if you take H1, right, the H1 over here, now the H1 is a child of the body, right? Now the H1 is found directly in the body. Right, now if I ask you what is the parent of the H1, the parent of the H1 is not HTML, it's not the HTML tag over here, right? The parent of this HTML is the body, and the parent of the body is the HTML tag. You get the idea? So there's the parent-child relationship. You get it? If you take the EM, what is the parent of the EM? The parent of the EM is the P. All right, if you take the IMG, the image tag, what is the appearance of the IMG? Is the P. Right, now there's something also called siblings, right? Now siblings are elements that share the same parent. All right, just like even in real life. Okay, if you have the same mother, the same father, you have the same parent, you are siblings, right? So you realize that the H1Ps are siblings, okay, because they share the same parent, which is the body. Right, so we have selectors that target the parent, the selectors that target the siblings and then whatnot. So understanding this is key to be able to use CSS, because we said selectors select elements on a page. All right, so if you want to select, let's say the first H1 and then apply some color of red to it, how do you select it? Okay, what if there are different H1s on the website and you want to select the particular H1 under the body tag? Okay, you want to select a particular H1 under a certain element. You need to know the parents' children, and then you select in that map, that road path. All right, so it's very, very important for you to understand this whole parent-child sibling concept. And then also inheritance, right? So inheritance in a nutshell is the fact that when an element has a parent, they end up inheriting some of the styles that have been applied to the parent. Okay, for example, if you apply a style of, let's say, font size to the body element, say font size should be 16 pixels, right? What will happen is that even though you've not applied that font size 16 pixels to the H1, because the body has this font size of 16 pixels, all the children and the body will also automatically be a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, that is inheritance. And then you come to learn also about some of the there are some properties that cannot be inherited. Okay, we'll show how that too also works. Now let us look at the parent-child relationship in a sample code. Right, so over here you notice that we have our typical our basic HTML structure. Right, so over here we have a div tag. In the div tag there are some p elements. All right, so this p element we have over here is the child to this div element. Okay, and then this div element is the parent of the piece. It's the same way for the h1. We have an a tag. Right, now this a tag is the child of the h1. Right, but then realize that the h1 over here and the div over here have the same parent, which is the body. So then h1 and the div over here are what we call the siblings. Right, so h1 is the sibling of the div tag. All right, if you come to the body, for example, the body and the head tag have the same parent, and which is the HTML. You get the idea. So parents, or sometimes we call them ancestors, right? So the body and the head now becomes sibling. Okay, but the body is the parent of this h1. So you get it. It's a very simple concept to understand, but it's your make it or break it situation for CSS. You get it. So understand the parent and then the sibling, the entire parent sibling document structure. So this is a code example of what we described in the previous lecture. All right, so parent child sibling relationship is very important. If you don't understand this, once again, please pause the video, or pause the video and try to picture what we are talking about. Right, picture your web application, your HTML, and try to picture what the child elements are. Try to picture what the parent elements are. It's very important. All right, okay, so it's now time to do some practice. We'll be setting up Sublime Text. I'll quickly show you how you can where you can download it from, how you can, the various ways you can add CSS to your files, how you comment in CSS. We'll talk about all the various type of selected properties. We'll talk about some properties. We'll talk about some values, and then we'll also talk about inheritance. So let's quickly get started here. Okay, so now let's first set up Sublime Text. All right, so just go to your browser and then search Sublime Text. Right, Sublime Text in Google, and then you go to their sites. Right, you see download for Windows over here, so you can download it. Right, it will download the setup onto your device. Then from there you can simply go there and then go and install it. Right, so I have already installed mine, so then you can pause the video, install yours, and then come back to the video so that we start. Right, so once you are done, right, we'll go back to our desktop. Right, go to the start menu, you see Sublime Text, right, and then you just click to open it. Right, so it opens that in a window for you. Okay, so what you do is that now as you work on your project, your website, now every project will have its own folder. Right, so we'll have the projects folder for your website, where all the files and assets and images and CSS and everything related to your website will be in that one folder. All right, so that is what we call your projects folder. So for me, I have my projects folder called Selectors. All right, I created it here. It's called Selectors. Right, so all my files will be in that project, and it can be anywhere on your computer, on your desktop, somewhere organized, somewhere that you can easily find it. Right, so you can also create your projects folder just like I've done, and then come back to Sublime Text. All right, so what we'll do is that in Sublime Text you will go to File, right, and then you go to Open Folder. Okay, and then you go to where that folder is located. Mine is right here, Intro to CSS Live Coding, right, and I choose this folder, then I click Select Folder. Right, so realize that Sublime Text opens that folder at the left, in the left sidebar. Right, so we can see over here. Now this is very handy at a glance, you'll be able to sort of see whatever is in the folder, add files to the folder, add subfolders to the folder, and able to see the structure of the folders very easily, where things are located with each other. So in this folder, I'll create a new file. All right, so it pops up a new file over here, right, called Untitled. Now we're going to save this file as our HTML page, right, our index.html page. Okay, that page is where we'll be testing all our selectors from, right? So let's click File and then click Save As, right? So we are right in the selectors folder, so I'll save this as index.html. If you remember, that is how we save website documents or HTML documents, so index.html. So you realize that now this has become index.html, and then right over here we have the index.html over here. All right, so let's get started to it. So we are going to put the basic HTML structure that we learned, right, for every web document. Okay, so let's put that here. So that is doc type, right, doc type HTML, right? You realize we have the nice coloring over there. We have HTML here, right? And we're going to close this. Okay, then in the HTML we are going to have the head, right? Okay, head, and then we are going to have the title. Okay, so you realize that as you type, Sublime Text suggests the tags for you, so you can just press enter to automatically fill it there, right? So you can make the title Selectors. Okay, that is okay for now. Okay, then we have the body, right? That's the body element too as well. So let's bring it here. Yeah, so we have our basic site structure, right? Okay. All right, so this is our basic site structure for our website. So let's fill in some content in the body, right? Something that we can play around with. Okay, so let's just say you are writing a little bit a portfolio about yourself. This is like your portfolio website, so I'm putting in some content there, right? So we can have, let's say, welcome to my website, right? You can have, my name is Gilbert, I am a web developer, right? I have been developing websites for almost a decade now. Okay, these are some random text. I love to design beautiful and standard websites that will help your business get more customers. If you want to contact me, you can call me on +233 1234567 Okay, so this is just a random number. Okay, we are going to play around with selectors, so this is why we are putting our basic content together, right? Just so you get an idea of what we are doing. So I think this is good. Once you are done, you can always press Ctrl S on your keyboard to save it. All right, so let's save this, and then now we are going to be working hand in hand with our browser. Okay, so unlike CodePen, once we make changes to our file, we are supposed to view the changes in a browser, right? So what I'll do is I will come to my folder, and then I'll open index.html in a browser. Okay, so this is my browser right here. So what I'll do is that I'll put Sublime Text at the left side, and I'll open the browser at the right side, right? So then what will happen is that we'll be working hand in hand. Whatever changes we make here, we'll make the same changes over here, and then we'll refresh this page, and then we'll see the changes as it happens. Okay, and this is your flow as a web developer, basically, right? Okay, but then definitely when you're working on an actual website, you wouldn't always have it opened halfway like that. You'd want the full screen, okay, so the full width, so that you know how things are actually changing. All right, but for demo purposes, let's just keep it this way. All right, okay, so we are going to do with selectors, right? So then first let's mark up our website with simple HTML. Okay, so in Sublime Text, you can, let's say I want to wrap this welcome to my website with like an H1 tag, for example. in Sublime Text, I can just highlight this, right, and I can press Alt Shift W on my keyboard. Okay, then I type what I want to wrap around that text. Okay, so it's easier that way. Then I save it and then I reload. So I have welcome to my website. Okay, now let's do same for this. Let's make this P, right? So this fills it with P. So we have some P tags over here. Sorry. Okay. All right. So we have some P tags over here. Let's do this to P or Shift W. Okay, that's also P. Let's refresh. Okay, so we are having some layout in our site. Right. Let's make this P as well. Alt Shift W P. Okay, so we have P here as well. All right. Okay, so this is let's say this is a span. So let's wrap this in a span tag, which is a generic element. Alt Shift W. Okay, so SPAN. Okay, so this is a span tag. Let me close this page a little. Okay, so this is basically a simple markup that we've done for our website. Okay, because the screen is halfway, so some of the elements are being displaced, but then it's all good over here. All right, so we said so we want to add some color and some CSS to our website, okay, to start making it look good a little, right? We are focusing on selectors, not the actual properties themselves, okay, just the selecting, right? So we said one of the ways of adding CSS is putting the styles right in the documents. Okay, so over here we can put something like the style tag, right? Style type text / CSS. Okay, all right. So we have the first type of selector we have is the element type selector. So the element type selector, we put it this way. So let's say is the welcome to my website we want to choose, which is an H1. So we say H1. Okay, and this is the curly bracket we talked about. Then the property that we want to change. So let's say the color property. All right, and then the value. So we can say now color green. All right, so this is the selector. This is the property right here, and this is the value. So selector property value. All right, so let's reload the page. So you realize that now our website is our welcome to website is now green. Okay, we can make it red as well. We save. We click here to refresh, and then now it becomes red, right? Now we also say that we can have multiple declarations in one row. Okay, so beyond the color red, we can have another property separated by the semicolon over here. Okay, so we can have, let's say, text declaration. We'll be going through all these properties, so don't worry. Underline. All right, we save it. Click here. So now we have our website that has our heading has now been underlined. You get it. So this is the element type selector, right? Now we can do the same thing for P. So we say that P. Now when we choose P like this, we are saying that all paragraphs or all content that has been wrapped in the P tag should have these styles. All right, so we can say P text declaration can also be underlined, for example. Right, so let's save and then refresh. So you realize that now all P tags are now underlined. All right, so that's the element selector. Right, now there's also something we call the ID selector. Now if you remember, we dealt with ID attributes. All right, so let's say there are P's over here, but there's this particular P. I want to apply a specific style to this P. I can give this an ID of, let's say, introduction. Right, now when I come here, the ID selector, this is how we use the ID selector. I can say that hash introduction. So ID selectors begin with the hash and the name of the ID. So hash introduction. So I can say this is background color of blue. So I'll save it and I'll reload here. So you realize that my hash introduction alone is blue. All right, but what you realize is that the introduction still has the underline. Okay, so if you want to remove the underline, then we have to come over here and then say that text declaration none. Okay, so now the underline has been removed over here. So we'll talk about specificity in this section. But in the meantime, let's focus on this. So this is the ID selector, so hashtag name, right? And also we can have class, right? So you can say this has a class of paragraph, for example, right? You can copy this and say this also has a class of paragraph. This also has a class of paragraph. Okay. So what we are saying is that now for a class, multiple elements can have the same class, right? But then ID, only one element is supposed to have the same ID. This can also have a different ID in itself. All right, so we can say class paragraph. So in my selector, I can say that dot paragraph has a padding of maybe 1 EM. Okay, so I'm trying to say any element that has a class of paragraph, that is dot paragraph, should be given a padding of 1 EM. So let's see how that looks here. Okay, so then this has become this has gotten a padding of 1 EM. So you realize that that surface area has become big. Now let's give these paragraphs colors, right? So that we see the padding that we are talking about also working over there. Now I realize that over here we said the P has a text declaration of underline. So we will say that all P should have a background color of red, right? So what will happen is that this last two P's over here will have the red, but this first one will still have the blue, because under it we said that the hashtag introduction, that's the P with the ID of introduction, should have background color of blue. Right, so let's reload this. Okay, so then we have red, and then blue. Okay, so you already see how the selectors usually play, right? So that's the dot paragraph is the select the class selector. Okay, now we'll try another thing called the multiple selectors, right? So though we have we can separate these selectors, like we can sort of select multiple items in one style row. Okay, so we can have, let's say, we can say that, okay, well, we want to increase the font size of all the P's over here. All right, all the P's over here, all the P's and all the H1s over here. So we'll do something. Instead of saying maybe H1 font size of, let's say, 30 pixels, which is very big. Let's reload. Okay, it has actually reduced there. So 30 pixels, 30 pixels is quite small. Let's try 60 pixels. Okay, so that's 60 pixels. And then coming here to also say P font size of 60 pixels, for example, right? So we said H1 font size 60 pixels, P font size 60 pixels. Instead of separating it like this, we can just write a simple style: H1, P font size of 60 pixels. And let's reload. You see, now that does the same thing. All right, so this is what we call the group selectors. So we can select multiple elements and then apply the same style to it. All right, and just like we selected this H1 and P, we can even select, let's just say we have another P over here. You can reach out to me on social media. All right, and let's close this P tag, and let's give this P tag an ID of last paragraph. Okay, paragraph. So we can also come here and say another comma hash last paragraph. Okay, so you are saying that select H1P and the paragraph with an ID of hash last paragraph, and then apply this font size style to it. Okay, so we have a last paragraph over here, and then you realize that the font size of 60 pixels has also been applied over here, and then it still has the underline. Okay, so that's the group selector. So you can do this for multiple elements. Okay, now let's try something also very interesting. Let's say you have a P with class over here, and then you have another P over here, no, let's say another h3 over here, sorry. Let's make a social media links, just for demonstrative purposes. And then this one also has a class of paragraph. Okay, now let's reload that. So you have social media links over here. Good. Now we said that over here, we said that any item with a class of paragraph should have a padding of 1 em. All right, we brought an h3 over here which has a class of paragraph. But what if, yes, we want h3 to have a class of paragraph because we want it to have the 1 em. But what if we want to apply certain styles that are only available for p tags with paragraph, or that is available for h3 with paragraphs? So instead of applying the styles on all elements to the class paragraph, we want to apply the styles on only h3 element with the class of paragraph. Okay, so with that, what you can do is that there's another variation of the class selector where you can do h3 dot paragraph. So let's say font style, sorry, that's a mistake, font style italic, right? Let's reload that. Okay, so this has become an italic, but you realize that all other paragraphs are still normal fonts. All right, only the h3 with the paragraph has become an italic. Okay, that is how it's like. So this is also a class selector. So you are, for this selector, when you see it, you say that okay, h3 elements with a class of paragraph should have that style. Okay, so you're already seen how versatile selectors can make you, and how interesting that they can be. And the same way we have the h3 dot paragraph, we also have a variation for IDs. All right, so let's say we have an ID of paragraph. Okay, let's reload. Realize that now this has come back to normal. Okay, so we can say that h3 hash paragraph should have a font style of italic, right? So this has now become italic. Okay, so this is also called the ID selector. All right, very, very interesting, the stuff that we are doing right now. Okay, so now that we have done this, let's clear all the styles, okay, and then do even something more interesting. So take note of the hashtag, the ID selector, the class selector, the element selector, really, really cool selectors, and the grouped selector. All right, let's remove this, get our site, we get our site back to how it was. Okay, you already see the difference between a site with some styles and a site without styles. Okay, see how much drastic the change has become. Right, so we're going to talk about child selectors. So for child selectors, in our paragraph over here, we have a span called beautiful. All right, so let's say we want to make this beautiful a color of red, but realize that this beautiful is in this p tag, right? So the span over here is a child element of p of this paragraph, right? So if we want to select that particular span, right, there are two ways we can select it. Now, there is no other span on the page, right? So we can simply say span, let me say background color green, right? And then we'll say color white. We'll save it and then we'll reload the page. So you realize that the span in the P has now become a color of green and has a color of white, a background color of green, a color of white. All right, now let's just say we have another span over here, Alt Shift W. Okay, so we can wrap this in a span. Okay, now what happens when we reload? Now this particular span has also now gotten a background color of green, right? But what if it's just this particular span that we want to make? We don't want this particular style to be applied to all the spans over there, just this particular span. Okay, now what we can do is that, in fact, there are so many ways we can go around this. We can give the span its own class, all right, or we can give the span its own class, or we can give the P, this particular P, its own ID or whatever it is. Okay, so what we can do is that let's give this a class. For example, we call it special P. All right, then what we'll do is that we say the special P space span. Right, let's save it and then reload the page. Okay, so this is what we call the child selector. So this selector is saying that, okay, go into the P with the class of special P. In the special P, you find a child called span. Apply that background color to that child and apply that color to that child. Okay, so special P space span. You get the idea, right? You get the idea. So that is what we call the child selector, right? This span could also have had something like, let's say, an EM. Let's say just the beauty part of this was supposed to be green. So let's say we'll wrap this in something called the EM, for example. Let's reload. Yeah. So let's just say instead of the span, we wanted the beauty part of the span to be the background color of green. So we say go to the special P tag, you find a span inside. Inside the span, you find an EM tag over there. Give that EM tag a background color of green. So let's reload. So you realize that now just the beauty part now has the green background. Okay, so that's the child selector. It's a very interesting selector, and you'll be using it a lot of the time, right? There are sometimes that most of the parent elements will be the same or have the same class, or you simply want to sort of target a particular element hiding somewhere in your style sheet. You understand? Okay, let's try this child selector too in let's get rid of this, for example, and then let's say we have a list. Okay, so UL, we said this is an unordered list, right? UL, we have LI, okay, link 1, LI, then we'll have link, sorry, this keeps closing. Okay, yeah, so we have link 2. Okay, now let's reload this page. Okay, so we have link 1, link 2. All right, so we can also say that let's delete this. We can also say go to the UL, you see an LI in the UL. Now give that LI a background color of red. Okay, so we have UL LI's background color of red, right? Give the LIs a padding of 1 EM. Okay, so now they get a padding of 1 EM. So you're already getting how so this is what we call the child selector, Now there's also something called the next sibling selector. We talked about siblings, right? So then UL is a sibling of P, this P right here. Okay, so we can say this, for example, and this is how the next sibling selector works. So P plus UL, right? P plus UL is the next sibling. We call it, we will say maybe UL have a background color of orange. We save that. Okay, so we say that the next sibling after P should have a background color of orange. Okay, let's add another UL over here. Let's duplicate this and have the UL over here. Let's reload it. Okay, so you realize that the UL after this UL doesn't have that background color. Okay, so this plus is called the next sibling selector. You are picking the sibling immediately after the elements you are talking about. Okay, we can say over here, we can say take the UL, the next UL after the UL, right? Give it a background color of orange. Okay, so it renders from top to down. So it takes this UL and the next sibling UL after this, or another list after this, give it a background color of orange. So this is what we call the next sibling selector. Okay, a very interesting selector. So there are multiple ways you can play around with this, right? Now we can also say something like this. Go to P, right? The next UL, in the next UL element, the next UL sibling of P, find the LI over there, and then give it a background color of red. Okay, so sorry, I mistyped this of red. Okay, so you see we are saying that now go to P, find the next sibling. In the next sibling, find the child li element and give it a background color of red. Okay, so you realize that over here we have combined multiple styles. We've combined the next sibling selector and we've combined it with the child selector as well. So that picks the P element, picks the next sibling of the P element, which is UL, and the UL, it picks the li within the UL, and then it gives it a background color of red. Okay, so as a CSS developer, as a web developer, you would have to know when to use which selector depending on what you are doing. Okay, you have to know when to use this selector because this is like an important part of your flow as your work as a developer, right? If you mix up your selectors, you will have a hard time, adding some beauty to your site. You have a hard time with your instructions. All right, so you need to know which selector to use at each very point in time. Okay, so this is the child selector. Now there's something called the universal selector, and then the universal selector is the star. It's called the star, right? That's the star. So when you say star, anytime you use star, you're saying everything. So if I say star font size 100 pixels and I reload, so I'm saying that every single item on my website should have a font size of 100 pixels, whatever you are. So this is called the universal selector. Now, the universal selector too can be used even as a child selector. So I can say that everything in my UL should have a font size of that. So I can say UL space star, and I save it and I reload. Okay. So if I realize that only the LIs in the ULs have become a star, have become a font size of 100 pixels. Okay, so UL space star. So everything in the UL should have a font size of that. So that's the universal selector, a very important selector that you need to be aware of, right? Now there's also a way to comment in HTML. In HTML, we said we comment by doing this angle bracket exclamation mark. This is some info here. And we said comments don't appear in your HTML. Okay, so if I save this and I reload, it won't appear in my HTML. So the same thing for CSS, we have comments, and the comments are /*. This is a CSS comment. Alright, so this is how we leave comments in CSS. It's very important. Now you'll be using this comment a lot to separate your style. So let's say you can have something like styles for my headings. Okay, you can also come over here, say styles for my paragraphs. Alright, and then you can come back over here, you group it. We say maybe styles for my homepage. Okay, so you can have this over here as well, styles for my paragraph, styles for my homepage. So comments allow you to sort of like section your CSS codes. Okay, it can also allow you to leave information that later when you come back to it, you'll be able to understand probably why you apply some styles where. All right, so let's talk about specificity of selectors. Okay, so specificity, if I mention it right, the way the word is, if you make a mistake, if you don't check it well, you mention it wrong. So specificity, right? Let's type it here so that we don't want the concept. So specificity. All right. Okay, so what is specificity of CSS selectors? Now over here we have a P with an ID of introduction and a class of paragraph. Okay, so let's say this. Let's say we say P # introduction has a background color of red. Then somewhere in our code we have P.paragraph has a background color of green. Right. Now quickly, what do you think will be the final color of P? All right. We have one element P. We have P # introduction, background color red, and we have the same P with a class of paragraph. We said P.background color green. So what would the browser use instead as the P? Because then apparently we have some things that are conflicting. So what would be the background color that the browser will use? Okay, so let's reload and see. So the background color, the browser used red, even though this P.paragraph came after this one. So in a normal flow of CSS, what happens is that the styles that come the last are the ones that have more priority. Okay, that's what we call the cascade, right? So then when you have, we're talking about the cascade in next sessions, okay? But then basically the cascade is when you have the same CSS rule that is overwriting a rule that came before it. Okay, so you have to have that in mind. So what you have to know is that in specificity, the ID selector has more priority than the class selector. The ID selector has more priority than the class selector. All right, so when there are two selectors that are selecting the same element, the one with the ID will have, the browser will consider it more than the one with just the class. Okay, let's just say we have something like this too. The same CSS, we have P, background color yellow. Okay, what will happen? You see it's still red. So then the ID selector has more priority over the normal element selector. Okay, now let's remove the element selector from there. So we can highlight this and press Ctrl plus / to comment a line. So when you comment this line, it means you are telling CSS that, hey, don't render this. It's not supposed to be rendered. So let's refresh. Now the background color is green. Okay, so now what we say is that the class selectors have more priority over the normal element selectors. So this P or paragraph right here has more priority over this normal element selector we have over here. So this is what we call the specificity. So this is something that you understand the basic of how the specificity works, and then as you work with CSS more and more, they come very naturally, right? Now this specificity thing can be a pain in your neck when you're working with CSS sometimes, right? Now why? Sometimes when you have long rules of CSS, like maybe spanning over 500 lines or 300 or 200 lines, what will happen is that you apply a style to an element, you reload your page, and then the element is not changing. Let's say this is green, all right? I want to make it red. So I go there, I make a paragraph red, and then it's still showing green. And you'll be wondering why your CSS is not working. Most of the time, you realize that there's this hidden CSS somewhere in your code that is more specific than the selector that you are using. So the browser is sort of ignoring your own styles. So this one's come in a lot of time. So usually to avoid that, if you are trying to apply a style to an element and it is not working, it's not changing, okay, what you can do is that you can right click on the elements and then go to inspect like we've done before, right? And then now in the styles tab over here, you go through all the styles being applied on the element and see if there is one that is being ignored. So look at something very interesting over here. You realize that this P tag has two styles, all in the index of HTML. One is background color yellow and one is background color green. And the browser has cancelled out the element selector yellow and then is using this. So the browser is telling you that, hey, we found two styles being applied to the same element, but one is a class selector and this selector has more priority than the normal element. So we have ignored this one with yellow and then we are working with this green, right? If we bring back this introduction, we highlight it and then we press Ctrl / we save it. Let's reload this page. Okay, see the interesting thing that's happening here. Now, because the ID selector is more priority, the yellow one, the element selector has been cancelled. The class selector has also been cancelled, and then the ID selector with red background is now being used. So that's specificity, right? It's really important to understand this. Okay, so anytime you're applying style is not working, sometimes try to go there and see. It could be that you are not using the right property. Maybe it's background color, you made the background color this. Okay, it's wrong. Or maybe you missed a word or something, so it's not working. Or you are trying to apply styles to the wrong element, or you are using the wrong selector. There are so many reasons why your CSS may not work. All right, or there's something that is overriding it. All right, so this is something that you should know of. So this is a way you can debug your CSS. You can debugging simply means fixing errors with your code. Okay, so these are ways you can debug your CSS and see what is happening. Okay, so take note of this specificity. We'll talk a little bit more about it going forward. Very shortly, we'll talk a little bit more about it. But in the meantime, get to understand this. All right, so let's close this and come back to our website. Right, and then there's also one thing that you need to know. There are some small standards that you need to know. Now, CSS doesn't think about the browser ignores white lines, so white space. So if I have over here, I come and write. So let me just get rid of this, and I come over here, you can see padding 1 EM. Okay, and I reload. It still works, right? So the browser has ignored any white spaces. Okay, so CSS doesn't consider white spaces, just like HTML. Okay, it ignores these extra white spaces. But to make your code clean, it's always advisable to write each declaration on a new line. So if you have multiple declarations for the same elements, you have background color yellow, padding EM, we have maybe font size 1 EM, for example. Okay, all should follow suit on different lines. Each declaration should be on a different line. It makes your code cleaner. It makes it easier for you to understand what is going on. Okay, now over here, if I write font size 1 EM and I come over here and come and write font size 2 EM for the same elements, see what happens. Now that first font size has been ignored, and then now it's being overwritten by this 2 EM. Okay, so if I come here and for the tag, you see what is happening over here. So it has cascaded. So that's one thing about specificity so that you should know. Okay, that if there is a declaration that is applied to the same attribute, right, the one that comes the last is what is considered. Okay, so over here, the first font size has been cancelled, and then the 2 EM is what is being used. All right, I cannot count the number of times this thing has given me headache. Right, there are times one element can have so many declarations, and then you forget that you've actually made a declaration on the top. All right, so maybe for example, you've already said font size is 1 EM. You have some declarations here. You have some declarations here. You have some declarations here, something very long, especially when you do more and more properties, right? Then you come again and write font size 2 EM, forgetting that you've put 1 EM there, and then your font style changes to 2 EM, and then you're wondering why it is happening so, or you are wondering why the previous style is not working. Okay, and can even lead to mistakes and errors and things you cannot predict. Okay, so this is something that you should also be taking note of. So then as you develop, this developer tools over here will be your best friend. Learning how to inspect elements and see what styles are being applied to it will be your best friend. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about, right, as we are still in the developer tools, now you realize that over here in our styles, we just said, let me delete this. We just said background color yellow, padding 1 EM, font size 1 EM. But over here, there are some declarations that have been applied that we did not do. Display block, margin block start, margin block end. I mean, this is not us. We didn't write this. So how are they here? Okay. So if you look over here, we say there's something called user agent style sheet. So the user agent is the browser. So if you remember in the previous HTML lesson, right, we said that when you add an element to your page, the browser has some certain default styles that it applies to the element. So till you overwrite it, it will still be there. Okay, so if, for example, display block, if I make this paragraph of display inline and I reload this, you realize that now the user agent style sheet block has been cancelled. Okay, so the browser has certain default styles it applies. It's inbuilt, and usually it varies from browser to browser. Okay, so it's your work to know that if there is a certain style that the browser is automatically applying that you do not like, you have to immediately overwrite it in your own CSS. Okay, and what happens is that your CSS has more priority over the browser. Okay, the browser, it has the lowest priority, so anything you write will overwrite whatever the browser has. Okay, and this same mindset you apply it in when you are using frameworks like Bootstrap and whatnot, right? These frameworks will come with their own styles, so there are times that you have to write your own CSS to sort of overwrite these styles. Okay, all right, now let's close this. In the meantime, come back to font size 1 em and refresh. Okay, so we said that there are multiple ways of adding CSS to your file. Over here we only dealt with the strategy where we add it in the style element, in the style elements in the head element, right? Now you can put your CSS in a separate style sheet, a different file in itself. Okay, so what we'll do is that let's come here to our project window. We right click on our selectors. So we are saying we want to add a new file to a selectors, right? So we say selectors and we say new file, right? And then we say file, save as. Okay, in the same folder we make it index.css. Sorry, and then we save it. So now you realize that we have index.css, we have index.html over here. Okay, so these are the two files now in our selectors folder, right? So what I'll do is that I'll remove this p styling, I'll copy it from here, I'll cut it, I'll come to CSS and I'll paste it here. Okay, let me close this, shift tab to bring it to the left, and I'll save this and I'll come back and I'll remove this style tag over here, right? And then I'll make it, I'll use this element. So there's this element called the link element. So relation, so you are saying you are linking, you are bringing in another file into this HTML document to be used. Okay, so you are specifying the relationship with us, with our particular file. So we say rel is equal to style sheet. Okay, and then href, you remember we dealt with href for anchor tags, right? So href, now the index.css is in the same folder as the HTML, right? So all we do is that we can just say index.css. Okay, and this is also an empty element, then we close it this way. Now let's reload our page. Once we load, nothing has changed. All right, so now already you are realizing that your HTML file is looking cleaner. So it's always advisable that you keep your CSS files in a separate, your CSS rules in a separate file from your HTML file, so that your work can look more organized and neater. All right, and then you can have multiple style sheets. So let's say over here there's another style sheet I want to create. Let's say this style sheet, for example, I'll name it heading.css. Okay, so heading.css, what this style sheet does is that it applies a background color to h1. Okay, so I'll say h1 background color of gray. Okay, then let's reload. It is not working at the moment. Why? Because we've not linked this CSS file in the index.html. So we come here and then we can copy this and paste it and then say this is now heading.css. So once we reload, now this has become gray. So we've included two style sheets into our file. All right. But then as you develop, as your website becomes big, you have, maybe you decide that every page of your website will have its own style sheet, or you can say that, oh, one style sheet can have all the styles for the entire website. Whatever works for you. Okay, whatever makes your work easier, whatever makes you efficient. If you can put all your styles in one style sheet, that's fine. If you think that you'll be better off separating the elements into various style sheets, that is okay. But one thing you have to know is that the more separate files you have, the more the browser has to. So the browser has to make different requests for each style sheet. So if it's too much, it can affect performance a little. Okay, so personally, I write most of my CSS in one file, right? And then maybe there are some changes that if there are some changes that I need to apply to certain pages, I create certain unique style sheets for certain pages. All right, and then also there are instances where maybe you want, let's say there are 5 pages of your website and each website has h1 tag and h1 heading, and then you want every h1 heading to have the background color of gray. So in that case, you can put the that style in a file, and then you include that style in every page. So then automatically all the h1s in the page that you include the style sheets will have the background color of gray. Okay, Now let's do something very interesting in regards to the specificity, right? So let's say index.css, we have background color of yellow. Now in heading.css, I also come here and say P should have a background color of green. Now what happens? Now let's reload. Now in index.css, I have background color of yellow. In heading.css, I have come to state that the P should have a background color of green. So now the background color has changed to green. So why is it so? Now the P tag in the heading.css has overwritten the index.css. Alright. Now if you look at your HTML, you are including the heading.css after the index.css. Okay, and we said that now the rules that come last are what is prioritized. Okay, so this thing you've done here is just as it's same as saying this index.css and coming here to put the same thing here. Now let's save this. It's the same thing. All right, so then the browser is first showing. So when you put it here like this, what's happening is that the browser is rendering this, and after that it will come to heading.css, render this, and then it will render this. All right, that is how your styles are passed. Okay, so this is something you should understand. So let's inspect this again and see what is happening here. See some differences in what's going on over here. Okay, so you realize that over here now the files have changed. So we have index.css, we have heading.css here. So Chrome is telling you that there's a style called background yellow, a declaration background yellow in the index.css file, which is this. But that has been cancelled because there's another file called heading.css, which is overwriting that yellow you've applied over here, which is green. All right, so this section shows the files that you can find in CSS and the line numbers. You get the idea. So over here, index.css, you find the style at line 1. Over here, heading.css, you find a style starting at line 5. All right, so this helps you to sort of pinpoint areas that you can find. You can sort of find whichever styles have been applied. There is another way to add styles, right? We talked about putting the style tag over here and then writing the styles right in the HTML. We talked about creating a totally different file called the CSS file where you put your styles in there, right? Now there's another way to add styles, which is not very advisable, but there are times that you just need to do it, right? It's called the inline style. So for this P, I can just do this, add the style attribute equal to, let's say, background color of red, semicolon. Then I save it, then I refresh. All right, so this is a way of adding styles. This is what we call the inline styles, right? There are times when you're working on a project, there are some styles that it's one of, that, well, you would never have to change it, or it's just for something basic. You don't really want to put it in a style sheet, whatever it is. You can work on it this way. You can just put it. It's not advisable because usually when you have too much inline styles here on HTML, it makes it very clumsy. It doesn't make it too clean. And the tricky thing is that when you're trying to update your styles, you can't really find where you put it inline, right? So over here, if I come in the same P, I say background color yellow. Background color yellow. I save it. Right. You realize that now the one with the inline style has no priority. So that still maintains the background color of red. At this point, you may be wondering why is this red? So you'd have to go back to your site and go through all your elements to find what has that particular style that we are talking about. Okay, so inline styles are also a way of adding CSS to your document. Now let's clear this. All right. Now let's do one last thing in specificity called the important keyword. Okay. So let's say I have P background color yellow, right? Let's reload this. Now all the backgrounds are yellow. Then I have another P background color of red, for example. Then I refresh this, please. Okay, now because this P tag comes after, okay, as we talked about the cascade, the last rule is what is rendered by the browser. Okay, that's what is prioritized. So now because this particular style comes after this, this background red is actually prioritized, so then the background become red instead of yellow. Now what if I put this keyword here called !important? Now let's reload. You realize that now the p tags are yellow instead of red. Okay, so the importance keyword is also of higher importance and priority than the normal element selector. All right, so then even though the background color red comes after, because this has been assigned important, no matter what happens, no matter the styles are put after, this will always be prioritized. Okay, so with important, so I tell the browser that hey, whatever happens, make sure that the background color is always yellow. Even if somebody tries to overwrite, even if I try to overwrite it, keep it at background color of yellow. So this is it for specificity. Is it for adding inline style and then the important keyword. There are so many times the important keyword comes in very handy as you work on multiple projects and more complex projects. But as much as possible, try to reduce the instance of important. All right, if try to be more specific with your selectors instead of using important, try to use the right selectors and the right priorities, right? Use important very sparingly unless it's very, very necessary. All right, okay, so now let's talk about something called inheritance, right? Like we mentioned, that when a parent element has some styles, it's applied to all the other styles. All right, so let's go to index.css. We have p over here. Now let's create a div. Okay, right, the div will give it a p of I am content in a div. Let's save and refresh. Okay, so I'm content in a div. It has the p because it's a p tag, all the styles have been applied to it. So let me just remove all these styles for the p. Okay, and then let's go back to default. Right, we still have some styles in the heading.css for the p, so you have to remove that too as well. So let's go there and then remove that, delete that, and then reload. Okay, so now our p is back to normal. All right, now let's say we want to increase the size. In fact, let me just copy this p and then duplicate it over here. All right, now let's say we want to increase the font size of all the p. Now we can do p and then font size something, right? Now when we do def font size 20 pixels, for example, right, you realize that now even though we didn't select p, now the p tags have become 20 pixels. Okay, that's the thing we call inheritance. So these p tags are inheriting from their parents. Now the parents have a font size of the parent has a font size of 20 pixels. So this p is inheriting that font size of 20 pixels. All right, so font size can be termed as what we call the inherited property. See, it can be inherited, right? Now let's say the div has let's say width of 200 pixels and then height of 200 pixels too. Okay, now let's reload this. Okay, we don't see any difference over here. Now let's give the div a border of 2px solid red. Don't worry about this, we'll talk about it in a box model. All right, okay, so realize that though we added a border of 2px solid red to the div, the p elements still do not have any border. It's just the div that has a border, right? So the border property, for example, is not an inherited property, unlike the font size, right? So if I want to specifically make the p's to have their own border, then I have to come and say div p should also have maybe a border of 2px solid green. All right, then now the p's themselves also have like the border of green. So this is it for what we call the inherited properties, the inheritance. All right, so children the child elements or the children elements are able to inherit certain properties from their parent elements. Okay, so there's something that you should know. Sometimes when you're applying a style to a child element and it is not working, or for some reason the child element, even though you've not applied any style to it, is still showing certain things. There are times that you have to also go to the parent element and see whether it has some styles or there are some inherited properties over there that is being passed over to the child. Okay, so inheritance is also a very important thing that you should be aware of. Okay, so at this point, I believe you understand at least the basics of CSS selectors. You can pinpoint elements in your website and then apply certain styles to it. Don't worry about the properties. We are now about to we'll go into the properties in later section. Okay, as of now we are still establishing the foundations of CSS. All right. In the next session, we'll study something called a box model, right? And then we'll begin to explore the CSS properties from that angle. Okay, so I take note of that. So this has been selectors. Remember the selectors specificity. Remember the different types of selectors, what they do, which elements that they pick up, and then all that stuff, so that when you're writing your code, you don't get confused, you don't get angry and be slapping your laptop or be cursing at your laptop, okay, because you applied a style and then it is not working or it's not being figured out or something like that, right? So this is it for selectors. There are some other types of selectors, more complicated selectors, that we will explore in other sections as well. But for now, even with this alone, you can do so much with it. Even with this alone, there's so much you can do with it. So you are getting there. You are getting there. You are already becoming a master in CSS bit by bit. So join me in the next session as we explore what the CSS box model is. The box model is like the cornerstone of the CSS visual system, right? Now we would go much deeper into it in this course very soon, after a few practices and a few things we have to cover, right? But just get an overview of what the box model is, right? Now basically, the browser sees every element on your page as contained in a simple rectangular box. All right, your understanding of this box model is what will make you a master at CSS. If you do not understand this box model, you cannot do anything decent. You cannot lay out websites, you cannot format your text, you cannot add colors and all that, add some styling and some customizations effectively. So whatever you do to understand the box model, please make sure that you do it. But notwithstanding, there are some analogies I'll use when we get there into detail to explain to you what the box model is, so that you get it. The box model is very, very, very important, right? Let's look at something quickly. Now over here on top is a simple HTML code snippet, right? And what we've done is we've applied a blue border around all the elements on the page, right? We mentioned that the star is called a universal selector. It selects everything. So we are saying that every element under the body tag should have a blue border. Now by default, you realize that the blue border is all in rectangular format. So you realize that this is a paragraph is surrounded by a blue border. This is a heading surrounded by a blue border. Everything is surrounded by a blue border. All right. Even though we didn't state anything that we didn't put any style that says that, hey, put a box around our P element. We just said put a border, put a color around this P element. It means by default there's already some box inside. We are just through the CSS, we are just showing you the box, right? So this is how browsers see this box. So every element has this box by default, just that you do not see it, but it's there. Every single element has the box. All right, so your understanding of how this box works, how it's calculated, what you can do about it, the changes you can apply to it, how it affects other elements and all that, will go a long way to determine how you understand your CSS. All right, so in the meantime, put this little concept in your pocket. All right, keep it somewhere at the back of your mind. Okay, we'll address it again very soon. All right, so there's another thing we need to understand: units of measurement, right? So you realize that in the previous practice videos, we've been doing things like maybe font size 10px, or we'll be giving paddings of 1 em or stuff like that, right? Now in CSS there are units, right? Just like in real life, you can have like meters and centimeters and then all those things to measure items, right? In CSS there are ways you can do that, right? So we have absolute units and relative units, right? Now absolute units usually are predefined in real life. So like I said, px, which is called pixels, inches, millimeters, centimeters, and also what we've used so far, if you've realized, is I've used a lot of px. I've never used, usually the most of the time you'll be using px and ems and rems. Now the relative units are calculated relative to the screen size of the user. So we have em, we have ex, we have rem, right? Relative meaning that they change when the screen size or screen settings of the user also change. Right now, if you say something like 10px, if you say maybe your heading should be 10px, whether you look at the heading on a smartphone, a laptop, or a desktop computer, it will still be as big as 10px. So if you give your paragraph, let's say size of 100px, and then you view it on a mobile device, you may realize that the font will start entering into the edges of the mobile device because it is not being adjusted. We said that it's 10px, and that's what it will be used. It will be fixed no matter the screen. But relative will sort of adjust based on a certain base amount. Okay, so example, rem is like equivalent to 16 pixels, okay, which is the default size for most browsers. All right, but the default 16 pixels may be different based on the screen basis. You get it? So one rem may be 16 pixels on a certain screen, but one rem may be lesser on a certain screen. It also depends on the settings of the user. All right, so then it makes your font a bit more flexible and responsive, right? You also have VH, which means viewport height. Okay, we'll talk about viewport in responsive web design, but viewport height is sort of like the browser renders your website on a certain canvas. Okay, take it like a painter draws their artwork on a certain paper, or maybe a cardboard or a piece of cloth. Okay, so that's the painter's canvas. So the browser too has this canvas, this piece of cloth in quotes that it renders your web design on. Okay, this is called a viewport. So when you say VH, okay, when you say 100 VH, you are saying that whatever element you are selecting it should have the same height as your viewport. So if your viewport height is 300 pixels, 100 VH, you are saying that, hey, take 100% of that number of pixels. Okay, if you say 200 VH, it means they take 2% of that. If you say 2 VH, it means take 2%. If you say 20 VH, it means take 20%. It's the same thing that applies to view width too as well. Now we'll see there's also percentage. There are times that we use percentage. Now percentage is not a unit, right? But percentage is usually calculated relative to another value, right? So let's say you have a div which is 500 pixels, and in the div you have a paragraph, right? Now if you say the paragraph width should be 10%, right, it means intrinsically 10% of 500, right, that's 50. So it means intrinsically the paragraph will have 50 px width, right? So percentage is calculated relative to the width of, usually the width of another value, or the width of the parent element. Okay, so these are the units of measures you should know about. Most of the time I'll be using px or em to be teaching you, but then in the real world there's a lot of time you use 100 vh or vh or rem. You use it at different places, and then with a percentage as well. So do take note of this. Now let's do a quick test, right, based on some stuff we've learned already. Okay, so if you have this code h1 color green, p font size large, font family sans serif, okay, answer these questions on your own accord. Which one is the selector? If you take the p font size large, font family sans serif, what is the selector, right? P is the selector. Okay, what is the property? Font size is the property, font family is the property, the CSS property. And what are the values? large and sans serif are the values. Okay, so please do take note of that. Right, this is like a quick test to make sure that you understand what makes up the CSS rule. Okay, all right, now we'll go to color. This is probably the first CSS property that we actually come to go deeper into, right? So this is where we start going deeper into the CSS property. So in our previous practice, you realize that we've been playing around with colors a whole lot. We add text color, background, we add text colors, heading colors, paragraph colors, you know, all that stuff. So color in general, background colors, they all take value. So okay, so what's the color property, right? So you know, the computer sort of combines three colors of light, which is red, green, blue, to form the colors that you see on the screen. All right, this is very fundamental, so please do well to understand it. All right, now red, green, blue are combined. These colors, as you know it, red is a primary color, blue is a primary color, green is a secondary color. So these colors are combined to form any other color that you see on your screen, right? And then this model is called the RGB color model. Okay, RGB color model. Now, how the colors are created is that you can combine different amounts of red, green, blue to form color. Okay, so let's say you actually had paint in front of you, right? Now the RGB color model says that if you mix some quantity of red, mix some quantity of green, and quantity of blue, you get a certain color. All right, so that's the RGB model. So digitally, that's how the computer does it. It mixes these colors of light, right? Now, the amount of light in each channel. So when we say the channel, red, we have the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel, right? So the amount of light in each channel is typically described on a scale of 0 to 25, right? So the values it can take, the amount of color each channel can take is range from 0 to 25. So 0 means no light, 255 means full light. All right, 0 means no light, 255 means full light. All right, so you can also provide this as a percentage, right? So now here's one thing that I have to know. The closer the value gets to the value 255, the lighter it becomes. All right, so if you take the red channel, if you give the red channel a value of 255, it means the red will get very close to white, or it will even become white. 255 is total white. Okay, so a red channel with a value of 200 will be a very light red as compared to a red channel of, let's say, 100 or a red channel of 50. So if you have a red channel of like, and the downwards you go, the closer to black the color gets. So a red value of, let's say, 10 will look very, very, very dark, almost black, as compared to a red value of 255. So we'll practice this so that you understand what I'm talking about. All right, so know this. So then each of the channels, red will have, so when you are stating the RGB color of an element, you give your red a value, you give your green a value, and then you give your blue a value. Now you provide this value and the computer will mix it up and then you provide a certain color. And every color out there, just like this slide that you are seeing, the brown color and the black colors over here, the brown color was created as a result of some combination of red, green, and blue to form that this brown color that you are seeing. So basically this is it for RGB model. Let's go further into colors, right? So we said RGB, right? So red, green, and blue. So an example of an RGB color value in CSS is RGB 0, 255, 255. So anytime you see this, it means that the red channel has 0 amount of light. The 255 has highest, is like the lightest green, and then the last 255 stands for the blue. Okay, so that's the lightest blue you can get, which is almost twice, right? Now we have RGBA, right? Now in the RGBA, A stands for alpha. All right, A stands for alpha, which is an additional channel which controls the transparency of the color. So let's look at the first example, RGB 0, 255, 255. So if you have if you give an element a color of RGB 0255255, and you give another element a color of RGB 0255255, and then let's say 0.6. Now, the one with the RGBA will have a little bit more transparency. So you'll be able to see through that particular color. For example, so if you have like a background which has an RGBA color, it means you can see behind that background, okay, that particular element, right? Now we have the HSL. The HSL is also another color mode that you can use. It's not as popular as RGB and RGBA too, but it's very it works, okay. HSL stands for hue, saturation, lightness, or luminosity, right? So HSL is a bit more complicated in the sense that all the colors are represented on a wheel. All right, we'll not go deeper into it, but then just get the idea. All the colors are represented on a wheel, right? Now red, that's a circle wheel. Red is at 360 degrees. That's on top. Okay, so as you rotate, you get more colors. Okay, so 265 degrees, that's the first value, will have like some kind of it will have some kind of color over there. At every degree there's a color over there, right? Now the next one is the saturation. So the saturation is how much of the color do you want, like how dark do you want the color to be, how thick and concentrated do you want the color to be, right? And the last that's the saturation. The last one being the lightness or the luminosity. That's how light do you want the color to be. Okay, so you combine this and then you get the color. You get it. So that's HSL. So the first one is hue, the second one is saturation, and the third one is the lightness, right? Now the hex is also a very popular color mode which is used in CSS, right? For that one, the elements are represented, the color value is represented as an hexadecimal value like you see over here, which is #7ED. So this stands for a certain color, right? And then the last one is CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, black, right? This is usually not, we don't use that much in web design except for like the print media people. Those people use CMYK, but for web design, I personally have never used CMYK before. Okay, you mostly be playing around with RGB, RGBA, and hex most of the time. All right, so you sort of try and play around with colors, and the good thing is you don't have to chew the color modes of the color values of every color, right? Because it's really super easy to sort of, there are so many software out there that will be exploring, that shows you how you can pick any color and then use it. You get it. And then as you play around with more colors, there are some few ones that will become your favorite that you start using mostly. All right, so this is about color. So these are all the possible values that the color attributes can take. All right, now it's time for some practice. We are going to play around with so many attributes now. When it comes to your text, we are going to play around with a lot of text colors. We are going to learn how to pick color using a software like Google Color Picker. We are going to be changing styles, playing around with text in general. So all the things you need to know around formatting text. So by the end of this practice, I mean, there's so much you know about formatting text, and then everything in between over the lines. We also talk about background colors. This is going to be a really long practice. It's going to be a nice ride. Okay, so stay with me in this, and then let's get started with that. Okay, so over here we are going to create another project, right? We are going to name it fonts. Okay, so it means we are going to talk a lot about fonts in this particular project. Okay, so first let's close this. Let's close this as well. Page over here, right? So we come to file, and then we come to open folder, right? Now I have not created the fonts project folder as well, so I'm going to create that. So I'll create a new folder here. I'll name it font. Okay, so that'll be my project folder for this particular font practice we are doing. So I'll click this folder, and then I'll click select folder. Okay, so that has opened. Sublime Text opens that folder in another screen for me, right? So then I can close this particular one, and I can get this right here. Okay, perfect. So we have a new project folder that we are going to work with. So let's create our index file. So over here, I'll right click on this, I'll click new file, right? And I'll click file, save as, right? index.html. All right, so I'll save this as index.html. Then we have the folder over here. Okay, so let's go back to our folder, our actual folder in our slides. Okay, so font, right? And then let's open this in our browser, index.html. Perfect. So that is opening our browser. So let's go back to our Sublime text. Okay, so all right, so this is our index.html and this is our file. So whatever changes we make here will show over here. So let's put down the basic document structure for an HTML file, right? Like we already know. This time around, I'll show you a cool thing in Sublime Text that automatically puts the structure for you. So I type HTML. So over here, you realize that Sublime Text suggests this HTML for me. So I just press enter. Okay, once I press enter, the structure is automatically set for me. So then I do not have to put down that whole structure manually all over again. So I can say maybe formatting text. Okay, so this can be the title, right? So we have formatting text over here. All right, and then this is our body. So let's create a CSS file where we'll be writing these our styles into. Okay, let's use the external style sheet. Okay, so we have link, right? Over here, I just type link. Sublime Text suggested some stuff to me. I press enter and it fills it over there. So you realize the upgrade over Notepad, all right, where I would have typed everything manually. So I type index.css here. So now the file is not yet made, so I have to go back and then make the file. So I go to my projects folder, I right click on it, I create new file, right? And I come to file, save as, or you can press Ctrl S on your keyboard, right? So save as index.css. Perfect. So now we have our index.css file that we can work with, and we have our HTML file. So we have everything all set. Okay, so we are going to put some dummy text over here, right? So let's say we are designing a simple menu for a restaurant. A simple menu where it shows the name of the restaurant, it shows the type of the category of meals they have, and then the meals they have under each category, right? So we're going to mark up that, and after we're going to apply styles to it, right? So we're going to build that from scratch. Very simple, nothing too fancy, just so you know how the font properties work. All right, so so we're going to have let's say Sweetest Restaurant. Okay, that's the name of our restaurant, Sweetest Restaurant. We are going to say the location is at maybe Accra, Ghana. All right, you are going to say available dishes. All right, available dishes. We are going to say we have local, sorry, that's a location. We have local, and under local we have maybe fufu. We have eba. I hope I spelled the eba right. We have a rice and groundnuts soup. Okay, and a rice and groundnuts. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, these are just dummy examples. And then we have let's have another meal, maybe plantain and contomere. All right, plantain and contomere. Okay, and then let's just say Swiss restaurant. And at Swiss restaurant we have some text. Okay, welcome to Sweetest Restaurant. Welcome to Sweetest Restaurants. We are glad to have you here. Please choose from the menu below and inform our customer service personnel. You will, let me put this on another line, you will be served. Okay, perfect. And under local we have, let's say, exotic. So you say fried rice, right? We have maybe pizza, for example. right? And we have some let me just say sushi, right? Okay, and then we also have, now let me make this one continent exotic dishes, and let me make this local dishes, and then let me make this continental dishes. All right, and let me make continental, or let me say, let me just keep it short, let me make this drinks, right? And at drinks we'll have, let's say, Coke, Fanta, we'll have smoothies. All right, and then we'll have another drink, maybe beer, let's just say beer, okay, for example, right? So let me put some additional text here. Okay, our local dishes are super tasty. Okay, our local dishes are super tasty. And then we have over here, you would love our exotic dishes, right? And then over here, do well to try our drinks, they are very refreshing. Okay, so this is a simple text for our menu, right? So it's like a one-page menu where customers that come can just visit, they see what is sold, and then make their choice, right? But they will not actually be making choice on the site. We are just going to use this to demonstrate what's going on. So let's refresh our page. Okay, so we have our HTML. Sorry, we've not marked up our HTML, but our website is here. It's very raw. Everything is jumbled up. So we're going to clean up things and then see how this goes. All right. So first, let's give this an H1. Okay, let's give this an H1. This is like the name of the restaurant, which is very big up there. Okay, let's give this an ID of name of restaurant. All right. Okay, and then this is welcome to Sweetest Restaurant, we are glad to have you here. So this is like a welcome message, right? So let's give this P. Sorry, I have to put the full stop right there. Okay, let's refresh. So welcome to this, we are glad to have you here. So this can also be given maybe an ID of welcome message. Okay, then you will be served. We can also make this a P, right? Because it fits to be a P. Okay, so you'll be served. We can say maybe class, or we can make this ID, you will be served paragraph. Okay, so make your IDs and your class attribute values, make it like understandable, so that when you're addressing it, when you're selecting in your CSS, you will not you will not get confused, and later on when you come back to your CSS code, you will know which exactly that selector is for. All right, now location, for location we can simply wrap this around a P tag. Okay, to start with, we'll come back to it later and then make it nicer. So available dishes. Okay, so when we press Alt, we highlight it, we press Alt Shift W. Okay, it gives you that wrap around. Let's put this in, let's say let's try an H2. Let's see how an H2 looks like. Oh, okay, so you see the H2 is at least smaller than the main restaurant name. So available dishes. Okay, so local dishes. Okay, then we can make this to maybe H3, which will be a bit smaller. Okay, so we have the local dishes, and our local dishes are super tasty. So we can put this in also a P tag. All right, so our local dishes are super tasty, right? And then so we have a list of dishes, right? So maybe this list we can do something like, we can use like a UL, or maybe we should use an ordered list, right, instead, so that we have the numbering system. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll create an OL, right? This is an ordered list, right? And then we'll put this right here, right? And then we'll wrap this around an LI. Okay, we'll wrap the EBA2 around an LI. Okay, so LI. Then we'll wrap this around an LI as well. LI. Okay, and then we'll wrap the plantain and contemporary also around an LI. Okay, so that we have a nice ordered list over here. Okay, Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so our local dishes are super tasty. We have fufu, eba, and all that. Okay, so a colon over here. Now this is exotic dishes. So let's wrap this also in an H3. H3. So exotic dishes, right? And then we'll have this was in a P. So let's make this in a P, right? Okay, so you'll have our exotic dishes. Let me put a colon over here. So let's do the same OL for this as well, right? So I can highlight all the Alt Shift W, right? And I can have OL over here. Okay, so OL right here. Okay, and let's wrap this in the LI like we did for the other one. LI. This is also LI, right? And this is also LI. All right, so let's refresh this page and see how that goes. Okay, so we have exotic dishes, we have local. You will have our you will have our exotic dishes as well. So now the last thing is our drinks, right? So let's do the same for our drinks. Sorry, our drinks will be Alt Shift W, right? So that's H3, right? And this is a paragraph. Alt Shift WP, right? So let's refresh. See. Okay, so the last thing is our OL, our ordered list. Alt Shift W. We put this in an OL. Okay. So you see how the HTML markup is coming into play. So we are giving structure. You realize we've not added any styles or anything of that sort yet. Okay, we are just simply saying that okay, this should be a paragraph, this should be a this should be a that. Okay, nothing major over here. LI. Okay, Alt Shift W. This will also be an LI, right? Alt Shift W. This will be an LI, and then we do that for the last one. Alt Shift W. This will be an LI. Okay, so now let's reload our page. Okay, so even with just HTML, you realize that our stuff is looking a bit good over here, right? Our stuff is looking a bit good over here. Okay, so yeah, I mean, as to go an extra mile, you could try adding an image right on top over here, you know, maybe a restaurant image or something, or you could be adding some images for each of the dishes over here to add some style to yours. All right, okay, so now let's go on. Let's try now adding some life to our menu right here. All right, so now we are going to test to see whether our CSS file is working. So let's put a simple style here in our CSS file. Body, we'll call it background color red. Okay, just to make sure that everything is working here. Okay, so our CSS file is working, right? Let's get rid of it once more. All right, and then let's refresh. Okay, so I haven't done this before, this particular design before, you know. I don't know the concept for the menu, so we are going to figure out together along the way how to style things, right? This is just straight up doing it for the first time. Okay, so what we are going to do is that let's try seeing whether we can add some style to the name of the restaurant, Sweetest Restaurant. I think it's too small, though it's an H1, it's too small. All right, so let's make that the Sweetest Restaurant font a bit bigger, and then let's make the font a bit different. Okay, let's give it some swag. All right, so we go here. Now we know that the ID of the restaurant is name of restaurant. Okay, so we say H1 hash name of restaurant. Okay, so let's say font. Let's play around with the font size. So font size is the first attribute you are learning officially, right? So font size is used to control the size of the font, right? It takes px or em or percentage, or, you know, let's just play around with the values. So let's say font size of 50 px. Okay, let's save that and refresh. Okay, so you realize it didn't change, so because you made a mistake to this name, so let's make it name. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so this is big. All right, now let's try another color, let's try another size. Okay, we had 50 px. Let's see, maybe 4em. All right, so 4em2 is a bit bigger than the 50 pixels, right? Or we can also say 2em. All right, but I think I like the 4em. The 4em looks good, right? Now beyond the values, let's comment this out in the meantime. Control / right? So what happens is that beyond these absolute values you can give. Okay, there are some keywords font values that you can give. So font size, I can say X large, right? Even Sublime Text is suggesting, so I can say X large, which is extra large. Okay, that's X large. So X large actually represents a certain value, right? Or I can say maybe X large, right? That's XS large, right? So there are some keywords that you can use. There are so many keywords that for font size. Larger, I can say larger. Okay, this is larger, right? But in actual sense, it represents a certain particular font size. All right, so those are the values of font size. There's so many you can use, but most of the time you'll be dealing with these values yourself and be testing out to see what works for you, right? So that's font size. Well, let me just put in comments over here. Okay, sorry, that can take keywords, right? So that's the font size. So this is sweetest restaurant. I think I like this. It's big enough. If you are giving somebody your menu or you are showing somebody the menu where they visit your site to check your restaurant menu, then I think seeing the name of the restaurant as big as that is, it gives some sort of vibe, right? Now there's also another attribute we call the font weight. Okay, sorry, font weight. Okay, so font weight too, you can make the text bold, bolder. So let's try bold. Okay, so bold I think is the same. Let's try bolder. Okay, bolder too is the same. I think with some of the font weights, like there are some default font weights that are over there, right? So you don't really see the difference as much, and this text is already looking bold as well. So let's try something. Let's try the other ones too as well, lighter. Okay, so you realize that this now has become lighter, right? So we can also try maybe 600. There are also values like that. Okay, this one has also given it its own boldness. Let's try something like 900. Okay, so 900 is not so much different. Let's try 800 and see. Okay, so it's also not so much different. So there are depending on the fonts that you are using, there are so many ways you can play around it. All right, so we can leave it at 800, which is bold enough. Or let's try okay, I think 800 is okay, right? So font weight 800 for the font, right? Now there's also another attribute called the font style, right? We can say this is italic, right? So if you say italic, now we have that nice vibe, over there for the font style, right? It has this nice vibe. It's become an italic, right? So it's a bit flashy. All right, so you can say italic. The default is normal, right? So that's for font style. Let me just comment this one out too as well. Okay, so now we are going to play around with another interesting property, font family. Okay, now we are going to say for example Arial, sans serif. Okay, sans serif. Okay, so what is sans serif? Now you realize that over here in the text we have every text has this edge, some extra edge, or pointed something over there. Right now sans serif font, now that's a serif. So sans serif is more like saying without serif. So sans serif, you are sort of using fonts in a family that do not have that serif. Okay, and Arial is a sans serif font. So what you are telling the browser is that, hey browser, use Arial font. If Arial font is not available on the user system, use any font in the sans serif family, right? So refresh, we have Arial. Okay, there's so many sans serif fonts out there that by default you can use, right? There is Verdana, for example. You can try Verdana 2. Okay, you see Verdana 2 has a little bit uniqueness, right? You can also try Helvetica, for example. Refresh that. So that's Helvetica 2 as well. There's also Geneva. Okay, there's so many fonts, sans serif font types that you can use. So that's Geneva. I mean there's a whole lot. Let's try Arial Black. Save, refresh. Okay, so that's Arial Black. All right. Most of these sans serif fonts, some of them look a bit different and a bit similar. Okay, so you don't really see the change. Let's try Trebuchet MS, which is also another type of sans serif font. Okay, so that's Trebuchet MS. All right, so this is how Trebuchet MS looks like, right? So there's a whole lot of font styles, font families that you can use. All right, so let's try another font family, right? So this is the sans serif font family. Let's try font family of let's say the monospace font family, right? So let's try one font in the monospace. So Andel Mono, right? And then it belongs to the monospace font family. So monospace, and let's refresh that. Okay, so that's Andel Mono. So that comes with its own unique style, right? And then we also have Courier. So you just play around with this so you find what works for you. Courier. Okay, so that is Courier, right? In fact, Courier is what Sublime Text is, my Sublime Text is using. Okay, I'm using the Courier font. So that's how Courier fonts to looks like. So you sort of play around with all the font families to see what works for you, right? Okay, let's try Comic Sans. Okay, which is also, I think if you have played around with Word and those things, you'd have come across Comic Sans, right? Okay, so we try another one called the font family, the Impact font family, Impact. Okay, and then sans serif right here. Oh, sorry, I made a typo here. Okay, so sans serif. Okay, so I think I like this Impact. It looks really good. I love how deep it is. You know, I love how it's bold and predominant. Okay, in fact, let's increase the font size a little, maybe 4.3 em. Okay, in fact, maybe 4.4 em. All right. So I love this. It looks really, really good. It looks really, really good. Like very nice for the title of the menu. You know, where the whole name of the businesses. All right. So we've played around with the fonts family. We've seen how it's like some of the fonts components that we can use. So now we have this. We can use a shortcut font property called font, right? So the shortcuts can be that's the font weight, which we have at 800, and then we have the font size, which is 4.4 em. Okay, then we have the impacts. We have fantasy, right? We can use fantasy here or sans serif, depending on what we want the system, what type of font family you want the system to show if this is not available. Okay, so let me move this from here. So with this shortcut, we can get rid of everything here. Okay, and then into just one line of code, right? All right, so I think I may have made a slight mistake over here. Okay, so impacts, I think we still have the comma over here. All right, sorry. Okay, so now this is the font family shortcut, right? So realize that we've compressed a whole line, like lots of lines of code for the font into one, right? So over here, this font shortcut has the font weight, the font size, and then the font family. Now the font size to the font family has to be in this order: font size, then the font family. But before the font size, you can put all other values like that are available over there. All right, now we all other properties that are available over there. All right, so now let's do something even more exciting with text colors. All right, so now we have our menu here. In fact, even at this point, our menu is looking sort of like really nice and good and all, like a black and white version of an actual menu, right? So let's see what we can do with some color, right? So there's now the color property, which we've used several times, and now you finally are able to, you know, check out the color property and then explore it. So for the color, play around with the colors to see what will work for your restaurant. Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to design from the top of my head. So let's just start with something random, red, right? So red. Okay, so this is the color of the red. I mean, even the red is a bit too bright, but then let's say it's not looking bad. It's not looking bad at all. What do you think? The red is not the red is not looking bad. Let's see. Let's try green. Okay, see that as well. Okay, so green is not very exciting. I feel like something closer to red. It doesn't necessarily have to be fully red, but something closer to red will sort of give it some exciting vibe. Okay, so now we don't know the different shades of red from the top of our heads, right? So this is when color pickers come into play, right? So you can go online, right, and then let's search for Google color picker right here. right? So Google Color Picker pops up this nice color picker over here, right? Let me just bring here. Yeah. So realize that over here we have on blue. So like we said, we have the RGB version, the CMYK version, the HSL version, and then we have the HSV version. Okay. We're going to focus on the RGB over here. So I said I want something close to red. So I can drag this to red. As I drag the RGB and then the HSL versions and all that automatically change over here. So you don't have to chew it. Alright, so let's say let me come closer to red. Alright, so I can pick maybe this. Let me try this, right? This is RGB 204 4614. So I can copy this right here. Okay, and I can come here and then type RGB, sorry, and I can put this over here. So that is my representation. When I come back to my site and I refresh the page, you see I have that color. All right, and now so that's the RGB channel we talked about. Now there's also the hex version. You see over here we have the hex version we talked about. So this same color can be represented with this #cc2e. So let's copy that to as well and bring it here, save it, and then it's the same thing, right? So you see how you can play around with colors. So there's so many colors you can try out. Let's try out another color. Let's see something closer to orange. So let me see this. Okay, so that is 18654.5. So I can copy it and I can say RGB and I can put it right there. Okay, so I come here, refresh. Okay, and this is a bit darker. I think I want something more bright, something brighter. So let me go back closer to red. Okay, let's choose this. Okay, sorry, I think I pressed the wrong key. So I copied this and I put it here. Okay, now let's try this again and see. Oh, I think I chose the wrong color. Wait, yeah. Oh, okay, I forgot to close the bracket here. So let me close it. And then okay, so I think I like this. This is brighter. Okay. So then we said that RGB is a combination of the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel. So this is the amount of light we want in red, the amount of light we want in blue, and the amount of green, and the amount of light we want in blue. So when you combine it, that gives you the color we have over here. So look at something. Let me just comment this out. Okay, and let me paste this here. And then let's try playing around with the various channels. So instead of 224, let me say 200. Right, let's save it and refresh. You see, it's become darker. Right, so I'm reducing the red. You know, we said that as it approaches 0, it becomes darker. So if I make this say 190, for example, you see it becomes even more darker. Right, now the green channel, let me say the green channel, I make it 120 instead of the 57. You see now the green channel now has given us a different color. Now let me just say I increase the blue channel from 16 to, let's say, 200. Now let's see the color too we get. You see, so now I've increased them, and then if you look at it, you realize that the blue channel has more light, so then it's sort of like reflecting even more in the color, right? So this is the RGB. So you play around to get the perfect color, right? So if you cannot chew or learn by rote these values, so then that is when color pickers like the Google Color Picker come in handy. You can go there, play out with some colors, some color schemes, and then see what works for you. Right, that's the one thing. And then so if we want white, so we can type white over here, for example. Let me just put white here. So this now will leave, right? Now there's also RGB. If you want white, you can put RGB 255, 255, 255. Now we said that 255 means the color should have full blast light, and full blast light means white. So you are saying the R channel should have full blast white, the green channel should have full blast white, and then the blue channel should have full blast white. So this is also a representation of white. Now the opposite too is true. If you make this RGB 0, 0, 0, okay, we go back to the default, which is the color being black. So these are some of the ways you can play around with color. There are so many colors you can use to check how things are. So let's try the other scheme, RGBA. Okay, we said the A is for transparency, right? So let's say we have this house, the same color, right, over here, and then I can add a channel. The channel is from 0 to 1. Okay, 1 is fully transparent, 0 is fully opaque, right? So let's make it 0, right? So 0, you are saying the 1 is fully opaque and 0 is fully transparent. All right, so 0, you are saying the color should be fully transparent. Now let me make it 0.1. You see, now we have the the color is there, but then it's very light. Okay, now let's increase it to 2. You see, now it's a bit more it's coming closer to its original color. Now let's make it 5. Okay, so this is lighter, so it's the same color, but then that alpha channel has helped us to sort of reduce the transparency, to increase or reduce the transparency. Now if I make it 1, that is fully opaque. That's like, it's like getting the color back to how it was, right? So that's for RGBA. You'll be using RGBA most of the time when you have this background that you want to be transparent and you want to show something within that background. Okay, then you can be using RGBA. It's a really cool feature. Okay, so let's delete this, right? And then let's go back to the color we use. So now we are settling for this color, which is a super cool color. All right. Okay, so now we've started our heading over here, Sweetest Restaurants. Maybe we can do some text decoration. You know, maybe it's too raw, it looks too raw over there. Probably you want to add some, you know, some 1 or 2 things to make it like nice. Okay, like to give it some underline, some more emphasis. So we have text underline, which is also another property. Text decoration, which is also another property that we can use, and we have underline. All right, so if I use underline, right, this is like looking really nice. So we have the nice underline over there. There's even another property called text decoration. Text decoration color, right? So I can add another color to the text decoration. Let me just play around with green and see how that looks like. Okay, so then Sweetest Restaurant, but then we have that color. This, I don't like this. This is not really looking nice. So maybe we can use another maybe shade of orange. Let me see how this looks. Copy and paste here. Sorry, this is RGB, and then we paste it there. Then okay, this is quite close to it, but it's not the same. Let's try something maybe darker and see how that works out. So we put that over here. Okay, I think we'll take this. Yeah, Sweetest Restaurant. We have that nice underline over there. Now you notice that between the welcome and then this statement right here and the Sweetest Restaurant heading here, there's some space over here and there's some space over here, right? This is where when we talk about the box model, you understand what is going on, right? So by default, this H1 has some padding and some stuff around it. Okay, that is causing that space. So let me just quickly show you something. We'll talk about it. Padding 0, okay, and then margin of 0. Okay, so you realize that when I made a margin 0, that has closed there. Okay, so you can ignore that for now. We'll talk about paddings and margins, right? So in the meantime, you can just leave your nice design as it stands. Okay, let's make this big and see what we have. So let me expand this right here. Okay, so this is our website as it stands right now. It is not centered, okay, because then we are basically working from a half screen view. So this is not centered, so we can stick to it right now. Okay, let me get back to the flow. Okay, now one thing we can do is we can give the, you see, I feel like this is staying on the edge of the window too much, so let's give it some spacing, right? This we'll discuss under the box model in detail. So let me just give it some spacing over here. I don't know whether 10 pixels is okay, but let me try, let's say 20 pixels. Okay, no, maybe we can try just 60 so that it comes a little bit Okay, this is too much. It's sort of giving a lot of space, right? We want the sweetest restaurant to be on the same line. So let's try. Okay, I think this is perfect, right? So then we have some spacing around over here. It was feeding too much into the edge of the screen. Okay, so we have welcome to our CSS restaurant. We are glad to have you. Okay, so now let's format these fonts, right? Let's make them look good. I don't like the sans serif stuff, so let's give all the elements, let's say P's, and then the H2s all sans serif, right? So we say P, right, and then we say H2. So this is a group selector we talked about. H2, H3, H3. We have the OL. Okay, that's the list, right? So PH3 OL. Okay, and then we want to give it font family. Okay, font family. Let's try Verdana sans serif. See whether this works. Okay, yeah, this looks good. This looks good. So at least this removes the whole plenty serif stuff we have on that. So you realize that this font is already looking good. And then also this welcome statement here, I think I would want us to make it a bit bigger. It's looking too small over there. You know, it's not popping as much as we want it. So we have welcome message, right? So we make P# welcome message. Okay, we'll give it a larger font size. Say let's try 1 EM. 1 EM may be a bit small, but let's just see. I think it's a bit too small. Welcome message. Okay, 1 EM is a bit too small. Let's try 1.5 EM. Okay, 1.5 EM is a bit too big too. Okay, let me see 1.2 EM. Okay, I think this is okay, right? This is pretty good. Or maybe 1.1. So you see how I'm adjusting the font styles and then all that to, you know, like to adjust to get a nice design. So this is what you'll be doing. You'll be playing around with the font a lot of times. You're playing around with different values and designs to get what you require. Okay, so one thing I want to do too is I want to make this welcome bold. All right, I want to make this welcome bold, not the entire P, but just this welcome. So what I can do is I can put this welcome in a span, right? Okay, then I can come here and say P# welcome message, right? Span, that's the child in the welcome message. I can make it font weight of bold, right? Now let's see how that looks. Okay, so then I have the like welcome. Let me put like an exclamation mark here. So, welcome to this restaurant, sweetest restaurant. Okay, so welcome to sweetest restaurant. We are glad to have you here. Okay, so I think this is looking really super cool. But like it's looking good for like our menu, right? And then you'll be served. You will be served. What do you think we can do with you will be served over here? Okay, let's see. Actually, thinking about this, right? I'm thinking we make, instead of just increasing this font size, I think we should just increase the font size for everything over here, because this is a bit awkward, right? Like it's not really looking, this is sort of big and this is like small, so it's giving it like an inconsistent line. So let me copy this font size over here, put it here. Okay, so that everything is bigger, right? And then instead we'll leave the welcome message, the welcome to be bold. All right, we can even make it, we can even give it another color in itself, right? But then it will make things too colorful. So let's leave it this way. Now you'll be served. The you'll be served paragraph. We can add some emphasis to it, okay, to make it look nicer, right? So what we can do is we can choose, we can come here and then select this P. So P, copy that, P#, you'll be served. Okay, I'm thinking we can try something called a background color. okay, which is also another CSS property for applying colors to element. Let's try black, right? And let's give it a color of white. Okay, so all right, this is like very long. Let's give this a width. It's another CSS property we'll talk more about in the box model. Okay, let's give this, let's say, a width of 30%. Okay, so that is shorter, right? And let's give this a padding of, let's say, 1 em, right, to give it some spacing. Okay, this is too big, right? Let's make it 0.5 em instead. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Now we'll explore another property called the border radius. Okay, so this we can give it 10 pixels. 10 pixels is a bit too big, but let's see. All right, so now we have this nice radius around our border. So you see, our restaurant is looking like our restaurant menu is looking like very good at the moment. Okay, now our location. Okay, the location tag. Okay, I think we should add some emphasis to it because it's an important portion of our menu, right? So let's give it a class of location, right? So we'd say p.location. Oh, sorry. P.location will have a text decoration of underline, right? So let's give it some little underline. Okay, nice. This is looking like pretty good, right? So location Accra, Ghana. I love this. All right, so if you realize my CSS styles my style sheet is already taking shape and I'm going accordingly, right? So I took the welcome, I took the UBSF paragraph, I took the location. When you write your CSS this way, it's easier to go back and forth when your code is long because you sort of have an idea of which portion that code will be based on your HTML. Okay, so you don't do a lot of work and struggle to find code when it becomes long. And then because of how I've named my IDs and my paragraphs, immediately you can know that, okay, this style is being applied to the welcome message, and this is the style that is being applied to the UBServed statement, and this style is being applied to the location statement. Okay, so naming your IDs and classes are also very, very important. So now we have available dishes, we have local dishes. Okay, so what we can do is that we will give the local dishes, exotic dishes, and drinks. We will give them different colors each. All right, to see how they will look over there. So let's start with local dishes. So we'll say we'll give this an ID of local dishes. Okay, and then we'll give this an ID of exotic dishes. Sorry, and we'll give this an ID of drinks. ID is equal to drinks. Okay, that is perfect. So let's go to index.css and then we'll say local dishes. Okay, hash local dishes. Okay, now you realize I didn't make it h3 hash local dishes. It's the same thing anyways, it works, right? Hash local. So this is the ID selector, right? So local dishes, I can give it a color of let's say color of let's try to see whether we can find some colors in Google Picker. What do you think should be good for local? Okay, so let's say blue. Let's try some blue color and see. So RGB. This time around, let me use the hex. Okay, so the hex value. Okay, and let's save it and then I refresh. Okay, I think this is okay, right? This is pretty good. Let me see whether I can make it bold. So font weight bold. Okay, I think this is the boldest you can get. Okay, this is the boldest you can get. So font weight bold. Or what we can also do is that instead of the background color, we can give, instead of the color, I can give it a background color. Okay, I think this is okay. Probably we can just give it an underline to text decoration underline. Okay, just to make our design look a bit more organized. Okay, so we have available dishes. Let's put a colon in the available dishes right here. So available dishes, local dishes. Okay, so now let's go to the exotic dishes. So hashtag exotic dishes, right? So let's use another color for that. Let's go somewhere closer to purple. Okay, and you know, the colors you choose, try to make sure that they are like readable. They are not colors that makes it like hard to read. Okay, very important. So exotic dishes. So we have text decoration, we have underline. All right. Okay, and then the last one is the drinks, right? So drinks is hash drinks. Okay, and then we have color. Okay, let's try picking another color for the drinks, something closer here. So let me see, this is okay. So let's use the hex value here, drinks, that, and then text decoration, underline. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so we have that that vibe. No, I think we already have something close to red here, so maybe we should use something closer to green, right? Something closer to green, a bit closer to green to give it some nice. Don't forget your semicolons and stars. Okay, so local dishes, exotic dishes, and then drinks. Okay, so this is like this is already looking like a nicer menu with CSS. Okay, very beautiful. Now you notice that over here I have text decoration underline, text decoration underline, text decoration underline over here. This is not like good CSS. You are repeating yourself. I repeated myself, and it's not good. So what do we do to solve it? Now it means all the dish types have a text decoration of underline, right? So what we can do is that we can give all the dish types a class of dish type, right? So each will have a class of exotic will have a class of dish type, drinks will have a class of dish type, and then local will also have a class of dish type, right? Then I can come here and say dot dish type should have a text decoration of underline. So right, so everything that has a class of dish type should have a text decoration of underline. So then I remove all text decorations over here. Okay, then I save. Okay, so you see everything remains the same, right? So then we are saying that all the dishes, all the elements that have the dish type should have their underline. Okay, then we do it that way, and then I think our menu is looking really good. All right, so let's look at something interesting to a line height property, right? So I feel like this text over here is clustering to my. Let's bring some spacing over there, right? So in the welcome message, which we have, where is you see, I'm now looking for where our welcome message styles are. Okay, so now we don't have a specific font size, a specific style for welcome message, right? So what we can do is now we can add it here, right? So welcome message. Okay, so I want to sort of make it a bit more readable, so I'll say line height, let me try 2 pixels. Okay, we're going to start from small. Okay, so 2 pixels is too bad, it sort of like collapse the entire line. So let me try 15. I think it'll be too big though. Okay, 15 is still too small, so let me try 25. Okay, so I think I like this spacing. This spacing looks good. Okay, so that is a line height property. All right, okay, so what changes can we make here to make our site look better? All right, okay, so let's say this welcome. Okay, let's further make this welcome more emphasized, right? So the p hash welcome message span, right, we'll make it text transform, we call uppercase. So this makes everything capital letters without having to type everything manually. Okay, so welcome to your sweetest restaurant. I think the text transform is okay. Or let's see whether applying it to the heading itself would be nice. The name of the restaurant, text transform, uppercase. Okay, this is nice, but then I think it sort of falls on the next line, which makes it some sort of way. So let's bring it back to welcome over here. Welcome message over here. Okay, so I think this is nice. Welcome to sweetest restaurant. So it puts some emphasis on it, so on the welcome, and we did that with the text transform. But we are going to try another thing. See over here, we have our local dishes are super tasty, and then we have the dishes listed as 1, 2, 3, 4. This doesn't really look nice for a menu. A menu has to be more exciting, have the food vibe, and also I think we'll have to make some changes to that, right? So what we can do is we can change the 1, 2, 3 to like images. Okay, so like list images. That instead of one, we have like small images to make it more exciting. But now we don't have any image, so we have to go online and then see whether we can find some images, right? So I'm going to expand my browser over here. Okay, open a new tab, then I'll search for list style images download. All right, list style images download. Then I will click here. So that's the list style. The current list style is numbers, right? So it opens a site. So like as you work as a designer, there are so many sites that will have lots of assets that you can download for free, because especially when you don't really know how to design it yourself, you just go to Google, enter what you want to find, and then you definitely get somewhere you can download for free. Okay, so over here there are some categories here. I'll download for food. Okay, I want something related to food, something colorful for food. Okay, let me click on this doodle right here. Okay, we are going to download something related to food. Okay, let me try this strawberry here. Let me just open this strawberry here and see. Okay, strawberry. Let me try downloading it. Okay, so by default yours will be on 45 by 45, right? 45 by 45 is a bit too big for a simple icon, so I'll choose custom size over here. Uncheck this. So this is a bit smaller for our list, and then I'll make it 20 over here, 20 by 20. Okay, so then once you are done, you can download it. Okay, so you go straight to your projects folder. Mine is font over here, so I can save it as maybe list image.png, right, which is another type of image format like we talked about. So list image.png, and I save it. Okay, now let's go back to our design. Okay, so over here. All right, so then over here what I'll do is, now we have OLLI, right? So what I'll do is I'll choose OL, I'll select OL, and I'll say list style image, right? List style image URL. Okay, URL, then I'll make it into bracket, and I'll make it list image.png. Okay, then I'll put it right here. So realize that over here we have the list image over here in our projects folder. Okay, so once I've saved it, let's refresh. Aha, so that you see we have this very nice instead of the DAO 1, 2, 3, that wasn't really nice. This is really looking really good. Okay, so our menu is already looking more exciting, something that we can apply somewhere else. All right, and now let's see, what if the local dishes, there's more local dishes, not just this particular 4 over here, right? We probably want a link so that people can view more, right? So let's add a paragraph under each. So we say P, right? Okay, and then we'll say maybe A. We won't actually link this anywhere, but just for the purposes of demonstration. So we say maybe see more local dishes. Perfect. Let's save that. Okay, so see more local dishes is a link right here, and then we'll copy this and put it here under the OL. We say see more exotic dishes. We'll save that and then we'll refresh. So we have see more exotic dishes here, and then we'll have see more drinks, right? So see more drinks, right? And then we'll save that right here. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. See more local dishes, see more exotic. Okay, all right. So then over here, when you put your mouse over this is not looking very nice. It doesn't show any effects. It's just raw as it is, right? So what we'll do is that we'll add a CSS rule that says that when you hover over this, when you put your mouse over this, the color should change to something different. Okay, something more, so to make the experience more friendly. Okay, so let's give our A tags, in fact let's give our P tags a class of links. Okay, more. or maybe see more links. See more links. Sorry, see more links. Okay, so see more links. Let me copy this class over here, put it right here, and then put this also right here. No, sorry, I have to put it right here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, everything is stays the same, right? So see more local dishes, see more exotic dishes, see more drinks. All right, so we'll go to our CSS and type p.see more links. I copy that, so let me just remove see more links, right? p.see more links, right? And then the a inside, so we are targeting all paragraphs which have a class of see more links. Find those paragraphs and then target the a inside. Okay, so there's something called pseudo element selectors. So pseudo element selectors, example of it is hover. Okay, so hover says that anytime you put your mouse over the link, it should show something or it should do something, right? So I can say maybe color of red. Okay, so let's refresh and see how that looks. Okay, so when I put the mouse over that, I get a color of red. You see, so my menus already become more exciting over the link. Now, instead of a color of red, I can say maybe background color of blue. Okay, and I make the color white instead. Okay, now let's refresh and see. Okay, so you see we have background color blue, color white. All right, so you see the effect there. So anytime you click on this, it will take you to another place. Now there's also another pseudo class selector called the active selector. See more links. A active. Okay, background color, let's say black, right, and then color white. Okay, so a active says that, you know, when you click on it, right, when you click on it, it should immediately show some black and it should show some response. Okay, so let's click on this and see. Okay, so this is popping up to the top there, so we can't really see the effects like we wanted. Let's try this on one of the dish types, just immediately, so that you see what I'm talking about. So dish type, okay, we'll see dot dish type. Now this is jumping because it's a link, and then in the link we say the default is linking to hash, and hash is sort of like on top of the page, right? So it jumps straight to the page. So then I want to apply it to the dish type so that you see what I'm talking about. So dish type active, okay, we say background color blue, color white. Okay, now let me just comment this out so you see what we are talking about. Okay, so you see, so anytime I click on it, I get a background color of blue and a color of white. Okay, so that's the active pseudo element selector, right? It's called pseudo class selector. Sorry, you apply the effect when the item is clicked, right? So I wanted to do the same for the link, but the link keeps popping up out there. So then now you know they're active. At least I can just remove it from here, but at least you know how it works, right? So let's reload. Okay, so you hover by this, you get the see more local dishes, right? So you can have lots more effects, right? Now any link that you visit, okay, there's something called the visited, right? When you click a link and you visit it, or you click a link, now the color changes. You realize that sometimes when you're browsing, you have visited a link before. All the links you have visited have this purple color. Right now you can actually change that color to something that you want instead of the purple. So you can say see more links. All right, see more links, a visited. Okay, you can make the color let's say color green. All right, so you reload. Okay, so now all the A's that you have visited are green, and you realize that I've clicked this, I've clicked, and then they all look green. Okay, so that's A visited, it's green. Okay, so we can move this from here. Okay, so these are ways you can customize your links as well. Okay, so we are back to it. All right, so that is it for the pseudo element selector. Our menu is looking really nice at the moment. I think we have we've made a lot of progress with it. We've done a lot. We've explored a lot of properties already, and then even with this, you realize that we are doing a lot of amazing things with our menu, and I love this so far. This is like a decent menu that you can actually use. All right, but to top everything that we are doing, I want us to add a logo, right? Let's add an image, a restaurant image, some dummy logo, okay, just to complete the equation. All right, so over here I'm going to open my Chrome and I'll say, maybe I'll just search for restaurant logo. Okay, something simple, just to oh, okay, we have some nice images here. I love this, I really love it. So let's pick this looks nice, right? 600 by 690. It's a bit big, but then we'll see how we can modify it, right? So let's save this as, we right click on it and then we click save image as logo.jpg. all right, but note that any image you use online, if you are going to actually use it on a business website or something, make sure that the image, you have the permission to do it. Okay, over here you see images may be subject to copyright. Okay, so make sure that you have the permission to actually use the image. Now this one we are using it just for educational purposes. Okay, so then we are not really tight over there like that. Okay, so let's try adding that image, okay, that we downloaded to our site. Okay, so right here we come to the top of the heading. Okay, we make this image, right? And if you remember, we said src. Okay, it's in the same directory, so we say src logo.jpg. Okay, now let's close that. Okay, so our image is right here. It's very big, as you can see, right? So I think we need to work on it, right? Now let's go up, since it comes immediately before. So let's say image, we say width, let's make it 200 px, right? Height 200 px. Let's see how this looks. Okay, this is looking a bit nice. It's way nicer than what we did at first, right? Okay, but you realize it's not in the center. Okay, so let me see what we can apply margin. Okay, so don't worry if you don't understand this, we'll explain how it works. So margin 0 auto. Okay, so let's do it this way. I'm going to put this image in an h1 tag, okay, like we did last time. Can we make it h6? Sorry. Okay, h6, right? Okay, then what I can do next is I can apply h6 text align center. Okay, so I'm saying align it in the center. Okay, so now we have like our image. I think the spacing over here is a bit too much, don't you think so? Let's see whether we can reduce the spacing a little. It's too much, it's too separate from the, so padding and margins of 0. Okay, now this particular one, I think we need to reduce the margins as well. It's way too much. Let me try 0 and then we can increase from there. Okay, so this I think is better, right? This is way better than what we had. Let me see whether I can give it a margin bottom of, let's say 2px. No, let me say 10px to give it some space between it and the welcome. Okay, 2px is too small. Let me try 20px. Okay, 20px is shifting a little. Let's use 30. Okay, I think this is okay. So I love our menu so far. It's looking like really nice. It's looking really nice. I mean, this is like an amazing website. You can actually launch. If you have a real life logo, you can put that there and then see how it works. There's a whole lot of other selectors too that we can play around with. Okay, so let's just see whether we can do something. So we have the let me comment this and show you the other types of selectors we have. We have these are called the pseudo element selectors, right? We call it the first line selector. First line, we have the first letter. Okay, we have before. Okay, before is also a very important selector, and then we have after. Okay, you'll be using this along the way. Okay, so right now let's we will go big, right? We want to see our entire site in its fullness, right? So we realize that things are not looking very well and properly placed over here. The image is centered right here, the title is here, which is not very good. So we'll work on that. So we'll minimize this, go back to our code. All right, so let's give the body elements some a setting. Sorry, I tried to undo some things over here. Okay, so let's give the body elements a margin of auto, right? And then let's give the left and right some margin over here. Let's say 20%. Don't worry if you don't understand the margin. Okay, we'll talk about that in a box model, right? So we just want to center this. Okay, so this is now looking a bit centered. Still not so centered. So let me try squeezing it further. So you already seeing the typical workflow of a developer. You are refreshing, trying out, seeing how things look like. Okay, let's try 50%, for example. I mean, this is not the optimal way to center items, okay, but we've not talked about positioning and all, so I'm trying to make do with this. Okay, this is also too bad, so let's try something 28%. Okay, so you're already seeing the flow of a developer. Okay, 28 is also not very good, funny enough. Let's get it to 26%. All right, let's try that and see. Okay, I think this is not the optimal, but I think we'll take it as it is. This looks a bit better as compared to what we had at first. All right, okay, now we'll do something interesting. Okay, we'll be giving our body a background, okay, because we can't have all the white stuff around. It's too white, and definitely our side needs to be a bit lively. Okay, so we'll do some lively stuff over here. So let's try to see whether we can get a nice background image from one of these popular websites, these free websites. Let me say restaurant. So we go to Pixabay, type restaurant there. Let's just see whether we can get something nice. Okay, I think I love this tomatoes and carrots something over here. It's this tomatoes and some spaghetti and something. I think this looks nice. Okay, let's try this and see. So I'll click that. Okay, let's just make use of it, and I'm going to download that. So free download. Because I've not signed up, I'm going to have to open it that way. Okay, so I'm going to name it as background image.jpg. all right, so background image.jpg. So I got that downloaded. Okay, so yeah, so it's right here, background image.jpg. okay, so now this is where we learn about an interesting CSS property, right, called a background image. So background image, right, and it has the URL background. So our background image is, the file is called background image, right? So background image.jpg. okay, so so let's try that. Perfect. So you see what's happening here. So we have a background image over here, and then it's for the body. Okay, but then you realize that it's sort of coming through, the content is sort of being on the end, like there's no separation between the background and then the menu itself. It's hard to read. This is not good design. Okay, this is not good design. So what we'll do now is that we'll try and differentiate the menu from the background, okay, so that the menu will stand out a little. Okay, the menu will stand out a little, and I think that will make our sites look nicer. All right, so for that, okay, let's go back to our site. So what we'll do is we will wrap our entire menu in a div. Okay, we'll wrap that in a div. So let me first highlight this, right, and Alt-Shift-W, right, and then we'll put all that in a div. Okay, so let's drop this here. Okay, so realize that now all of that is in a div. Okay, now let's shift this to the right a little to differentiate. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. So I'm shifting by pressing the tab on my keyboard, right? So usually as you design in CSS, you have to sort of differentiate between the parent tags and the children. Okay, so then you know that this div, right, close right here. Now we go back to our side, we realize that nothing has changed over here. Okay, but we have a new div there. So now we have to style this div. Okay, so we can call this div, we can give it an ID of container, for example, right? So we can come here and say div hash container. All right, we can give it a width of auto. So width of auto, we are saying whatever is the width of the content have the same width. Okay, we are saying height of auto. All right, so whatever is the height of the content. So as if the menu is longer, the div will expand in that way. Let's give it a background color of white. Okay, and let's see how this is looking now. Now this is really nice. Okay, this is really nice. I love how this is looking over here as it stands. All right, but there's still some modifications you realize that we'll need to do. So because the width is auto, you realize that it's taking the exact, it's having the content right at the edges, right? We've not talked about the box model yet, but just follow along to see. Once you do the box model, you understand all these width and height and margins and then all that stuff. Okay, but for the meantime, let's just follow along. Also realize that there is no spacing between it and the top of the of our browser over here, which is also an issue, right? So we'll give it a margin, so okay, of let's say 10%, right? Let's see how that looks. Okay, so now this has been so this has been shifted a little from the top, okay, which is looking quite good. All right, and then now we'll give it some spacing of, let's say 2em, right? Let's see how that looks. Okay, so you realize that now there's some space in between, but then the sweetest restaurant has dropped to the next line, so meaning we have to sort of adjust the margin for the body, which it means it's squeezing it is too big. So let's give it a smaller margin and check out how it's looking at the moment. Okay, so now this is what we have now. Okay, right now our menu is already looking really beautiful. Also, there's one thing I would like to change. I don't really like the sharp edges. Okay, the edges are too sharp. So what I'll do is I'll apply a property called border radius to the div, right? So I'll say maybe border radius of 15 px. That's a 15 pixels. Okay, so now these edges are quite sharp. So I'm loving the look of things. One thing too that I am looking at is, see, the logo and then the name of the restaurant is sort of, it's not aligned. The logo is in the middle, the sweetest restaurant is like sort of left aligned, right? So we are going to change the alignment of this horizontally. So we are going to center it horizontally in the div. Okay, this heading. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our CSS and then go to the name of the restaurant, which we'll have over here, right? So what we'll do is we apply a property called text align. Okay, so text align takes a lot of values, different, but you can take left, center, right, whatever it is. Okay, so I'm going to make it center since it is aligned left at the moment, right? Now I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, perfect. So now our sweetest restaurant is right in the middle. Okay, this is making I think look very, very good, and I love the view. Okay, so now you see something happening here with the background. As we scroll, the background also scrolls, and we wouldn't want that for this our menu, right? We wouldn't want that for this our menu. So there's a new background property that you need to know, right? Which is called the background attachment, right? So now background attachment property, we have fixed, we have scroll, right? The default is scroll, which is what we are seeing. So when we change it to fixed, we are telling the browser to say that, hey, anytime you scroll, just let the background remain intact. Okay, so over here, see what happens, right? So then you realize that now only our menu is scrolling in relation to the background, right? So the background is attached, it's not moving, it's fixed, it's at the same place, right? Which is making it like it's giving it a different feel, it's giving it a lighter feel, right? So that's the background size property, right? And that's the background attachment property, right? We have other interesting backgrounds like or other backgrounds property like background size, right? The background size property, we have you can use a percentage, or you can say maybe background size cover, right? I don't know if it will make much difference, but let's try that and see. All right, so when we use background size cover, so what happens is that the image is readjusted such that the browser readjusts the image such that the entire image is seen in the same screen. So like it sort of adjusts the image to cover the full image to cover the entire screen. So you realize that without the background size cover, okay, let me remove that. The image is rendered in proportionately, right? So it doesn't, you don't get a full view of this image that we downloaded over here. Okay, so immediately we give it the instruction of background size cover, right? Then now the full image with the spaghetti is being shown as much as possible on the screen. Okay, this is something very important. So as you put backgrounds in elements and then on your body, sometimes you want the full image to show. All right, and there's also there are a number of background properties that you should be exploring. We have the background repeat. Okay, background repeat usually it happens for smaller images, right? So what happens is that if the background was a smaller picture that couldn't fit the entire screen, right, you realize that it will tile across, it will repeat on the screen. All right, so you won't have that effect that you want. So I wish we could get a smaller image. All right, let's see whether we can play around with a smaller image. We'll come back to this, okay, just to understand how the background repeat works. Okay, so let me just look for icons. Let me just say icons, for example. We are just going to get something that, let me see the size of this. Though this is quite big. I want something very small. Let me say small icons. No, I'm just going to use any random thing, nothing too special over here. Okay, this is 300 by 300. Okay, so let's just try this, okay, to demonstrate what we are talking about. So I'll say small background image. So this is small background image.png. All right, so small background image.png. Okay, now let's go back to our site. Let me close this and then go back to our code. All right, so instead of the background image, right, I'm going to make it background image URL, right, and I'm going to make this small background.png. Okay, I just want us to play along with this and see my semicolon over here. Okay, so now we go back to our site, refresh. So you see what happens here now, because the okay, so this is the code here. So because the image is small, we downloaded a 300 by 300 pixels image. You realize that the image has now been tiled because the 300 by 300 image is smaller than the width of the browser screen and the height of the browser screen. The browser screen is about 1000 plus pixels. Okay, so a small image is automatically tiled this way. All right, the browser by default does it. So if you want to stop the tiling, you can use this background repeat property, right? That's controlled by the background repeat. So you can say no repeat. If you use no repeat, it means you are telling the browser, hey, use just one of the images, okay? Or you can tell it that, okay, repeat X, right? Repeat X. So repeat X, you are telling the background that, hey, repeat this image only on the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, right? Don't repeat it anywhere else. So the background, so something like that can also be something like this can also be used for a nice design. So let's say instead of this we had some food image over here, we could repeat it and also create a nice effect for that, right? Then there's also repeat y, which is the opposite of repeat x. So repeat x, repeat y says okay, repeat it only on the y-axis. So then that comes over here like this. All right, so these are some of the background repeat values that we can have. All right, now you've seen this several times, background color. So instead of the background image, you can give a background color of red, for example, right? We've done this several times. So instead of image, we can use a color. Oh, sorry, I left the background image over here, and that is overwriting the background color. So let's delete the background image from there, and then we'll try. All right, so now instead of the background image, we have a background color over there, which is also pretty nice. Okay, if you have a very nice color, you want to keep things extremely simple, you can always go in for the background color as well. All right, so these are some interesting background properties that you can explore for your site. All right, so play around with it. Just download your own image, play around with it. You know, try to do the background attachment, background size, and you know, just keep exploring it. Okay, so we'll go back to our what we wanted to use for our design. Okay, perfect. So this is the state of our restaurant menu at the moment. It's looking very nice. It's looking really nice, very decent. All right. In fact, the way we did it, you realize that even we've not done responsiveness, but even with the little we've done, you realize that it's looking even good when you expand on a small screen. Now you realize that the font over here is expanding beyond the screen. All right, so it's not looking very good here. The font is not adjusting, because you remember we said absolute units, irrespective of the size of the screen, they will remain the same size. All right, so the font has a certain style. We gave it 4.4 EM, and because of that, even when the screen is small, it still stays the same. All right, so then when we get to responsive RW, the responsive web design, we'll see how best to deal with it such that on a smaller screen it will look good. Okay, you'll be saved to the scene to have dropped and all, but then everything generally is looking good. The image has properly adjusted to the screen and all. So we haven't done so much in CSS, but yes, so we are already doing something very decent already, and our site is even still looking a bit, it's quite a bit responsive. So this is a lot of progress so far. Now let's even do something more interesting as well. Let's add some extra touches to our design so far. So there is still some one nice background image value that I want us to quickly check out, like a really exciting value called the gradient. Okay, so I want us to explore that quickly before we finally start with the box model in full. All right, so I'll minimize my window, go back to our code. All right, so what we want to do is this sweetest restaurant title over here, I think the words, the color of the words is a bit too plain, should I say. It's just too red. Okay, so I want us to add some style to it, all right, to give it some touch, some vibe. All right, to, you know, so we'll do something called gradient. Okay, so this is the styles for the name of the restaurants. Okay, so we'll make some adjustments over here. All right, now we'll give you a background image. So you realize that you can even give background images to text. All right, not just containers and then divs and then bodies, and so you can give it to text as well. So background image, right? Now we'll make this, the value is called a linear gradient. Okay, so linear gradient, so it changes, it's not like one color. Instead, we are combining a number of colors, and then these colors sort of they change from one color to another. Okay, so it's like we are combining multiple colors. Now let's see what we are talking about. So let's say linear gradients of 45 degrees. Okay, so that's the first element. So we are talking about the angle that the background color should be. In fact, for this, I think we are going to go back to our usual screen size just to try out the gradients we are talking about. Okay, so let's go back to our half screen view for now. Okay, just so we can play around with this a bit more properly. Let me do some adjustments over here. Okay, our screen is a bit small, but bear with me. Okay, so what we'll do is background image linear gradient of that. We'll say color of this, that's 45 degrees orange. Okay, some of these things you see it and then you know what happens, right? Now let's refresh the page and see. Okay, so you realize that we have some we said 45 degrees, so you realize that the background is angled at an angle of 45 degrees starting from the red color, that's RGB we use, up to orange. Okay, let's try say 180 degrees. So any value from 0 degrees to 360, right? So you see 180 degrees is sort of in a straight line. So it starts from our color to orange from the top. Okay, we can try something like 90 degrees too. Okay, and then you see 90 degrees too is angled perpendicularly, right? Now instead of the let me try something a bit more which has more contrast to orange so that you see what we are talking about. So you see it moves 90 degrees from green to orange, so from green to orange. All right, now instead of the degrees you can say something like to top right, for example. Okay, so to top right, so you realize that now it's moving from here, from the corner, the bottom left corner, up to the top right corner over here. All right, you can see to bottom. All right, so it's then to bottom is moving from the top to the down here. All right, so this is it for linear gradient, but then this is not what we are looking for. All right, this is not nice. Okay, it's just like by default it's sort of around it's around the entire text, and that's not what we want. Okay, we actually wanted to make the text itself nicer with the gradient, not the box around it. Okay, so we can make this 145 degrees, for example. Okay, and then use our RGB color just to start instead of the green. Okay, I mean you can play around with these colors so you find what works for you. Right, then now we'll bring another value called the background clip. The background clip is a very powerful value. Okay, we'll say the value is a very powerful property, background clip text. Now what you are telling the browser is that, hey, there's a background image applied to the text, right? Now you want the background image to be instead of filling the entire box by default, it should just fill the text itself. So you are clipping the background just to the text. All right, it has multiple values, border box. You can use border box. We've not talked about that, so I don't want to bring that yet. Okay, but in the meantime, background clip text. Okay, so you are telling it to sort of fit the background clip on the text itself. Okay, so now let's refresh and see what happens. Okay, now you realize that we still have even though we've applied background clip, we still have the background showing around the box like we don't want. Okay, now here's the thing, there are some CSS properties. Okay, this is something you should know as a developer. There are some CSS properties that are new and are not always supported immediately by all browsers. Okay, so to use it, right, you need to use what we call the vendor prefixes, right? So instead of just typing background clip, we use a vendor prefix called WebKit. WebKit's background clip text. All right, and then there's also another vendor prefix called Moz background clip. I'll quickly explain this background clip context. Okay, so what does this background prefix do? Okay, now this background prefix, it sort of helps you to use newer features that are not yet adopted across all browsers, or did not have consistent did not show consistently across all browsers. So when you use the WebKit vendor prefix, WebKit is for Google Chrome, Moz is for Firefox. Okay, we have other prefixes like O is for opera, right? So we can have O background clear text. There's also MS, which is for Internet Explorer as well. So depending on the browsers that you need to support, you provide the appropriate vendor prefix. So this is very important, vendor prefix. So sometimes when you're learning CSS, maybe, or you see some CSS code somewhere you want to try out, you see this WebKit and then the MOS. It's nothing scary. It's just to tell you that, hey, this feature is new. By default, it's not supported in most browsers. Okay, so this is, take it like a flag. Okay, you are toggling the flag for background clipping support on. Okay, so that is when the background clip comes in, with the vendor preference comes in. So let's reload the page and see what's going on. All right, so you realize that now the box has disappeared, but then the color of the text is still red. Okay, still that RGB we brought over here. Okay, now what is happening is that the color, this color is sort of lying on top of the background, the gradient we have set, so we are not seeing it. Okay, so what we do is that we have to now, instead of making the color RGB, we have to make the color transparent so that we can see the background image. All right, so what we do here is that instead of this, we make, instead of the color over here, we make this transparent, and then we reload the page. Perfect. So now you see that now the gradient we set, it has now been clipped to the text, right? And then it has this nice effect. Okay, now the other thing I want to do is I'm not comfortable with the text decoration color by the underline we have over here, so I'm going to let us get rid of it, okay, to make it cleaner. So let's delete text decoration and text. You can just comment it out too, save, and then we refresh. Perfect. So now let's open this in a bigger window and see what we have here. Wow. So I mean, look at this. This is way nicer as compared to the raw red that we had. Okay, so this has the vibe and all. So you can play around with the angles, the different color combinations, and then all that stuff. But immediately, beyond linear gradients, you have other types of gradients as well. Okay, we have the conic gradients, we have the radial gradients. So I want us to quickly play around the radial gradients, okay, to see how that works. The same format, but the first element is a bit different, right? So for radial gradients, let me make this circle. It's always nice to see how it works to get an idea. So instead of 145 degrees, I'll make it circle. All right, so let's see. Okay, so the radial gradient is sort of, it starts from the center and then the color moves outwards. Okay, so starting from the center and then the gradient moves outwards. Okay, that's for the radial gradient. Okay, so it starts from center, moves outwards, and you can sort of position it differently, use the same different variety of colors and then all that. So whatever works for you, play around with the values. Just practice around with it, see what is nice. Sometimes you think a particular gradient to use is nice, so you try another thing. All right, but for the sake of time, we can't do too many examples. Okay, so having this in mind, we'll go back to our linear gradient for now. Okay, so do play around with the gradients as I mentioned, and I mean, you discover a lot of amazing things you can do with it, right? We can make this white a gradient, okay, but then that will probably make it hard for people to see. Okay, so we'll leave it as it is. We can make our background color a gradient instead of the picture we have over here. Okay, that will make it cleaner and all that stuff. So you can sort of explore, to see what actually works, right? And then you move on. I mean, that's your work as a designer, that's your work as a professional. You'll be doing a lot of playing around, so get used to it. In fact, at this point, you realize that all that we've been doing, we're trying out values. We try 20%, that's where we try a certain size, doesn't work, we go back, change it, come back, see whether it looks good. You keep doing it till you get it right. Okay, the only time that thing reduces is when you have like the design already made. Somebody has already mocked up a design, or you take your time to mock up a design first, know all the colors you're using. That way, when you start to code, You don't go back and forth too much. Even with that, there's still some amounts of back and forth, but then it's a bit reduced. Okay, that is why we have what we call the UI UX designers. Okay, they design how the site to look. So you, the developer, takes the design and just simply duplicates it. So you don't do too much thinking. But as a beginner, you have to be your own designer. You have to figure it out yourself. You have to do a lot of try and errors, right, to get it right. Okay, so we've done a lot in this section. We've laid out background images, background colors, background attachments, font colors. We've done a whole lot of properties. Okay, so keep practicing it. In the next session, we are going to go to something very interesting, something that you need to know as a developer, which is a box model. Okay, so let's quickly jump into that. Okay, so the box model, thinking inside the box. Now, this concept can get a bit tricky for like when you're a newbie and you're now learning it for the first time. But trust me, it's very simple. It's a fun thing. Once you understand it, you find so much ease when you are designing layouts and you're designing websites. Alright, because it's the fundamental building block of every website that you build. Okay, so we mentioned that the browser sees everything as being contained in these rectangular boxes. So from what we've even done so far, I realize that every element has this box. When we applied a certain background, automatically it filled a certain box, and also these are all boxes that are invisible, okay, to you, but then when you try to view it by adding color or something, they just pop up. So the box model is a very, very important thing. All the CSS properties we've been using, margin, paddings, you realize that almost every demo that we do, even though we've not learned the box model, I'm still forced to use margins and paddings and borders and all those things, because you cannot do anything without them, right? So they are very, very important. All right, so now we've been seeing it over and over again. Now you're going to really look at what they do, what they are. When we say margin, what is really a margin? When we say padding, what is really a padding? Okay, and how the box model is structured. Okay, so right on the screen you see a simple layout of the box model. Once you get this, okay, once you get this model right here, you're on your way to understand the entire box model. Okay, and I also use an analogy to make it easier for you to understand. Okay, so in the middle, the white area, we have the content area. Okay, so if it's your paragraph, for example, in your paragraph you have some text, I am a paragraph, for example, then that I am a paragraph is the content area. Okay, so that's the area labeled the white. Okay, now the padding area is the area labeled the yellow, right? And then the black box around, the black edges around the padding area is what we call the border, right? And then if you have two elements side by side, right, the space between it is usually called a margin. So the margin, you realize that in our previous demo we tried to increase the margin or reduce the margin or shift the margin between the side and side of our divs and all that. So that's the margin area. Then we have the outer edge. Okay, so the content area, the padding area, and the margin area. Now definitely try to picture this. So if you have an H1, for example, the H1, the text inside is the content area. The little space around the H1, where you know sometimes you apply background color to an H1 and then it takes a certain space around your text. That's the padding. Then we have the border, right? So the border is the black thing you are seeing over there. And then we have the margin. So let's use an analogy to explain this. Let me explain this to you so you get it. So this is an easier way to think about. So you see the bottle of wine in a box on the left hand side, right? So take the bottle of wine to be the content area. So that's your content. If that's your PE, your paragraph, or whatever content is your paragraph. So if you have the paragraph and you have I am a paragraph, the I am a paragraph is your wine, it's your bottle of wine. Then you realize that around the wine is this straw. Okay, so there's this straw that is protecting the wine from the edges of the box. Okay, it's like it's all around the wine. Okay, it's protecting it. Now that straw is what we call the padding, right? So every element has this protective spaces or protective something around it that doesn't allow it to immediately touch the border. So you realize that anytime we're doing a demo and then the text was too close to the edges of the box, what I did was I'll go back and then I'll increase the padding. So increasing the padding means you are sort of increasing the spacing around the element itself and then the containing border. You get it? Now, the thickness of the box, right? The thickness, the box has this thickness all around. That is the border we are talking about, right? So there are some boxes that maybe if it was a cardboard box, you realize that the thickness will be very light. Okay, and then that thickness is something you can adjust. So you can give a bigger thickness, you can give a smaller thickness, you can even decide that hey, there's almost no thickness, very small. Okay, so the wine is the content, the straw is the padding, and then the thickness of the box is what we call the border. All right, now the total height of the box is the height, and the total width of the box is the width. It's very simple, right? So take it that we had two of these boxes you see here. So there's one box with a wine in it, and there's another box with a wine in it, laid side by side. Now, if you lay these boxes side by side, the space between these boxes is what we call the margin. All right, so the margin sort of separates out different boxes on the screen. Okay, so you realize that when we're doing the demo, there are times that maybe there's this plenty space between maybe the heading and a paragraph. And to reduce the space, sometimes you have to reduce the margin. Okay, sometimes you have to reduce the padding a little. All right, so if you understand this analogy, you are good to go. You are well on your way. So if possible, you can pause the video and listen to replay this portion one more time if you not get it, to try and get it over here. All right, so let's see something a bit more technical now that you have a picture of this. All right, now there's something called box sizing. Right now, box sizing is a way when you apply a width to an element. We tried applying 400 pixels, 200 pixels, 300 pixels to our element, right? Or a height to an element, for example. There are ways that the browser considers that width or height. The two ways are the content box and the border box. Okay, the browser can either use the content box to calculate the height or can use the border box to calculate the height. Now let's look at the differences between the content box and the border box. All right. Now back to our analogy. Now the content box sizing method, right? So imagine we have the P, which is a bottle of wine, right? We set the HTML and style. You see just look at the code on top of the screen or on the slide, right? HTML / star. We said the box sizing is content box, right? Now, if we say the P has a width of 600 pixels and a padding of 20 pixels and a margin of 2 pixels, right, and a border of 2 pixels. Okay, for example, now when we say the width is 600 pixels, then the actual total width is not that 600 pixels we've specified. That is when you are using the content box sizing. Okay, don't worry, we'll do a practical on it so you know what I'm talking about. So we're using the content box sizing. The width of the element is not actually the 600 pixels you specify. The width of the element is the 600 pixels you specify plus the size of the padding on both sides of the box, then the border thickness on both sides. Okay, now let's use a diagram, a more technical diagram to explain this. So this is the content box model. This is not complicated, so just stay with me here, right? So in the middle we have the contents, right? And we specify a width of, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay, so you can see the width. But then a padding, when you take the padding, for example, padding is all around the item. We have the padding top, the padding at the left, the padding at the right, and the padding bottom. All right. Now when we say width, we are trying to look at the padding at the left and then the padding at the right. That's the space at the left, the space at the right. Okay. So the context box model says that the actual width of the element, the visible width of the element, is the width you have specified plus the padding at the left side and the right side, right? Then plus the width of the margins. Okay, that's the thickness of the box. The width of the margin, which is the black area, right? So the width of the margin at the left and at the right. Okay, so the width is 500 pixels. The padding at the left and the right is 20 pixels each. If you look at it carefully, it's 20 pixels each. Then that is 40 pixels. So 40 plus the 500 is 540, right? Then the width of the border is 5 pixels. Now the border left and the border right are all 5 pixels thick, so it means together is 10 plus the 540, that is 550 pixels, right? And then if it has any margin, so that's the total visible width, box width of the element, that's 550 pixels. Then if you have any margins, the margins are the 20 pixels at the extreme edges, okay? Then that is the entire width of the box. So when you say something is 500 pixels, in actual sense, the browser does 500 pixels plus the 20 pixels on the both sides and plus the 5 pixels on the both sides, right? So already you see that content box model is a little bit tricky, right? When you are using, okay, it's easy to make mistakes with content box from what I have experienced, right? Because of how the calculation is done, it's a bit complicated, right? So usually in most popular times, the box sizing model is the border box model is what is used. Now let's talk about the border box model. Right, but keep the content box model in mind because we are going to compare the border box model to it. All right. Now in the border box model, we specify the same with the same pattern and margin, all that stuff. Now the difference between the border box and then the content box, that when you specify a width of 600 pixels, for example, what happens is that the size you specify is included with the padding size and the border size. So what happens is that when you say the width of the P tag should be 600 pixels, anytime you increase or decrement the padding, what happens is that it fits into that 600 pixels. Okay, it always fits into that 600 pixels. It cannot be bigger than the 600 pixels. That is how the border box works. So the border box, it makes it very predictable to work with elements. Now let's look at the border box in detail. So unlike the content box where the width you specify, you now have to add it to the padding and now come and add it to the border. Okay, that complicated. You realize that in the border box, when you say the width is 500, automatically from the content area to the border, the edge of the border, everything is 500 pixels automatically. So even if you increase the width of the border, it will still fit in the 500 pixels. So you realize that over here, the total visible box they've stated is 500 pixels. Then before you can come and add the margins. So once you understand the border box model, you are good to go. Once you understand the border box model, so watch this portion as many times as possible. If you don't understand it, to clarify, okay, use the analogy that we've used to try and understand the difference between the border box and model, the border box model and the content box model. This concept, when you are experiencing it the first time, it's a bit tricky to understand, okay? But then once you try to picture it over and over again, and once we do a lot of practice, automatically you just catch it. Okay, so understand this core, this fundamental, then we'll see how it works in real life. Okay, so let's jump straight to our practice. Okay, and then let's try out all the properties in it. So we'll try out the margins, we'll try out the paddings, the borders, we'll try to add some borders and margins over there, and we'll try to also use the browser, the developer tools we've always used to check out the properties of the elements that we add. Okay, so let's get started. All right, so let's have some fun with the border box, the box sizing properties, and the box model properties. All right, so what I'll do is, now this image that we have here, the background that we have here of the food, right, I'm going to replace it with something more plain, just for demo purposes. Okay, and then once you are done, you can always download the actual images again, right? So I'll go back to my Pixabay and I search for white images, right? So I'm going to use this image, which is a white image, right? It has this plain vibe, and I'll download that. Okay, right. So I'll make a background image white.jpg, right? Then let's save that. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our code, and then let's make the background image, instead of background image, let's make a background image white.jpg. Okay, and go back to our website and then refresh. Okay, So I think this even looks a bit nicer, surprisingly. I love this. It's cleaner, it's neater. Yeah. So we've changed the background image. So I want the box sizing, the box model properties that we are using to pop out the more. Okay, so that we'll see what we are working on. So now let's look at padding. All right. So you remember I mentioned that over here you see that first when we did this the first time, the text was aligning to the edges of the screen of the box, of the white div box over here. All right, and that was an issue. So what I did was I applied some padding on this box. All right, and we said the padding is sort of the protective area around the content. Okay, so the padding gives some spacing around it. Now I'll right click this box and then I'll go to inspect, just like we've been doing at first, to get an idea of the box model going on. Okay, so when I put my mouse over the container, okay, we named that div container. You realize that the content area is blue, right? Then the padding area is shaded as green, as this light green. Okay, and then the margin on top is orange. Okay, so do you see what's going on? So that's the box model over there. So let's scroll over here. You see Google Chrome does a great job. There's also Firefox which shows this as well. If you scroll downwards, right, now this is it. So you see the box model that we discussed is shown over here. The margin is here. So when I put the mouse over the margin, I see the orange. I put it over the border. Now we've not added any border yet, as in we've not given any border color or something. You can't see that. But when I put it on a padding, you immediately see the green around it. Okay, and then when I put it in the middle, you see the content area that we talked about. So this is the box model. So if you can picture this at all times, you'll be able to manipulate all the components and elements on the screen. All right, so you realize that when you put your mouse over the content one, there's still some white spacing around it. So let's do something quickly. I'll go back to my code, right, and then I will comment out the padding from the container, okay, so that it doesn't have any padding. Like probably make it 0, so that means it's 0 by default, and then I'll reload the page. Now you see what happens. You see right now the green thing we talked about is gone. So now the content area is sort of fitting on the edge. So imagine the wine bottle that is like sort of immediately touching the edges of the box. Okay, that's what's happening here. So let's scroll down to the box model there. So you see now the content area doesn't have any pad. When you hover on padding, nothing shows up. The green section doesn't show up, but the margin is still on top. Okay, so that's the padding. So anytime you are designing something, realize that the elements, the content is sticking to the edges of that container you are doing. Then you have to adjust the padding of that container. All right, so we can make it. Let's bring it back. Sorry, let's bring it back. Instead of 2 EM, let's make it very big, like 7, and see what happens. Okay, so now I reload it. Okay, so realize that now the space around has become even bigger. Okay, the pattern has become way bigger, right? So you keep adjusting till you find what works. Okay, so now the padding is a bit like big, so padding 2 EM. Let me go back to 2 EM. Okay, so this is a padding of 2 EM. Now one thing you should know is that this padding we see over here is a shortcut property. All right, in actual sense, this stands for padding top of 2 EM. That's the thing about box properties, right? They have the top, left, right, bottom most of the time. So padding top 2 EM, padding bottom, let me say padding right 2 EM, and then it also stands for this padding bottom 2 EM, right, and then padding left 2 EM. So this shortcut padding property in actual sense is we are saying padding top should be 2, padding right should be 2, padding bottom should be 2, and padding left should be 2. Okay, so if you have to comment this out, for example, we can do something like this: padding top 2 EM, right? Let's see the padding top 2 EM. You realize that it will shift back to the edges. The left side will shift back to the edges. Okay, so realize that now there's spacing at the top. Okay, so when you put the container, realize that there's just space in the padding top, but then the left and right are still touching the edges. Okay, just like the bottom as well. Now let's add padding top. Now let's add padding left, or let's say padding right, for example, which is also 2 em. Okay, we save it and then we come back to our site and then we reload it. Okay, so now we hover over the container. We see now we have padding top and padding right. So now there's spacing at the right and spacing at the top as well. Okay, and then now let's do padding left. Padding left. All right, now we save that and then we go back to screen. Okay. Oh, I think I didn't specify it well. Sorry. Oh, padding left. I didn't specify a value. Sorry. Okay, so padding left. We go back to the screen and then right. So now you realize that now the padding left has become 2 em. And the last remaining one is the padding bottom, which is not there. So then when we add the padding bottom as well, then we'll get the effects you are looking for. Okay. So instead of typing this padding top 2 em, padding right 2 em, padding left 2 em, you can just simply type the shortcut, which is padding 2 em. So then you are telling the browser that apply padding 2 em all around. Right. There's also another shortcut, which is not the padding 2 em. There's let's say you want to specify the same padding for the top and bottom, but different from the left and right. Okay, so you can say padding, let's say 5 em, 2 em. When you say this, the first value is for the top and bottom, and then the second value is for the left and right. So let's see how this looks like, right? Okay, so you realize that now the top and then the bottom margins look significantly bigger than the left and right. Okay, because we said that the top and bottom should be 5 em and then the left and right should be 2 em. So this is how you play around with the values to get the desired effect that you want. All right, so let's go back and then now we'll go back to our, now that you understand what the padding does, we go back to our padding 2 em and then we'll remove this in the meantime. All right, so this is for padding. It's a very important property, so do well to play around with it. Okay, now let's still explore some of the box items over here. So when you put our mouse on the name of restaurants, okay, you also realize that the name of restaurants has the same box around. So you see that for this we've not applied any padding on it. We only applied a margin below it to separate it from the welcome message, right? The welcome to the Swiss restaurant. So you realize that now there's the orange portion of it, but there's no padding yet for it. Okay, let's put our mouse over the image. Okay, so this is the H6 that has the image. So realize that the H6 is the block element, and the block element always stays on the same line like we talked about in HTML. Okay, so the block element fills the entire portion of the entire width of the container. Right, now we put the mouse on the image. See that the image, what we download, 200 by 200 pixels, and that also has its box. So every element here, when we hover it, you realize that it's in a box. Now when we put our mouse on the sweetest, on the you'll be saved, realize that the you'll be saved to is in a box, right? And then it has this huge margin, but we made the width very small. Okay, but then the margin is just all over the place. You get the idea. So this is like basically how everything has a box. So any item we hover over, you realize that has a box. The exotic dishes, the title has a box, which because a block element, it extends all along the screen. Okay, so this is basically how the box model works fundamentally, right? So let's explore more properties. Okay, so we can close this and then come here now. All right, so now we have the border. Okay, the border is also a very interesting thing. Over here we already used one border property, which is the border radius, 15 pixels. Now the border radius is what gave the left this curve values you see over here. All right, now the border radius to be a shortcut for this. So we have the border left radius. Okay, right, let me see, 15 pixels. border. So we have the border top left radius. Okay, so this is top left, this is top right, this is bottom right, this is bottom left. Okay, so border top left radius. So you can specify individual values for each, right? And then have the border top right radius. Okay, 15 pixels. You have the border bottom left radius, sorry, that's 15 pixels. And then we have the border bottom right radius, which is also 15 pixels. All right, so let's comment this out. So this is the same as simply saying border radius 15 pixels. All right, that's the beauty of it. Okay, so nothing has changed. So what this does is, if you want to sort of specify individual values for some of the portions, what you can do is you can first make everything 15 pixels and then come and overwrite one of the values. Okay, so we said that CSS has a cascading prioritization, right? So the value that comes last is what is prioritized most in a set of styles. So over here you say that apply, over here what you are saying is that apply 15px border radius to all the corners. Then you come back and say that now apply, so let's make this, let's say 55. Now apply 55px radius to just the top left corner. Okay, so when we come and then reload our page, you see that now we've created a nice effect for our restaurant. So now just this side has a bigger radius. Okay, so even playing around with just the border radiuses, you can create different effects for your for your site. Okay, which makes it like nicer. Okay, so now there's another property called the border color. So we say border top color. So now for the colors we have the top left, right, and bottom, right? So border top color, we'll say red, for example. We'll go back to our site and then refresh the page. So you realize that we've set border top color to red, but then there's still nothing showing over here, right? Now mainly because we have not set some number of properties. Okay, so in the analogy that we use, we said the border needs like a thickness. Okay, now because we are not using the shortcut property, we've not specified any thickness, so the browser doesn't know what thickness to use for the border, right? So we say border top width should be, let's say, 5 pixels. Okay, now let's save it and then go back to the page. Okay, at this point you realize that it is still not showing. So then what are we missing? Right now in certain border properties, right, there is a last element that we need, which is the border style, right? So border top style, we'll say solid, right, as the values. Now there are so many different styles that I'll let us explore immediately as we go ahead, right? So border top style. Now let's go back and then reload. Right, so now we have our border there. So you see that now on top of our of our restaurant menu, we have something very nice over there that we are working with, right? Which is really very beautiful. Okay, so our menu is looking nice just with that border, that few styles that we have done. All right, now you realize that setting border top left, border top right, sometimes it can get a bit tricky. All right, and you need to be aware that, hey, once you do border top color, you can say border, you need to say border top width color, border top style, just to get things right. Now this we've done, we can do the same for the right border. So border right color, we can also say that is red. Okay, then we can see border right width, instead of 5 pixels you can say 20 pixels, which is very big. And I say border right style. Okay, we can say that is also solid. All right, that gives you the full line. Okay, so let's reload. Okay, so now this is what we have. It's not very nice, but then it's something we can work with, right? So you can just keep playing around with the various border styles the border width, then to know what actually works for you. All right, so these are some of the border properties. Now, just like the padding, the border also has a shortcut property. So instead of doing the border top, if you don't want to specify different values for the top, left, right, you can instead use the shortcut property, right, which is the border shortcut property. And the first value it takes is the width, so we can say 5 pixels, and then the style, which is solid, and then the color, which is red. Okay, so the width, style, and then the color over there. Now let's reload. Okay, so now we have the red all around the menu. Okay, and then I mentioned that instead of the solid, there are so many other values you can use, right? We have the dotted, right? So let's check the dotted out too. Okay, so you see the dotted. So there are some instances you will use dotted instead of the solid, right? We have the dashed, right? There's a dashed too. Let's try out the dashed. Okay, so this is a dashed, has more defined dashes. We have the groove, right? The groove to is another value. So there's a number of, so this is the groove. I think it has this effect. I don't know what really that effect is. So whatever works for you. We have the double. All right, so let's try the double too and see how that looks like. Okay, so the double sort of, gives this double line feel like we have over there. All right, so I think this is so this is the border portion of what we talked about. Okay, the black color that was around it. So you can play a lot with the border, not just the container. You can apply borders to multiple elements. Okay, all you need to do is give them a good padding and then all that stuff. Okay, so I think I like the previous effects that we had. So instead of the border around it, I think I prefer the border to be on top like what we did. So let's go back and type our border top width, which is 5 pixels, right? Border top style, which is solid, right? And then the border top color, right, which is red. Okay, and then let's go back to our page. I like the cool effects it takes. Yes, I like this one. So this is looking really nice. Okay, this looking. Now let's explore outlines. Okay, so there's another property called the outline property, right? But it works similar to the border property, but then there's some slight differences that you should know of. Okay, so unlike the border property, the outline property, you cannot apply it individually like the way the border, we can say border top left, border left radius and all. And then also the other very key difference is that in the box model, we said that the border forms is calculated as part of the width. Okay, but outline is not considered part of the width, it just shows. Okay, so usually we use outline when you sort of want to get an idea of how your elements are laid out on the screen. Okay, where the borders are and all, but it doesn't really form part of the width. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to comment this out. Okay, just for a short while, and then we'll try outline. The outline tool has the same shortcut as the border. Okay, so which is the 2px, which is the width of the outline, the style, and then the color. Okay, so let's say outline 2px solid red, and then let's refresh. Okay, so you see that the outline is all around it, but then this is not calculated as part of the width. So you use this when you want to get an idea, okay, how is my border looking like actually, and then all that stuff, but it doesn't really form part of the. So this is usually used for debugging or testing purposes. All right, so it's also a very cool feature that you can be using as you develop your CSS styles. All right, so we've done a lot here. Now let's go back to our site and then reload. Look at how things are looking now. Okay, so I think this is looking pretty good now. Decent. Okay, now let's play around with margins. We've done a lot of margins. Okay, over here, this is the margin over here. Now let's try to intentionally increase the margin here, which is the margin top. So this is the margin top, margin right, margin left, and then over here apparently we don't have any margin bottom here. Okay, so let's play around with this. Okay, all right, so you realize that the margin for the container, we said margin top is 10%. So when we say 10%, it means that whatever the screen height is, give it a margin top 10% of the screen height. All right, so when we say this is margin top of 20%, you see now the margin has increased. Okay, now if we say 50%, right, it will even further increase, right? And every element, so now you see that now it has even increased further. So that's the margin. All right, now we'll give it 10% as it was. Okay, now that comes back to normal. So the margin sort of used to separate our element. Now let's say the sweetest restaurant, right? We want to have more spacing between the sweetest restaurant and the welcome. Right, what we can do is that we can apply a margin bottom to the name of the restaurant, right? Over here we made the margin bottom 30 pixels, right? But we can even make it like 100 pixels just to try it out. Okay, and then refresh. So you see now it's become bigger, right? So that is the power of margin. Just like we have the margin bottom, margin left, we also have margin left, we also have margin right that you can play around with. So depending on the position of the of your layout or how you want things to be structured, you can apply the various margin. Now there's one interesting thing that we did at the top with the body. So you see for the body, we said margin is auto 20%. Now what does this mean? Now what you are telling the browser to do is that now the first element, which is the auto, is the top and then the bottom margin, right? And then we are saying the second element, that's 20%, that's the left and right margins. So you are telling the browser that, okay, whatever is in the body elements over here, the body elements, right? Give the body elements a margin up and down of auto, and then make the left and right margins 20%. Okay, so let's see what we are talking about here. Let's go to our dev tools, inspect our elements, and then click on body. Okay, so this is the body, right? So you realize that the body has 20% left and right, and the top is auto. So auto is sort of like a neutral value. Okay, that okay, whatever can be used, just use it. Okay, whatever is best. All right, which is why it doesn't affect which is why it doesn't have influence on the margin we apply to the div itself. So that's the margin auto that we did. So it's just as saying margin left of 20%, margin right of 20%. Okay, so that is it for the margin. Also very interesting. Now one thing you have to know about the margin is that you can set negative margins. Okay, so let's see where I can apply negative margin. So let's say instead of this 10%, right, for the container, I'm going to say maybe minus 200 pixels, right? So let's see what happens here. Okay, so margin is supposed to push things away, but then negative pulls the thing inside. So if we say 200 pixels, it will push this container below, but because we say negative, it's pulled it outwards inside. All right, so there are times that you'll be using negative margins to be making some adjustments, that instead of pulling something outward, you want to pull it inside. So that is a very interesting way you can use margins as well. All right, so that's the margin top of negative 200 pixels. Okay, so let's go back to our 10%. Okay, so do well to play around margins, see like how they work, and how they affect and influence content on the screen. Because once we also start talking about floating and positioning and then all that stuff, they also come in very, very handy. So this is the state of our website right now. So let's go on to the next thing, which is display types. Okay, now so we are going to play with more box model properties. All right, so this time around we'll leave our website a little bit, okay, and then we go to CodePen. All right, we go back to our testing section, which is CodePen, right? And we are going to play around with the display types. All right, now, and understand what display types are, which are also really, really important when you are working with the box model. All right, so let's create an element, href, which is an anchor tag. Okay, a simple link, nothing major. Okay, with a link. All right, Now we said that there are inline in the HTML video. We said there are inline and block elements, right? Now inline elements, they do not take the full weight of the screen, so they can be positioned side by side. So if I add another link over here, it will be positioned side by side with the other link. All right, if I add another one, it will be positioned side by side with another link. Okay, yeah, inline element, they can stay on the same line. But if I bring a block element like paragraph, okay, the paragraph automatically drops to the next line, because the paragraph is what we call a block level element. Okay, so the block level elements, they are greedy, they want to be on the same line, and so they cover the entire length. Now let's see why they are so. So let's give the A simple background color of red. Okay, and then wow, this I typed very wrongly. I typed this very wrongly, sorry. Background color of red. Okay, and then let's give the P a background color of green, right? Now you see the differences. Because A is an inline element, the initial width is just the width of the link. But because P is a block element, it automatically has covered 100% of the entire browser window, which is why anytime you add another P paragraph, it comes below, it automatically drops below, just like we have with headings and then all that stuff. All right, so now there's a very interesting property called the display property. Right, now the display property is used for converting inline elements to block elements, or converting block elements to inline elements. Right, now why do we do it like that? Now what inline elements, you cannot apply certain box model properties to it. So let's say the A, we actually wanted to increase the weight of the A's. If we say width of 200 pixels, you realize that nothing happens because it is not a block level property, right? Let's say padding of 20 pixels, right? That works. So then you realize that some of the properties will not work. Some of the box model properties will not work. Some of the box model properties too will work on inline elements. So if there are in your design, it's necessary to give a custom width to your links, for example, then you apply the display property called block. So display as a block element. Immediately you do that, now you realize that now the links automatically drop to different lines. Okay, then with that, now I can apply what we call, I can apply the margin property, say margin bottom on all the links, make it, let's say 20 pixels. Okay, once I do it that way, now you see how the elements are now acting like block elements, even though they are inline elements, right? Now let's say with a paragraph, let's add another paragraph over here, right? It will drop to the next line, for example. Okay, so that paragraph, now I want the paragraph to behave like like an inline element, so I can make it display inline. So now the paragraph instead is working like the link was working at first. Okay, so you get it. So the display property is a very powerful property, and as you design more complicated interfaces, you begin to know when and how to use it. Okay, now there's also the display inline block property. The display inline block is a very interesting element, very, very interesting. Now what it does is that it makes the element act as both the inline element and a block element. So with an inline element, I cannot add something like the width, but with the inline block element, I can actually add something like the width, and then it will work. At the same time, they are on the same line, so it gives you this dynamism and flexibility when you're mocking up your website, right? So display inline block is also very powerful. You can play around with that, definitely play around with that and see how it works. We have other display properties that we would explore as you go ahead. There's the display flex, okay, which is also another entirely different ball game. We have the display grid, which is also a different ball game that we'll definitely discuss in the upcoming sections. Okay, so this is something you should know about the display types. Okay, now let's clear this and do another interesting box model property, which is a box shadow, right? So let's create a div and let's have some content inside. This is a div, all right, and then let's close that. Okay, then let's style our div a little. Let's give it a width of let's say 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, okay, padding of let's say 10 pixels, okay, and a background color of something nice orange. Okay, I didn't close this. Okay, so this is our div. All right, now let me see whether I can position it in the center. Let me just try that and see. Auto. Okay, so the top and left, let me make the top and bottom 10 pixels so that it comes down a little. All right, so this is still a bit too small. Let's see whether I can make it 50 pixels. Okay, so now it has come down a little. So this is our div. We have some styles for it. Okay, so now there's another nice property called the box shadow. All right, so the box shadow property, box shadow, right? So this sort of, that's what it says, box shadow. Right now the box shadow takes a number of values, right? So we'll have the horizontal offset. Okay, that's how far horizontal, how far right should the shadow be cast. Okay, so we can say maybe 10 pixels here, and we can say the vertical offset, how far down should the value be cast, which is the 5 pixels, right? And then we have the blur distance. Okay, so you see the shadow that we've created. This is also something that you can be using for a design, depending on the kind of design that you are doing, right? We have something called the blur distance. Okay, so the blur distance, you can give, let's say 10 pixels. Okay, you see how the blur distance is. We can say maybe 20 pixels. Okay, so it's all about the kind effects you're doing. Now the bigger the blur distance, the more faded out the shadow looks like. All right, so we have 100 pixels. Okay, so these are things you play around with to see what works, right? And then we have the spread distance. Okay, that's we can say maybe 30 pixels as the spread is. Now you see the spread distance. It's a very interesting value, right? You can leave it there or you can remove it. And then the last one is usually the shadow color. So you are not restricted to just the black. You can use red as the shadow color, right? You can use blue as the shadow color. You can use green as the shadow color, right? So this is also a very cool feature for the box model element. All right, so try out the box shadow property. Try to play around it. Like we said, the first value is the horizontal offset. So let me just make it HO. Second is VO, that's the vertical offset. The third is the blur distance, that's the BD. And then we have the color, right? Then the spread distance is also optional. Now, if you can pull the shadow to the other side, if you say maybe -10 instead of 10, it means the horizontal offset, you are pulling it to the left. The same way for the vertical offset, you can say -5 and then it pulls it to the top instead of the right. Okay, so you can play around with these values in your design to see what works for you in your box shadow. So this is also a very nice feature. So at this point, we've done a whole lot. We've covered a whole lot about margins, about the box model, about width, about height, and then we know what the box sizing model is. We know what the content box is. We know what the border box is. One thing you have to know is that anytime by default the browser uses the content box model, and realize the content box model can be a bit tricky. So anytime you are working on your CSS, you simply can reset. You can use this as a reset, right? To say box sizing, border box. Okay, so this can be on top of your website, and you sort of reset the browser's default settings to border box. Then you can use border box across your website. All right, so this is the most common use. You see this used by most frameworks, and then CSS reset and then all that stuff. So this has been used for the box model. Now that we understand how the block and inline elements also work, we understand some properties of the box model. Now we go to the first way to lay out our site, which is floating and positioning. Okay, so join me in the next session as we uncover what floating and positioning is. Okay, so if you have not subscribed yet to the channel, please do all subscribe. Every week we post new course materials like full-blown video tutorials on beginning programming content, and for beginners we also like give career tips and guidelines as we teach along the way, right? So please subscribe to support the channel, and then hit on the notification bell, so that anytime we post a new video, you'll be you get notified really quickly. Okay, so now let's jump into our next session, which is floating and positioning. Okay, so floating and positioning are ways of sort of moving elements around the screen, in layouts, and then in structuring your documents and stuff like that. We'll first talk about floating, then we'll talk about position. Okay, but let's get an overview. So floating is a way of when you float an element, you move it to the far left or the far right as possible. Okay, now once you do that, all other text sort of float around it. Okay, so take it like an island. Okay, when you float an element, it becomes like an island where there's all that water around it. Okay, and then from there you can use to do your layout and stuff like that. Now the best way to learn floating is through actual practice. Okay, so we'll get there, but let's get the theoretical concepts first. So now we already know the normal flow of elements on a page. Okay, so what happens is that in the normal flow of elements on a page, the elements are sort of placed on top of each other. Okay, so especially like with the block elements, so the P is usually on top of the H, and the H is on top of the P, and in that order, right? When you have an inline element, it stays on the same line, right? But then for block element, they are laid out in the order in which they appear. All right, now if you look at all the markups that you realize that anytime you are marking up your documents, the elements do not just jumble up together. Okay, what they do is that they make room for each other. All right, so if you put a P and you bring an H1, the H1 will not try to squeeze itself into where the P is. The H1 will just drop to the next line, okay, leaving room for the P to operate. So that's the normal flow of elements on a page, right? But when you are floating, right, it's a whole different ball game, right? Now when you are floating, you are sort of going against the normal flow of elements a little, and saying that, okay, that element you are flowing should be removed outside, and then all other elements should float around it, right? Now the best way, like I said, to learn floating is to actually demonstrate it in a real example, all right, so that you see what we are talking about. Now once you're able to master floating to a point, you'll be able to put together some basic layouts. Now in the modern age, floating is not used to create so many layouts. There are other better advanced methods for creating layouts, but then as you're starting, you can still use float. And then not only for layouts, there are some other points in your design that floating things here and there will come in very handy. So let's get started with the practical, and see how floating works in real life. Okay, so we are going to start by opening our Sublime Text. This time around, we are going to use a new project folder. All right, so I'm going to File, Open Folder. I'll go to where my new folder is. So I created a new folder called Floating. All right, so I'll put that floating. I'll select that folder and open that in a new Sublime Text window. All right, now let's create our index.html file. So we right-click, click New File, then we save. So now we'll make this the index.html file. We save, and then we need our index.css file to start. So index.css. Okay, all right, and then let's get our basic structure. So we said we'll tap HTML, then we'll hit enter. We have our basic structure. So we'll label the title as floating. Okay, and then let's link to our external CSS. So link Arial style sheets, and then we have index.css. Okay, so now let's test whether our CSS is working. So body background color. Alright, just to test to see if it's working. So let's go to our project folder over here, and then open our index.html. Okay, so our CSS is working perfectly. Okay, so now let's go back to our project. Okay, and then clear this one right here. Okay, all right, so what we'll do is we'll create a simple 3-column layout with floating, okay, so that you get an idea of what we're talking about. So what we'll have is the container. We'll create a container for that with an ID of container. Okay, and then we'll in the container we would have boxes. So this is box 1. Okay, sorry. Then let's copy and paste this. So this will be box 2 and this will be box 3. Okay, so now let's pick the container, hash container. Okay, let's give it a width of 100%. So let's say container has 100% of the browser window, right? And let's give it a height of 100% as well. Okay, and let's give it a background color of, let me say, black. Okay, let's use black. And let's go back to our site and reload the page. Okay, so now you realize that we still don't see that container yet because we've not specified any styles for the boxes inside, right? Because we said the height should be 100%, but then there's nothing inside, so then nothing will definitely show. All right, so let's do div.box. Okay, so all our boxes, so now we have, each box has 2 classes, right? So all our boxes will have a certain width. So we'll say our box should have maybe a width of, let's say, 25%. Okay, and then a height of, let's say, 200 pixels. Okay, now this is the boxes width. Okay, now let's take box 1. So let's say box 1 should have a background color of red, right? Div.box 2 should have a background color of green, right? Div.box 3 should have a background color of, let's say, blue, right? Let's try red, green, blue, right? Now let's go back to our page and reload the page, see what we have so far. Okay, so we have our container elements and we have our box 1, box 2, box 3. So let's label the boxes so that we know what we are doing. Sorry, let me minimize this project and then, okay, so let's give this P, okay, a P tag of box 1. Okay, so that we can identify the boxes more easily. Okay, this can all be on the same line. We don't need to get it on different lines. Okay, this can be box 2 and then this right here can be box 3. All right, so what we'll say is that the colors of all the items in all the boxes should be white. So you realize that over here we are using inheritance. Okay, so we are applying the color white on the box, but then it's being applied to the paragraphs inside. Okay, so now let's see what we have here. Okay, so now we can identify that this is box 1, this is box 2, this is box 3. Okay, one more thing, we realize that the paragraphs themselves, over here when we refresh, you realize that there are some spaces here. This is caused by the paragraphs mostly, because the paragraphs by default have some margins and stuff like that on them. Okay, so now these are our container, these are container elements, right? The black, and these are the divs inside. Now divs by default are block level elements, so then they are on the same line. All right, so they are on the same line. They have the, so you realize that the red, green, blue boxes have stacked up on top of each other, and we've given them weight of 25%. So each of them takes a weight of 25% of the full weight of the container, which is the black box that we've said we have labeled. All right, so now this is how floats work. So in floats, I'll say that float left. So when I add float left to all the boxes, okay, now let's see what happens. So you see what happens. So now all the boxes have stacked up, have all been put to the left, right? So float left. If I say float right, all the boxes have also been put to the right. So this is the very fundamental of what floating is. Okay, now we realize that the containing element is missing, right? So then we have to apply a width, a float also on the containing element itself. Okay, so float left, let's make this also float right. Go left over here. Okay, so then you realize that now the containing element is showing over there, right? And then now the height has automatically reduced because for the containing element, we've said that the height should be 100% of whatever the content is. Okay, so you should cover it automatically all the time. So if the boxes are stacking up on each other, it will drop down. If there's no need for it to stretch the bottom, it will also leave it as it is, right? But then the height remains. So you know that this is the remaining portion. Okay. So at this point, we floated the elements. We already seen how a typical layout would have looked. Okay, so now let's try something. Let's try giving these boxes a longer height. Okay, 400 pixels. Right. So now you see, if you were to lay out a simple 3-column something, this is how it will look like. So what we can do is let's give box 1. Okay, let's give box 1 a width of 25%, right? And let's give box 2 a width of 50%, right? And then let's give box 3 to a width of 25%. So then together we have 25% width, right? Okay, perfect. So now we have done this. You realize that the box 3 has dropped. So what is happening is that we have, the entire width of the container is 100%, right? But this has dropped down because we have gone over the 100% with the various percentage values we assigned to the various width, right? So let's go back to our code and see. So realize that over here we have width of 25%, width of 55%, and width of 25%. Now this doesn't sum up to 100%, so it means the third box doesn't have enough space to sort of be on the same line. So because of that, it drops to the next line, right? So then if we make this 50%, okay, now 50 plus 25 plus 25 is now 75, is now 100%, right? So when we go back to our site and then reload, now they are all on the same line because then the margins, like the widths, are now all summing up to 100%. Okay, so this is like a typical floating concept, right? Now with this, you can sort of mock up some designs here and there. Now let's try something different. Now we realize that now the boxes have they are too close together. There are no spaces, around them, okay, which makes it a bit tricky. We don't want that in our layout. We want them to have some spaces. Okay, so what we'll do is that we'll give some margins to all the boxes. Okay, so we say maybe margin of 1%, for example. We save it and then we come back here. Margin of 1%. Now you realize that over here too, the box 3 has fallen back down again when we gave all the boxes a margin of 1%. Now why is this so? Now if you remember the box model we talked about, the margins over here will also add up to the total weight of the element. So over here, though we said this box should be 25%, when you add a margin of 1%, which means that margin top, margin bottom, margin right, margin left of 1%, right? When you add that margin of 1%, what you are saying is that now this box will cover a total space of the 25% width plus the margin left of the 1% plus the margin right of 1%. So then this is no more 25%, this is now 27%. You get the idea? So already we have gone beyond the 100% total width. Okay, so now what you do is that you adjust the width to accommodate for the margin, right? So instead of 25%, we can give this 23%, give this 48%, and then also give this 23%. Now that way, it has all accommodated for the 2% margins on both sides. Okay, so 1%, this has 1%, this has 1%, this has 1% left, this also has 1%, right? So then everything always has to fit into that particular 100% box, right? Now over here, we are using percentage values because we are trying to create responsiveness, right? So let's reduce the window and see what we have here. So over here, realize that as we reduce the window, the boxes also reduce and stay the same. As we increase, they keep their percentages. All right, so this is what happens. Okay, this is what happens right here. So we are already doing something a bit responsive with the percentage value, and that's the importance of percentage value. Sometimes it gives you some flexibility when you are doing layout. Okay, so this is one very you are seeing how floating elements actually work. All right, now you can also say that maybe though box 3 has a weight of 23%, you do not want to go, we don't want it to let you don't want it to go beyond a width of, let's say, 15%. So we can say something like main width, right? So let's try what the main width is. So main width, okay. So you realize that with the main width, okay, so now let's add another component to what we are floating, all right, and see how that works. So let's say we want to add a navigation bar. So let's duplicate this container, div id. Okay, this cannot be the same, so we'll make this a class container, okay, and then we'll change that to container as well. Sorry, div container. So we'll make this also a class, and come to our CSS and change this to div.container, right? So that then we know we are doing the class selection. And let's see whether anything has changed here. Okay. All right, because now the first container doesn't have any elements. So instead, let's put something like a UL over there. A UL, right? And then we'll have the li over there. Li home. Li about, we say li, so we make this contact as, okay, usually these are links, so we can wrap them in links, Alt Shift W, so A, right, href. Now this doesn't link anywhere, so we just give it a hash. We'll also do the same for this A, href. We'll give it a hash, okay, because they don't link anywhere at the moment, just for demo purposes. href, we give it a hashtag. Okay, and let's go back to our site and see what's happening right now. Okay, so we have another div right on top of the first div that we did. Okay, now let's give the upper div a margin, right? So we'll call this that's the upper container. So we say navigation container. All right, so we'll come here and say, since it's on top, let's bring it to the first thing. So div.navigation container. Okay, we'll give a margin bottom of 20 pixels, for example, right? Then we'll come back to our site. Okay, then we have our you know, right now already the site is beginning to look pretty good. All right, so now let's lay out this properly. Okay, so now the li elements in the navigation are block level elements. So if we come here and then we inspect this, you realize that they are all they fill the same line, right? They fill the same line. So what we want to do is that we will float the li such that they will stack up at the left of each other. Okay, just like we have the divs over here. Okay, so what we will do is we will do ul li, and we'll say float left. Float left. Okay, so now let's check that out. Okay, so you see what happens right now. So home, about, contact, us, right? Now let's give it a color. Let's give the LIs a color of white. Okay, so the reason why it hasn't changed is that now you remember, let's have our right and see what we are talking about. So when we right click on it and click inspect, you realize that the A tag usually has a blue color, right, which is a default color for links on a website, like you know. So you realize that over here our color white has been cancelled. All right, so then it's not working for the A element. So what we do is that instead of just selecting the ULI, we select ULLIA, okay, and then we'll give it a color of white. So we are saying go into the UL, find the LI, in the LI find all links over there, and then give them a color of white. Okay, so now this is white. Okay, this is now looking white. Now let me quickly remove the floats from the LI just to show something to you. Okay, all right, so then let me give the LI color of white just to quickly demo. Okay, so you realize that the LIs by default, like we learned in HTML, come with this bulleted list. Okay, now in our navigation, we do not want this thing to show, right? So what we'll do is that there is a nice attribute called a list style type. You know, we did list style image, but we never did list style type. So list style type can be none. So when you set it to none, you are saying that, hey, don't show me any dots or anything there. Just leave it as it is. This is a very powerful thing you can do with lists. So then you can have lists appear as normal elements that have been stacked on top of each other. So with that, you're able to remove the list style type. Let's remove the color. All right, and then let's bring back the float. Okay, so float. Perfect. Now we have the home, about, and contact us. All right, now you realize that now the navigation elements are sort of like stacked on top of each other, which is not what we are looking for. All right, so what we'll do is that we'll give this is a display. You know, the A elements are always a display of blocks, so we give them a display of inline block. All right, to say that, okay, be on the same line but have block level properties, right? Now with that, we can say A elements can now have a width of, let's say 200. No, 200 maybe it's mal. Okay, let's just try 200 pixels to start. Then let's, all right, so 200 pixels. Now let's give it the A's a background to see what actually is happening. So background color of yellow, just to see what is actually happening. Okay, so now all the A's have a background color of yellow, but you'd realize that they are still just stuck too much together. So then we go to the next level of giving them margins. So we can say maybe margin right of maybe 10 pixels each. So all of them should have the margin right of 10 pixels each. Okay, so now that brings some spaces between them. All right. Okay, now our thing over here is still not looking very good. I don't like how it looks, so let's make some changes. Yeah, so we need to check that. So you realize that the links over here, they are sort of lying right, you know, on the edge of the container, and that's not what we really like. We want them to like center properly, just like these boxes have centered properly, right? So in our CSS, you realize that the container, we gave it a width of 100% and a float of left, just like the boxes have a float too. Now that's a way to make sure that all elements, if you have elements in a container, that is how you make sure that they fit properly in the container and then they don't just fall on the edge like that. Okay, it's a strategy that we use to float the containing element itself. Right now, the container is floated, so why is it still that the LIA is showing as it is? Now the LIA is, if you look in our HTML, they are actually contained in a UL. So the UL also is like a container for the list elements, all right? And the UL itself hasn't been floated. So what we do is that we apply the float on the UL as well. Hey, sorry, float left, right? And then the width of 100% as well to the UL, right? So we come back, go there, and then we reload. So you realize that now we have some nice feel over there. Now there's some spacing over here that we do not want, so let's try to inspect what could be causing that spacing. Okay, let's see. All right, so it seems as if there is the UL has some sort of should I say padding, or the content is sort of stretching across over there, so we need to check that. Okay, so let's try removing padding from the UL. Okay, so let's make the UL padding of 0. Okay, let's save that, come back here. Right, so now you realize that the removing the padding has removed the entire UL padding to the left. Okay, good. You remember that the boxes have a margin of one. These boxes have a margin of 1% each. All right, so 1% each over here. So that's why I was giving the space over here, right? If we want, we can give UL a pattern of, let's say, 1%. Okay, right, which will also cover the same 1% space, right? So you get what we have. So then, because you gave it a URL, the padding of 1%, the top is 1%, the bottom is 1%, the left is 1%. So you're already seeing how important it is to understand the box model. It's very, very important, right? It helps you to manipulate the spaces, the paddings, the margins around the content that you are building. So without much knowledge of that, things become very hard for you. Okay, so now that we have our links over, let's try and make our page a bit nicer, okay, our content nicer. So what we'll do is that let's remove the yellow from the background yellow from the list, okay, the links, and then let's remove the underline tool from there. So make it text decoration none. Okay, that removes the underline from there. Okay, and then we'll give it a font size. Okay, let's use font family. We'll use the Verdana. Okay, sans serif. Okay, and then we'll give it a font size of say 1.2 em. Right, now let's check it out. Okay, so this is looking good. I think the width between is too much, so let's reduce the width a little. 100 pixels. Okay, this is still small. Okay, so let's make it 120. I think 120 is okay. All right, so we have our navigation on top. Our site is looking really good. Now, instead of the black for this container, right, what we'll do is that the navigation container, we will give it a background color. So let's give this content container, okay, because we want to separate the black colors, the navigation color, from the content color. So we say maybe instead of all the containers having a background of black, we say maybe div.content container, right, should have a background of black, right, and then div.navigation container should instead have a background color of, let's say, #7ED. Okay, this is a hex code, right? Okay, so over there now the links are not showing very well, so I think we can give it, instead of the color white, you can make the links a color of black. Okay, now let's see. Perfect. Okay, so now we have our links over there that you can hover. Now let's try something also interesting with the link. So now we talked about pseudo class selectors. All right, so we have UL, LI, A. So we say that anytime you hover over the UL, LI, anytime you put your mouse over them, the background color should be black, right, and the color should be white. Okay, so now let's see what effect that gives us. So let's reload. Okay, so you see what we have over here. We have some nice overheat effects on the LIs. Now you can increase the paddings for the LIs. Okay, so you can have maybe padding of 0.8 em. Okay, so that, okay, this is a bit bigger, but then just for, so then you can further reduce the padding on the UL that we said, so that this will be smaller, but we can leave it as it is. So this is like a nice effect on your navigation. Okay, so we use the hover selector, okay, that we talked about, okay, for the links. All right, so hover, background color black, and then color white. So in this hover selector, you sort of state everything that should happen when you put the mouse over the link. You can even say something like, when you hover over a link, the border radius should be 20 pixels, right? So you hover, see what happens here. You see now the border radius becomes 20 pixels. So there's a whole lot of cool things that you can do with the hover effect. So we leave it as it is now. Okay, perfect. I really love this. This is nice. Okay, now let's go to our content. Our content is looking so black over here. I don't think we want the black effect. So instead, let's make the content container a background color of #, which is like a very subtle color. Okay, to make it nice. Okay, perfect. And then we'll give our boxes a border of 1px solid, let's say black. Let me try solid black, right? And then, okay, so you realize that now the border has added to the width. So then
the other one has added, the border has been added to the entire width. So now the last box has been dropped to the next line. So it means we need to adjust the width once again, right? Now, first of all, let's come here and then add our box sizing, right? We've not done our box sizing, border box. Okay, so let's go back and reload. Okay, so you see, because we're using content box, anytime we added a width, right, now the width sort of we had to now come back and readjust the paddings and then all that stuff. But immediately we made the border box, now it's falling through. So now any width that we specify, it sort of tries to squeeze it in whatever available space is there, right? The contact us has dropped over here. Okay, so meaning the width over here is not enough for the full contact us. So let's increase the width of the LI. So you can make it 130 instead of 120. And let's reload. Okay, I think 130 is still too small. Maybe 150. It's a bit big, but then we'll use it as it is now. Okay, perfect. So now this is what is going on now. So we have our box 1, box 2, box 3. Okay, so I really love the progress we've made now, right? So then your box 1, now you can add some dummy content. I am some content, right? I am some lots of content and plenty content. I am the right box with lots of content and plenty content. Okay, now let's go back and reload. Okay, so now we have some content there. Now think about this. You realize that the content is sort of squeezing at the edge of the box, right? And we don't want that. Okay, so based on what you've learned, what do you think we do? We apply padding to the boxes, right, to give them some spaces around. Okay, so we say padding of 1%, right? Then let's go back. Perfect. So now you realize that now the content has been positioned nicely in the box. Okay, so this is like a simple layout we've done with floats. Okay, we've combined everything we've learned in the box model, the margins, we've combined paddings, we've done hovers, we've done a lot, right? And already you are seeing how most websites look like this when you visit them, right? There's one thing too that you should notice. You realize that there is some margin around all the elements. Okay, this is a browser default margin which is applied by the browser. Okay, now if you want to get rid of that, all you need to do is to do body and margin 0. Okay, so this overwrites the default margins the browser has set. Okay, so let's do that. We see that right now that has squeezed to the edges of the screen. Okay, and then you can combine this together and create some really amazing layouts. Once we get to responsive web design, you know how to make it look as good on multiple screens, and also already you are seeing how this works. All right, so this is reducing and increasing based on the screen size available. Okay, so we'll definitely talk more on that in next session, but for now let's even go more and try something different with the same floating concept. So now let's apply this concept to floating of images. All right, so let's do something quickly. All right, so let's go back to our code. Okay, and then let's comment out this. Okay, so I highlight it and then I press Ctrl / right, and then let's also comment this out, these boxes we have here out. Okay, so that we'll be left with just the content container. All right, and then instead let's add an image here. So image, right, we don't have any image here, so we just leave it as it is now. Okay, but immediately let's add a p tag. Okay, I am some text beside the image. Okay, and let's close that over here. All right, so now let's go online and go find some image. Let's say bread image. Okay, I don't know what I'm thinking about bread image, but then let's try that and see. Okay, so this looks good. Okay, so we save image as. Okay, then we go back to floating folder and then we save it right there. So we make it bread.jpg. We save that. Okay, okay, so we come here and we make it bread .gpg. Okay, all right, so let's go back to our page and reload. Okay, so now we have bread.dpg over here. I want us to have some padding around the container. I think it's too small. The content container, I should say. So let me give the content container a padding of, let's say, 20%, just so the image, we can have some. 20% is too big. I think it's too big. Let's make it 3%. Okay, yeah, so we have some space around the container. All right, so all that we've done in the past, we always have the image on top of the text, the image on top of the text. Okay, now what if we want to have the image at the left and then we want to have the text at the right? Okay, so what we do is that with our knowledge of floating, okay, what will happen is that now we can float the image to the left, right? Immediately we float the image to the left, let's see what happens. So let me just come here, right? So image float left. Okay, you see, so now we have the image at the left and then the text at the right. Okay, one thing you should also know about float is that anytime you are floating an element, make sure that the element has a width. Okay, else it will cause issues. Now the image already has an intrinsic width, so even if we do not specify a width, it works out, right? And the p tag too has the same thing, right? So now the p is sort of at the right side of the image. Okay, so this is how we can sort of align images. And now if we float the image to the right, for example, this is what happens. Okay, so now the image is at the right and then the p tag is at the left. Okay, so we can go back to the left. Okay, so this is a cool thing. Now you can add some margins and some paddings to the p so that it sort of spaces out from the image. Okay, you can try it out and see how that works. Right, now here's the question: what if you want to float the image to the left, but you want the paragraph to still remain on the same line? Okay, so what you do is that we have a CSS attribute called the clear attribute. So we can say clear left, right? So clear all the elements that have been clear the space around all the elements that has been floated. So when we say clear left to the p, now what happens is that the p now drops back into the normal flow of the image, and the image continues as it is. Okay, the same way if the image was floated right, we say clear right. Okay, so go back there, we say clear right. Okay, now the image is there and then it's at the right and then the paragraph has dropped to the next line. Okay, so that's it for clear. So clear is a very important concept that you should know. Anytime you float an element and then so many text wrap around it and you still want the text to be on the next line, you just clear to whichever direction that you have floated and then it will fall in place. All right, so basically we've done some layouts with float. So let's go back to our restaurant's website and see whether we can add some one or just a little bit changes based on what we've learned so far. All right, so I'm going to minimize this and then I'll open the sweetest restaurant project that we have over here. So that's index.html, that's index.css. Okay, let's go back to our browser. I have it open right here. Let's reload. Okay, so this is sweetest restaurants. All right, this is our project we've done so far. Now let's just say we want to we don't want the image to be on top like that. We want to be at the left and we want the sweetest restaurant to be at the right. Okay, so what we do now with the knowledge of float is that we can say image over here, right? We can say float left. Okay, so let's float that and see. Okay, so you see what happens. So now the image is at the left and then the sweetest restaurant is at the right. Okay, so then it now falls on us to sort of arrange this such that, you know, adjust the paddings and the margins so that this can also fit in the same line. Okay, so I think the font size is a bit too big, which is why it's falling on a line considering the space that is available. So let's try reducing the font size of the name of the restaurant. So over here we have the 4.4 EM. So let's try making it 4, see what happens. 4. Okay, so you realize that now 4 has sort of now like fit everything on the same line, but the welcome has sort of dropped it's also come to the side, right? Now everything is stacking up by the side of the image, right? So what we want to do is we want to clear the welcome so that the welcome just stays on the next line, all right? So what do? We learned about clear, right? So we clear the welcome text right to the left, clear left. Okay, let's go there and clear. Okay, so now the welcome has now dropped back under because we just want the sweetest restaurant and the logo to be there, right? But the sweetest restaurant, as we can see here, is too much on top. Okay, so now we want to shift it a bit downwards, right? So what we can do is we can apply some margins over there on the name of the restaurant. So we have a margin bottom of 30 pixels, right? Now let's see whether we can change it to margin top of 30 pixels instead, because now we want it to shift downwards instead. Okay, so now it's coming down. Let's make it 40. I think 40 may bring it a bit more below. Okay, let's make it 50. I think 50 should be perfect. We save, we come back here, we check that. Right. Okay, this is quite good. Just add something, maybe 55 or something. It still looks a bit imbalanced in my eyes. Okay, so this is good. Okay, so with all this adjustment, when we get to a concept like Flexbox and all those things, you'd better understand how we can make this more automatic. Okay, so now we have the Uncle Sammy logo on the left and then the sweetest restaurant text on the right. Okay, with floats. So this is how we change the layout. Now let's adjust the margins for the, because I think this is squeezing to the logo too much. Right, so where do we have our welcome message? Okay, right here. So we can add a margin top to our welcome message. Margin top, we can make it say 20 pixels. Right, let's see how that looks. Okay, it's still not, I think it's too small, so let's make it 50 pixels for example. Okay, I think it's still a bit too small. Let's try, let me try it out. I just try. Aha, it's too big, so that means we need a bigger value, 100 pixels. Let me try 100 pixels. Okay, I think this is quite good. Okay, this is looking good. So this is it. I think we can add margin bottom to give it some space between the next line as well. Let me see, 70 pixels. Okay, let's try that and see. Okay, 70 pixels is a bit too much. Okay, we can do 30. See how that looks. Okay, all right. So I think this is the progress we've made so far with floats. Okay, so we've nicely laid out our nice how do you call it, our nice restaurant menu. What we can do now, let's see whether this looks better with our old image. Okay, so we had an old image, background image, right? So instead of the background image white, we'll make this background image. See whether it looks good or we should stick to the white. Okay, so this looks better, right? This is such a beautiful design. All right, now there's one thing that when we scroll down, this is the edge here is fitting too much to the bottom of the screen. I don't like that. We need to give this thing some breathing room. Okay, so what we will do is that the container will give it a margin bottom, okay, we also give a margin bottom of 10%. Okay, so let's go back and then reload the page. Okay, perfect. So now we have some margin over here, some space over there between that and the browser window. This is already looking so good. I love this. I think it's nicer than what we've done at first. Okay, so now that you've done floats, you've played around with floats. Okay, keep practicing. Floats can be very tricky. Sometimes you do it, you make a mistake, right? But keep practicing, keep testing out with different layouts. Okay, and then join me as we go to the next type of layout, which is positioning. Okay, so now let's talk about positioning. Now take positioning as a property of CSS that allows you to sort of move things around randomly. Okay, so you can pick an image, move it to the top right, put it anywhere. Like, it comes from the word position, so you can position anything. So take it like your room. Okay, you can take your chair in your room, move it to the edge of the wall, or move it close to the door, whatever it is. Okay, so that's the kind of power positioning gives us, right? And we have different types of positioning. We have the static positioning, which is usually the default. So if you've not applied any positioning to any element, the default is static. We have relative, we have absolute, we have fixed. Okay, and then you can specify the top offset, the left offset, the right offset, the bottom offset, and you can also specify positions like in pixels. So if you say maybe top 10 pixels, it means the thing will move from the top it will give some space on the top by 10 pixels and percentages and EMs. All right. Now let's break down the types of positioning. Okay, it's very important that you understand it. Very, very, very important. Positioning is really key. So please do, because you'll be using positioning a lot of features and effects that you do on your website. Okay, as you go on, sometimes you go to a website, you hover on the image has this effect and all. Most of it also comes from positioning. So it's very necessary to know that. Okay. Now relative positioning, right? So for relative positioning, take it like this. Imagine you're in a queue. Okay, so take the queue as the elements in the HTML page. Okay, they are all laid out step by step, and you are sitting in a chair in a queue, right? Now imagine you tell someone that, hey, I'm going somewhere, so look after my seat for me. So then you leave your chair, right? You the elements, you leave your chair, but then nobody is allowed to sit on your chair. Okay, sort of kind of thing. Like, so even though you are not there, the space that you occupied is still there. It hasn't been removed from the flow of things. Okay, so you realize that people will still respect that position that you were in. That's the thing about relative positioning. Okay, so when you position an element relatively, what you are saying is that, hey, give me the freedom to move around, but yes, still the space that I would have occupied, maintain that space for me. Okay, now what will happen is that overlaps can happen as you position element, because you can remove that element and position it somewhere else where another element will already be. Okay, so we'll see how that works. All right, now absolute positioning is now is a bit different from relative positioning. Okay, now for absolute positioning, in the same analogy that we give about you sitting in a chair in a queue, what happens is that this time around, when you are getting up from your chair, you take your chair along. So the space that you would have occupied is now covered up plus the other people. So now the elements in the flow of the HTML now assume you don't even exist. So that's the thing about absolute positioning. They assume you don't even exist there at all, and then they just continue with the normal flow. So we say absolute positioning elements do not have any influence on the layout. Okay, so they are considered, take it like absolute positioning elements are considered not to even be there at all. All right, now the containing block, right? If you are positioning, let's say you have a div, like the example we did, you have a div box, then you have a paragraph in the div, or you have an image in the div, right? Now the div is sort of like the containing block of the image, right? Now if you are positioning an element and the containing block itself is not positioned, then it positions the element relative to the entire document, the body, the viewport, okay, or the parent. Okay, but if it is positioned, then it uses the parent as the relative measurement. Okay, when we practice this, you probably understand what I'm talking about. Okay, and then we have fixed positioning. Now fixed positioning, you realize that sometimes you visit certain sites, the navigation bar is on top. Even as you scroll down the page, the navigation remains where it is. It doesn't scroll with the page. Okay, like the way we did for background position of fixed. The same way for other elements on the screen, you can have a position of fixed. By saying that as you scroll, the elements remain where they are. So that's fixed positioning. You realize that there are so many ways to that we can apply this. Sometimes in sidebars, there are certain sidebars on some sites. You go there, the sidebar is fixed. Even as you scroll, the sidebar doesn't move. Okay, so that's fixed positioning right there. Okay, and then static positioning, like I said, is when you've not applied any position, all the elements by default are statically positioned. Okay, so you don't really use this as much, except maybe you want to bring back an element back to it. Maybe you're using JavaScript, you dynamically made an element position absolute and you want to bring it back to its normal, then you can use static position. Okay, so now we'll practice positioning types. We'll talk about how you can place elements around, and then we'll talk about another interesting property called the z-index property. Okay, the z-index property, it helps you stack elements on top of each other. So let's see how that works. All right, okay, so I have created my folder, so I'll go to Sublime Text as usual. I'll go to File, Open Folder, and I've created a new folder called Positioning. So we select that folder and then we'll open it in another Sublime Text window. Okay, and then like we always do, let's create our new index.html file, index.html file. Okay, let's give our HTML. Okay, we'll label the title as positioning. Okay, and then let's create our CSS file, save index.css. Okay, now we have our elements here. Okay, so now let's create a simple div. Okay, we call it container. Right, and in the container we'll have an image. Okay, we'll download the image we are talking about, and then we'll have a text paragraph. I am a paragraph. Okay, so we'll have that here. We'll close it. Okay, and let's give the container, you know, the usual stuff. Div hash container, the width of 300 pixels, the height of 300 pixels as well, and let's give it a background color of let's say gray. Okay, and let's go back to our folder and then open the index.html. Yeah, okay, so we have the I am a paragraph right here. Okay, right here. The background color, I think I may have made a mistake with it. Background color gray, height 300 pixels, background color gray, div hash container. Okay, what am I getting wrong over here? Let's go back there and see. Okay, I think the gray is a bit too blur, so let me make it red. Oh, that is unfortunate. I think I'm doing something wrong. I'm probably not using the right selector. Oh, see, I think we forgot to link the the CSS file like we always do. Sorry. So style sheet, right? href index.css. Okay, sometimes these things happen as you program. Okay, so let's make the background color gray. Yeah, these things usually do happen. Okay, all right, so we have our div right here. Let's see whether we can give it a margin so that it falls in the middle, right? Let's say 70px at the top bottom, and then auto. Okay, so the top bottom margin. Okay, so that we have it right in the middle, and then we see what we are doing. Okay, so let's go get our image. We don't have the image yet, so let's go download some image, right, for that. And I will use cake for this instead of bread. Okay, so we'll use cake for this. So let me get this cake. This cake is looking really nice over here. It's a bit big. I need something small size. Okay, this is also really big because the dimensions is 5,000 by 3,000, which is quite big. Okay, this is 40 by 400. Okay, so we can manage this. So let me download this, save images. Let's go to our folder positioning, and then we save it as, so this is webp, okay, which is also another image format. So we say cake.webp. All right, so let's close that, and then we'll make this cake.webp. We save it, we go back to our site, and we'll see. Okay, so we have cake.webp, which is a bit big. So let's manually adjust the width and height. So let's just give it something. Image width is 200 pixels, height is 200 pixels. Okay, we save it. Let's go back to our site and see. Okay, so this is smaller. It's not looking the best, but then we'll take it. Okay, so because they are block level elements, you realize that the paragraph has also dropped to the next line. Okay, so let's try positioning the image and see what happens. All right, so if I make the position relative, for example, see what happens. Nothing has changed. Okay, but then let me give it a top of, let's say, let me say left of 100 pixels. Let's see something happening here. You see what has happened? Now I've moved it from the left to the right by 100 pixels. But we said that we mentioned that when we relatively position an element, the space is preserved. So even though I'm moving around, the paragraph is still staying at the same place. Okay, and the paragraph has not moved to cover the space that it was in, but yes, so I'm moving it around, and I can make it maybe I can give it a left of minus 100 pixels, right? And this will allow it to sort of be pulled into pulled outwards of the container. Okay, so this thing, you are just manipulating it anyhow you want. irrespective of the flow of the document or the content, that you are just positioning it anywhere you want. Okay, this is a very cool feature as you come to learn along the way when you are trying to create some effect and all. Right now, let's try. We said we have left. We can also do top of 100 pixels. Okay, so let's do top of 100 pixels. Okay, so we mentioned that when you position an element, it can sort of overlie on another element. Okay, so now you see, now we have positioned the image on top of the paragraph. Okay, so these are some of the effects of what. So you need to know what is happening when you position an element. Now let's remove the positioning and the alignment. Now let's get it back to normal. Okay, now let's give it a position of absolute instead. So position absolute. Let's see what position absolute does. You see now, position absolute has sort of, so now the paragraph has moved to fit in the space that the cake was supposed to be, right? So now even though the cake is there, it's not really there. Okay, so it's just like existing, and all other content that don't even respect that is there. So just like relative, I can also apply top of 20 pixels. Okay, so 20 pixels, that now it applies top of 20 pixels relative to the viewport over here. That is the canvas, the body element. Right now, we do not want to position this relative to the entire body. We want to position it actually relative to the container. All right, so then what we do now is that we apply a position of relative to the container. Okay, and then we save. Right, so now this is positioned 20 pixels relative to the container. Okay, so now any top left right adjustment that you make, it calculates. So top is calculating 20 pixels from the top of the container to where it is. If you do right, it will do 20 pixels from the right edge to wherever it has to be positioned. But if you not give the containing block a positioning, then it will be automatically positioned relative to the entire document itself. Okay, so this is something you should really take note of as you position elements, right? Always make sure that if you want to position an element absolutely in its parent element, always apply a position relative to its parent element. Now the parent element will not change position, its space will be preserved, so it will not really break your layout. All right, this is something that you should know. Now I want us to talk about z-index. Okay, that is ordering elements. Now let me show you what I mean by that. Let's remove this paragraph. Okay, let's remove this paragraph, and then let me just remove this image for now. Let me leave it as width of this. Now let's duplicate this image 1 2 3. Okay, and we'll download 2 additional images, right? 2 additional cake images. So let's say this cake image, okay, it's too large. Okay, so this is okay. So save image as, so we'll make this cake 2.jpg. so this is cake 2, right? It's a jpg file, so we say cake 2.jpg. right? Let's remove the positioning from here too for now. Okay, now we'll have cake 3 too, so let's download cake 3. Okay, let's say this is cake 3, right? So save image as, so what version is, so this is also a jpg file, so cake 3.jpg, and then let's save that as well. Okay, and then let's go back to our file and say cake 3.jpg. okay, all right, and then let's save this. Let's save this. Okay, so you see what's happening here. Everything has overflown. You know, we have 3 images. Now we give the div, the containing, a height of 300 pixels, right? But then the images have overflown it. Now if you give your container a height and you want to make sure that whatever happens, the images or the content does not overflow, you specify the overflow attributes. Okay, so there's something called overflow. So we can say overflow hidden. So if you say overflow hidden, anything beyond the height of the box will be cut off. So let's try overflow hidden. So you see everything has been hidden. There's also overflow scroll. Okay, so if you say overflow scroll, So then now we can scroll to see the other images. All right, now the automatic is scroll. Okay, so then we can just leave it as it is because we are not really bothered about that now. Okay, but just so you know, it's a quick tip that you can use. Okay, so now let's position all the images. So image position absolute, and let's see what happens. Now this is what we have. Okay, so we have positioned the absolute to the it's absolute, but it's relative to the gray containing element. Now what is happening? By default, an absolute positioning element is at the top, is positioned top 0, left 0. Okay, so now all the images are the same place, but they have stacked up on top of each other. Okay, so the last image is what is showing on top. Okay, so now what if we want to arrange the stacking, or we want to sort of make sure that we want to change the arrangement of the stack, or maybe make the images appear differently. Now let's see something. Let's give this image a class of img1. Okay, let's give this image a class of img2. Okay, and let's give this image a class of img3. Okay, so now what we can do is, now let's sort of position this. So now they all have a position of absolute, right? Now there's an interesting selector called the attribute selector. So we can select the image by saying maybe image.image1, or we can say image, okay, with the class of image1. All right, this is called the attribute selector. So the image with the class of image1 should be top, let's say 20 pixels. Right, so let's just try something. So let's save this, go back, and then reload the page. Okay, so the image one has come below, right? Let's make it instead of top, let's make it, let's see, 100 pixels, for example. Okay, so then that has come below, and then let's try the same thing for the other image. So image 2, so let's say class. So this is the attribute selector, like I mentioned. So the image square brackets class is equal to image 2. Okay, that's the attributes and the value. So you are saying that, hey, go and find the image that has a class of image 2. Okay, this time around I'll shift this to maybe right by 100 pixels. Okay, so let's save that and then go back to our site and then reload. Okay, so I think it hasn't shifted properly, so let's try that again. Top right. Okay, we have image here, so class image 2 k2. Okay, so let me try 500 pixels, just see how that looks like. Okay, so 500 pixels, that has come like it has really shifted a lot. Get something smaller, let's say 200 pixels. Okay, let's try 200 pixels to shift it to the right by 200 pixels. Okay, this is better. Okay, so we realize that now these are position elements that we are freely moving around in the container. Okay, and they don't affect all the other elements in the particular container. So realize that now this image is on top of this, and this image is on top of this, right? So what if you want to bring this image on top of this image, right? Now that is when we have a value called the z-index property, right? So the z-index, the higher the z-index of the element, the higher it comes on top of the next one. Okay, the higher it is positioned on the stack. So take it like a stack where you are stacking a plate. Okay, where the topmost one comes on top. All right, so the higher the element is on top of the stack, the higher the z-index. Okay, so the z-index takes any integer value. So we can say z-index of 999. Okay, if you want to make sure that it's always on top, then you always give it a 999 index. Okay, so let's see this. So you see this now has come on top. All right, so we can do this for the other elements. So if you want the image 2 now to be on top, we give it a higher z-index value. Okay, so instead of 999, we can say 99999. Okay, and then that will get, now that will stack on top. Okay, so this is an interesting thing to when you are working with positioning. If elements are hiding behind each other and you want to bring them back on top of each other, then you can be using z-index to, you know, be handling that, which is very, very, very useful. It's a useful utility when you are working with positioning. All right, so now that we've done positioning, you know how to position some elements around. Now what we will do is that we'll go back to our restaurant menu, and then we'll add we'll position one image nicely over there, and then we'll see how that works. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so this is our restaurant menu as of now. So we want to add this nice tag called "We are now open" on the right edge over here. Okay, on the right edge over here, like a tag. Okay, so let's see whether we can find "We are open" tag. That's just voltage. Okay, I would have wanted some nice image. Okay, let's use this platform, flat icons. Okay, flat icons. Sometimes you can find really nice images over there. Sorry, we are open. Let's see if you can find something over there. Okay, let's see, open. Let me just use open. Okay, this looks good, but I don't know whether it will fit here. Okay, open. Okay, we can try this and see, right? Let's try this open right here and see. So I'll click on it and I'll download maybe the 64 by 64 version. Okay, download it, free download. Okay. All right, then I'll go to my floating folder and I'll make it so it's already open.png. So let's save that open.png. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back to our formatting.txt and then let's add this image right there. So we have our let's open our floating project, okay, which is over here. Perfect. Let's go to index.html and then add the image that we just added. That is image src open, src open.png. Okay, and let's go back and then save it. Okay, I think I may have saved it at the wrong place. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to our folder and then see what's going on there. Okay, so open.png is right here, right? But why are we not seeing it? Open.png, did I make a mistake with it? Oh, let me see. Okay, we saved it in the wrong folder. Okay, so this is also, instead of the font, we save it in the float. So I'll come here, I'll cut it, I'll go back to my actual folder and then I'll save it there, I'll paste it there. Okay, so now we have open.png there. Okay, so let's go back to our site and then refresh. Okay, so we have open here. It's not looking very clear, but I think we'll take it for now. Okay, we'll take it for now. Let's see whether there are any styles on the image. I think we made the image style with 200 height 200 pixels. I think that's affecting our other image. So what we'll do is that our logo image, will give it an ID of logo. All right, and then instead we will come here and do image logo, because we don't want that to be floated either, right? So image logo. All right, so then we have our nice open here, because then first the image styles were affecting this one as well. So what we want to do is we want to position this open at the top right over here, okay, of the menu. All right, so what we'll do is then we'll give this also a class of an ID of open, right? And then we'll come down here and then we'll type image hash open position absolute. Okay, so let's save that and go see what's happening. Okay, so you realize that now it's fallen outside the container, so now it's not even considered as part of the flow. All right, but then when you position, it still sort of comes in order of whatever is on top of it. Okay, so whatever is on top of it still remains, and whatever is below it just comes to fill the space. All right, so that's one thing about position. Okay, so if you are to bring this here, for example, instead of sorry, I opened the wrong project. What happens when you have a lot of projects open? Okay, so instead of the bottom here, if I come to put it here, for example, below this logo, I save it, I come here. Now this is it. Okay, so even though it's there, it's not affecting anything there, it's just positioned over there as it is. All right, so what we'll do now is that now we will adjust the top and the right values. Okay, so we'll say maybe right of 50 pixels. Okay, now see what happens here. Okay, so when you say right of 50 pixels, it's positioned 50 pixels from the edge of the screen. Okay, so what did we say we use to solve this problem? It means the containing element is not positioned, so it is not considering it as its relative point. So what we have to do is we have to apply a position relative to the container itself. Okay, so over here we'll give it a position of relative right here, and then let's refresh. Okay, so immediately we put it as a position of relative. Now this has now been positioned 50 pixels from the edge of its container. All right, so I think it's still a bit too where's the image? Yeah, I think it's down here, right? 50 pixels, so we can say maybe 40, and then the top we want to pull it up a little because I think it's falling down too much, so we say top minus 20 pixels instead of pushing it. Okay, so yeah, let's say top of 15 will bring it, minus 15 will bring it down a little. This looks good, right? So it's sort of like stuck over there and then it's hanging, you know, that kind of effect you are looking for. So you see how we manipulate the various properties to create nice visual interfaces and nice designs and whatnot. This is how it works. All right, and so anytime you see a design, you just have to go there and break it down and see what's happening there. Over here, when I right click on this image and I click inspect, you see all the styles that we've applied: position absolute, right 40, top minus 15, and then we create that effect. So this is it for position, this is it for floating. In the next section, we'll create another simple page, a 404 page, which I'll show you how it will look like in the next section. So let's go there and check it out. We are going to put some of the things we've learned together, and then you know, design a nice 404 page, right? Usually you see this 404 page on you know, when you visit a website and then you visit the link and then the link is not available, you see something like 404 not found or stuff like that. So you are going to design something simple like that, right? It has the 404 not found at the top. It has the I have bad news for you over here with an image here with some text area, and then with a button over here to take you to the back to the home page. All right, so this is really amazing. We are going to learn, like, you know, put everything we've learned together to this particular design. Right now, before we start coding, as a designer, when you are given a project like this, you are given a task like this to do, right? What you first do is that you sort of think like a browser. Okay, so immediately start imagining what are the boxes that make up this page. What are the boxes that make up this page? So we'll do something small, mock up the boxes, and then from there you'll be able to lay out very easy. Okay, this is why the box model is so important. Everything over here is sort of like a box, right? So you have to imagine everything here, how the boxes are arranged. Okay, once you get that, the rest is all about putting in the text and the paragraphs and the buttons in there, right? So the layout is very important. Okay, so let's quickly see how we can sort of try to quickly mock up the layout of this particular page and get an idea of what boxes are involved in creating this page. Okay, so what I did was I took a screenshot of the sites we'll be designing, right? And we are going to do some simple mock-up with Paint, Microsoft Paint, right? So you go to the Windows, your start menu, and you enter Paint, and then you open the Paint app. All right, so we are going to use Paint for mock-up here. Now you have to know that there are more advanced mock-up tools that you can use to mock up your site, right? But for our starting, we are just going to use simple Paint. Okay, so let's put this here. Let's do our half screen thing. Okay, so over here we realize that so we'll add some rectangles. Okay, so this is the main screen rectangle. All right, then we'll add another rectangle. So we realize that we have a 404 not found here, right? So I think basically meaning we'll have a container here, right, which will have the 404 inside. So we'll have the 404 here like so. 404 not found, right? And then I'm thinking the content over here, right, will be another container so, right? And then in this container, we will have another image, and we have another box inside. So we sort of have two boxes that are floated left side and side, right? So this will be the box that will contain the image, right? And then this will be the box that will contain I have some bad news for you. All right. Okay, so you see already we are seeing how this thing is coming together. Let's see if we can paint this up. Let me see. I haven't used paint in a long time, so I'm just going to try and see. Okay, this is shape fill, solid color. Forgot how that works. I think I have to pick that too. Yes, I have to pick this too. Fill with color. Okay, then I fill with let me choose orange for this. So we'll fill this with color. All right. So that there will be that div on top. Then there will be another div here. Okay, there will be another div here. All right. And then in that div we'll have two more divs. So this will be one div. Okay, this will have the image. Let me use a different color for this one. So this will have an image over here, right? So let me just draw the image here. Let's use color black, right? So let's just draw the image here. Okay, so this will have the scarecrow image right here. Okay, so already you are seeing this is very simple. Okay, when you put everything together, then over here we have so we would have let's put a shape here. In fact, let me make this curved rectangle. Okay, so we'll have I have bad news for you over here, and then we'll have the paragraph of text over here, right? And then we will have the button over here like so. Okay, so over here we'll have some content here, then we'll have the bad news here, bad news. Okay, all right, then over here is back home, back. Okay, so basically you realize this is just a series of divs and containers, rectangular boxes that have simply been put side by side, right? So it's very easy. So when you're able to think about boxes in this way, it makes your life very easy. It makes you immediately begin to see how you lay out everything. Okay, so with this picture in mind, all right, with this picture in mind, let's go back to our code and then I'll try to mock this up with simple floating and stuff like that, images, nothing new that you haven't done before, right? So we have one container, we have another container, and then in the container below we have two more divs inside, right? And then those divs have been floated together. Those divs have been floated, right? So then we know that we float them left. The left container has an image, and then the right one will have bad news for you, and then the page you are looking for might be removed or is temporarily unavailable. That is also very simple to do, right? We also realize that we will try and see whether we can find this text. We don't know which text is being used, okay, but we'll try to find a text which is close to this. This looks like a monospace text, but a font family monospace text, but we'll still try out something and see. So now that we have this in mind, let's get to the code. I'm going to close our Sweet Restaurant code, and I'll open the new project folder, right, which I've called my folder 404 page. So you can create a new folder, call it 404 page, and then you create your files in there. So I select it and I open it here, right? So let's enlarge it. Okay, and then let's go to file. Okay, let's type something here. Let's type the home, the HTML here. Okay, because you've not saved that HTML, you realize that it is not showing up. So let's just save this as index.html like we normally do. All right, so over here 404 page, and we save it as index.html. Then we save it, right? Then we have our HTML. Okay, then title 404 not found. Okay, right, then let's create our CSS file as well. New file, save. Okay, index.css. all right, then let's do our link this time around. I'm not going to forget how we linked it. I'm not going to forget to link it. So link, right, style sheets, and then we call it index.css. At this point you have done so many links here, I'm sure you are really used to it. Now let's test our CSS to make sure that it is working. All right, body background color red. Okay, now let's go back to our project folder. Where are we on that? Okay, 404 page, and let's open index.html. Okay, so here we are with our project. So then it means everything is working perfectly. All right. Okay, so now we can start our project. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set the margin on the body to 0. Okay, so that we don't have that all those spaces around. We are going to get rid of that. Okay, that's what I'm going to do first. So we said we have one div. Let me pop up that thing. Okay, so you see we have one div over here. Let's see, let me just separate this so that you see what we are doing. Okay, so in the mockup we have one div here, we have another div here. So what we'll do is, okay, and this is basically your flow as a developer, right? You work like this. So we'll have the first top container. Okay, so div id, we call it top. You just let's name it top container, right? Or we can even name it navigation container, whichever it is, right? So div, right? And in this div we would have the paragraph. Okay, so now this paragraph will have the 404 not found, right? 404 not found. Okay, and then over here we would have the next div will be div id is equal to content container, right? So this content container will have the image, and then we'll have the text over there, the bad news text over there. All right, and that will be below the top container. Okay, so we'll have this also as a div, right? Now we know that in this div we would have the image container and then this particular container, right? So the image container at the left and then this particular container at the right. Okay, so we'll have another div inside. We'll call it the image. We'll give it an ID, the image container, right? And the other one we'll call it the, let's label it message container. Okay, which is pretty good. Message container. Okay, all right, so I mean at this point this is what we have now. Okay, so we'll go back to, now we don't have any images, so let's just put the image tag over here. All right, image src, you know, the usual, we'll put it here. And then I have bad news for you. All right, we know that is like let's see whether I can locate the image and open the image for us. Right, so I want to open the image for us. Okay, perfect. So this is the image right here. So I have bad news for you. So this can probably be an H1. All right, we understand this can be an H1. So let's make this an H1. All right, so I haven't even entered CSS. We are marking up everything, you know, right from ground up. So I have bad news for you. I have bad news for you. Okay, so we close the H1 tag. And then we know we have some text down there, which is the page you are looking for might be removed or is temporarily unavailable. Okay, so that can be a paragraph, right? That can be a paragraph. So the page you are looking for might be removed or temporarily unavailable. Okay, perfect. And then we know that from our panes, we know that we have a button here. All right, and if we look at our image, we realize that we have a back to home page button over here, right? So let's bring a button, right? And then we'll have back to home page, right? And then let's give the button, let's say a class of back button. All right, so this is basically our markup right now. Okay, we've already put the HTML together very quickly, right, as you can see. So let's just go back and see how the page is looking at the moment. Okay, so we have the 404 not found, we have the I have bad news for you, the page you're looking for might not be found, we have the back button over here. Now at this point you realize that everything is just stacking up on top of each other, right? in that order, okay, because we've not given any width, we've not floated anything, so we've not applied any CSS to any container that we have over here, right? So everything is just stacking up on each other. And you know that for when you create a div, you need to give it a width and then a height. Okay, so let's start from the top, right? So the div hash top container, right? What we will do is we'll first give it a width of 100%. So 100%, we are telling it to have to sort of fill the entire width of the screen, okay, just like we have in our mockup, right? And we'll give it a padding of, let's say, 1.2 em. All right, and then let's give it a background color of black, just you know, check, or background color of red, just to know, check what's going on. So we save it, we come back and then reload the page. All right, so you see we have that div over the width of 100%, padding of 1.2 em, and the background color of red. Okay, so I think the padding is a bit too large, so let's reduce it to 1 em. Let's go back and refresh the page. Okay, I think it's still a bit too big. All right, okay, there's some P inside, right? Now this P comes with its own margin and padding. So what sometimes it's best practice to just remove those default margins and paddings from the P itself, okay, so that you know what you are dealing with. So we select top container, right? And then we want the P in the container. So we say the padding of the P is 0, and then the margin of the P2 is 0. Okay, so let's go back. Perfect. Okay, so then realize that this has been reduced a little. So let's check our image. Okay, so I think we're on the right track, right? We'll come back again and then style some things. 404 not found, but the 404 not found, we realize that it is all uppercase, right? All uppercase. So what we can do is that for the P, we can say text transform uppercase. Okay, so let's save that. Then let's go back and then reload the page. Okay, so now that is uppercase, right? But you realize that the font is still not the same, so we'll come back to the font as the last thing, right? Once we are done mocking up everything. So now let's do the two other containers down here, right? So in our mockup paint, we realize that we have the full container, we have two more containers that are floated inside, right? So what we'll do is that this content container, okay, div hash content container, what will happen is we'll also make a width of 100%, just like the top container. Okay, so we'll make a width of 100%, right? And then we'll also give it a padding of, let's say, 1 em. All right. Okay, and then, you know, for just the sake of demonstration, let's give it a height, because we need some height over there. So let's say height of auto, right? And then we'll give it a background color of, let's say, orange. Okay, so the background color, we are saying that with the height of auto, we are saying that automatically take the height of whatever content is in you. All right, so let's go back, reload. Okay, so you see what we have here. So we have the height of auto right here, which is really amazing. Okay, but there's one thing we need to check before we go on. The spacing between the top container and the content container, you know, we need some space over there. Let's see our work. Okay, see there's definitely some spacing over here. Okay, so what we can do is that we can give the content container a little bit of a margin top. Okay, so let's say 2 em can be our margin top. Let's reload that and see. Okay, so that we have some sort of space between that and then the top. All right, now one more thing that we haven't done. Let's go on. So we have an image container and then a message container, right? These things have to be floated side by side, okay, so that the image is at the left and then the message container is at the right. Okay, so what we do is we say div hash content container, then div. Okay, so this is the child selector. So we are saying select the content container and then pick all the divs inside, okay, and float them to the left, okay, and then give all of them a width of 50%. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, so you see what has happened. So I have a bad news for you, has been shifted to the right. The image has not shown here, but it's definitely at the left over here as well. Okay, but what is happening is that you remember we said that once you float two divs in a container, you have to float the container itself, right? So now the content container itself, you have to give it a float of left, all right? Okay, so that then it can cover up for the content inside it, all right? Now we also have to add something. We need to make sure we are using the box sizing of border box. Okay, so HTML and then star box sizing border box. Okay, so that let's reload the page just to make sure that we have that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we need to give these divs some height. All right, so we say the content containers, the height of the divs inside should be, let me see, 300 pixels. Let's give them a background color of green. Okay, just to see what is happening, right? Okay, so we save it, we come here. All right, so you realize that now they both have a background color of green, but what is happening now is that the margins between them, there's no margins between them, so they are sort of appearing as being together. Okay, so what we can do is that we can give them a margin of 1% each. Okay, come save. All right, you know what is happening, right? Now the margin of 1% means that the width, the total width of each of them is 52%. Okay, and 52% is more than the available width. So then we reduce each of the width by 48, by 2% to make them 48%, right? We go back and then refresh. Okay, and then now we have them side by side. So already our site is looking good. We already have an idea of how things are looking like. Okay, even without doing a lot of work. Okay, now what remains is for us to add the image and then add the format the text, format the button and all, and then we are good to go. All right, so now let's go on to add the image. Okay, now the image, you have to download the image, right? Now the link of the link of the image is in the description, right? So you open the link, which is here. Okay, so you find yours in the description. Okay, so you open it like this. Okay, and then you right click on it and then you click save images. Okay, just like we've been saving images from online, so you can just save it as scarecrow.png in your folder and then you click on save. All right, so that's the image right there. So this is the image that we'll be using. Okay, so let's go back to our page. Right now what we do is that we remove the, okay, let's add the image first, right, before we remove the colors. So image src, we'll make a scarecrow.png. Okay, so let's go back and reload. Wow, that is our image. Okay, so realize that now the image is really big. It's sort of extending beyond the width of its box. All right, so there's a trick you can use over here. We can come back and say that, okay, the image should have a max width of 100%, right? So it shouldn't extend beyond the width of its container. Okay, so let's try that. Perfect. So you see it has a max width of 100%. Okay, so then whatever be the case, it is never ever going to be wider than its container. All right. Now the reason why it is coming beyond, it is longer than, it is, it has more height than the container, is because we've set a strict height on the container. Okay, now you remember we talked about overflow and then all that stuff. So over here we need to give the image container some height. Okay, some height that will automatically sort of cover the image. All right, without the image showing out like that. So we say div hash image container, right, and we'll give it a height of auto, right? And let's go back, let's minimize this, go back and then reload. Okay, so you realize that we changed it and then it's still showing as it is. Okay, so what could be the issue? Why is it not changing? Now this comes back to our selected specificity, right? So over here we said div hash container div, okay, has a height of 300 pixels. And now we are saying that the image container it should have a height of auto. right? Now the issue with it is that this particular selector is more specific than this. Okay, this starts from the parent and then selects all divs. So this seems to be more specific than this. So what we have to do is that now we can do this, okay, and then make it div hash container. Then the child div hash image container will now be the height of auto. Okay, then now this becomes more specific than this. Okay, so this is prioritized. Okay, let's save it and see what happens. Okay, so all right, so you see now that has covered the image. Okay, so it means for now we are okay with the image. So we need to go back to the right div and then see what we can do over there. Okay, so for the right div too, in the image we have to do, I think it's sort of a bit in the middle. Okay, it's a bit in the middle. This also has some spacing in between like that, right? So we'll try and make it look better. All right, so what we'll do is that we'll give this, sorry, let's go back to our side. We'll give this a margin. Okay, we'll push so that this will be pushed down to the middle. All right, and then we will also remove the height, the strict height from here, and then simply make it height of auto. Okay, which also works perfectly. All right, and then we'll give the div some padding so that we can have some space around the I have bad news for you. Okay, so let's get to it. All right, so since they are both going to have a height of auto, right, then we don't need this height of 300 pixels again. So all we can do is to copy this height of auto and then bring it here. Okay, height auto, and then we get rid of this. Okay, so let's go back and see whether it still works the same way. Okay, it still works the same way. All right, okay, perfect. So we'll come to this and fix it. So now that div is called the message container. All right, so we'll take the hash message container, okay, hash message container, and then we will give it a padding of say 2 em, or maybe 1 em to work over here. Let's just see message container padding of 1 em. Let's go back and see what we have. Okay, I think 1 em is quite good, right? Okay, well, let's make it a bit bigger. Let's make the pattern a bit bigger so that it will come more in the middle. So 2 em. Okay, we can leave this for now. Okay, we can leave this for now. So now we need to push the heading, this H1, a little bit below. It should come down more, right? So what we'll do is we'll say div hash message container. Okay, margin top, right, is let's say 2 em. Let's try 2 em and see. Okay, let's go back, save it. Okay, 2 em seems to, okay, so we need to apply it on the H1 instead. Sorry, I think I forgot that. Okay, all right, so I think this is a bit below. Okay, let's bring it up. Let's add some 1 em to it to see. Okay, so all right, so I think we can work with this for now because we need to add a font and all. Then once we are done, we know that okay, we do the necessary adjustments. Okay, so our site is already, our 404 page is already looking very good. Okay, as to what we have here. So let's give some space between the paragraph and the button as well. Okay, I think we need that. So we say div hash message container, then paragraph. Okay, so margin bottom, right, will be 1 em. You see how powerful the box model properties are, right? They are really important. So let's make it 2 em instead. Okay, 2 em is okay. So I think this spacing is pretty good. All right, so now to see like the progress of what we've done so far, let's remove all the colors from the divs that we've used. Okay, because now we can all picture what's going on. Okay, so I'll remove the color green from the content container, right, and I'll move the color orange from the main container, right, and I'll move the color red from the top container. Okay, then we save it, we go back, and then bam, wow. Wow, you're already duplicating this perfectly, right? We are there. We just need some few modifications to the button and all that stuff, and we are good to go. All right, so now let's immediately work on the button as soon as possible. Okay, so now we choose the button, right? Now over here we realize that, let's open the image. We have the button here. The button is black with white text, and then all the text are capital, right? And then it has this padding, and then it has the edges and all, right? So what we have to do is have to say button background color is black. Okay, and we say border 1px solid black. All right, and we say color is white. Okay, and then we say text transform is uppercase. All right, to make everything capitals. And then we say the padding too can be, let's say 1 EM. We can start with 1 EM and see how it goes. So we save it, and then we come back here, and then let's reload. Wow, this is looking really good. Okay, this is looking really good. Okay, but so one thing is, when you look here, you realize that it's not completely black. It's black, but it's like sort of a lighter version of black. Okay, so let's see how best we can dim this. Okay, let's see how best we can dim this. So let's go to the Google Color Picker, right? Google Color Picker. Okay, and then let's go to something black, but not so black, but right. So let me see something a bit lighter. So we come here, right? Let's try this color and see #292929. Okay, so let's see background color #2929. Okay, and then let's reload this and see. Okay, so this I think is it's still not so close. Okay, so it means we have to get even a lighter. We have to make it even more lighter. Okay, so let's try this and see. Let's make it this way. Okay, so you're already getting the flow. So when you get a design, when a client shows you a website that, hey, do this for me, then you get the flow of how things go. Okay, so yeah, we can go on. Okay, so this is a bit closer. Let's go one more time. Okay, let's go one more time to at least get a bit closer to it, since this is only for demonstration purposes. Okay, so let's save and then refresh again. Okay, so I think this is quite close to it, right? So we have our back to homepage button over there, right? Perfect. So this is really good. One thing we can also do is let's add some hover effects over the button. Okay, so that when you hover over the button, something will happen, right? So button hover, right? You can say background color white, okay, and then color black, okay, and then we can say cursor pointer. Okay, so cursor pointer is an attribute that says that, hey, give it that finger sort of pointing something when you hover over it. Okay, so let's hover over it. Okay, wow. Okay, so our site is sort of getting there, right? So now what we are left with is basically the font style, right? The font style for this, right? Using a certain special font that we don't know what font it is, okay, but we are going to try and get something as close to it as possible. All right, so let's see. Okay, so let's see, let's try a monospace font, because I feel this is really probably a monospace font. Okay, so we'll go to the body and we'll say font family. All right, Korea, sorry, monospace. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay, so let's save it. So this applies the font family to everything in the body, right? So this is an inherited property. So let's go back and then reload. Okay, this is quite good. This is quite good. I mean, it's not exactly, sorry, let me minimize this. Sorry, it's not exactly the same as this. Okay, I want to try and load that. I don't know why it's doing that to me. Okay, let me do it like this. Okay, so it's not exactly the same. This is a bit narrower. It's not that wide. Okay, but then at least it's close to it as we can, right? And this is for demo purposes, so you can sort of experiment with the font and then see what works for you. Later on in the course, I'll show you how to download your own custom fonts and then use them. Okay, different types and varieties of fonts that you can use. Okay, but in the meantime, I think this is looking quite good, but the 404 not found has to be a bit bold. Okay, so let's make this bold. All right, so let's go to the full font of found. That's the top container. All right, we make a font weight bold. Okay, we save it, we come back, and then we see. Okay, so now that is bold. All right, so there we go. We have successfully cloned the project, the mini project, the sites. Okay, we've done a lot. Okay, it all started from our simple mockup paint, right? We put the containers together, knew which one we had to float around, we structured it, and then we put the content in there, and then we put the image in there, and then that is it. So I mean, with this, you know that there's a whole lot of layouts that you can do. You can play around with this. You can even have 3 layouts. You can have another section behind this. Okay, you can convert this to a landing page for yourself where your picture is over here, and then let's say you can say something like, welcome to my portfolio website. Okay, my name is this, that, you know, check out my work. Okay, so these are things you can do. You can convert this to a full navigation menu. Okay, have a logo over there and then all that stuff, you know. Just work around things and then you are good to go. I'm so excited with the progress that you have made so far. And then you know, there's still some more concepts to learn. Okay, but then basically the concepts that are left are really key, but then they are top ups to what you already know. We are building on the knowledge that you already have. Okay, and then also we'll do some, you know, some really cooler things. All right, so join me in the next section as we tackle what we call the CSS Flexbox. Okay, so we are going to play around with what we call Flexbox, okay, for layout. Right now, you know, we've done float and positioning. Right now, if you've done float, you realize that float is a bit annoying, and you know, it requires a whole lot of work. So you have to float, you know, give items their width, and then, you know, a whole lot of that. And if it happens that you are designing a very complicated layout, it becomes even more tricky. All right, so there's another strategy for creating layouts, responsive layouts, which we call the Flexbox. All right, so we are going to explore this, and then we'll do a simple practice. We'll create a simple navigation bar with Flexbox and then see how it works. All right, so this is the CSS layout with Flexbox, right? So when we say flex, right, when we call display flex on an item, okay, what we are trying to do is to make the items flex, for example. So in a nutshell, when items are in a Flexbox, okay, based on whatever properties you've set, what happens is that I take it like your muzzle, right? If you sort of contract your arms, your muzzles contract, right? And then if you sort of extend your arms, your muzzles to expand. All right, it's sort of like that with Flexbox. Okay, whatever when the flex container is shrinking, the items in it too will be shrinking. When it is expanding, the items in it will be expanding. So it allows for a more flexible layout, right? And the items sort of alter, they change their width and height to fill the available space in the main dimension, right? It makes horizontal and vertical centering very easy. You can change the order of items, that like how the divs are appearing. So let's say in our example, in our 404 page example, we had the image on the left and then the content on the right. Okay, so let's just say on a small screen, you want the content to instead come on top and then the image should be down, right? You can do that very easily with Flexbox. All right, so think about this analogy. When you have a container, right, and then you have elements and container, immediately you say the container should be displayed as flex. Now the elements or the items, which is called the flex items, will all line up immediately on one axis. Okay, so take it like a string with beats on it, okay, where all the beats are lined up on the same axis. Okay, and then depending on the direction you choose to arrange the items, they can line up vertically or they can line up horizontally, right? Don't worry, we see this in action. We see this straight up in action. Okay, so let's quickly go to the practice and then see, you know, with CSS, all these things you are learning, once you practice, then you really begin to appreciate it more. Okay, so now you have an idea of what flex is. Let's create a simple navigation bar with Flexbox. All right. Okay, so what will happen is that I already have my Flexbox container over here, my projects folder over here. So like we always do, we'll create our new file, we'll name it index.html, right? Okay, and then we'll create another file, we'll name it index.css, index.css. Okay, and then we save it. Okay, then we'll come and put our HTML structure here. All right, and we'll label this Flexbox, all right, and then we'll link to our CSS, right, index.css. Okay, and then as usual, like we always test, let's make sure that we have the CSS working, background color red. Okay, let's minimize this, go to our projects folder. Sorry. Okay, so Flexbox, let's open index.html. Okay, so we see the CSS not working, so let's see what I may have done wrong over here. I made this XSS, so CSS. So it's always nice to check to make sure that CSS is working. Okay, all right, so yeah, now our CSS is working. So now let's start. So now what we'll do is we'll create our usual container, right? Div ID, we'll give it container, all right? That's simple. Okay, and then in the div we'll have other divs, of course, right? So let's give them a class of, let's call it box1. Okay, sorry, and then let's copy and paste this box1, box2. But let's make it like 5 boxes. Okay. So 1, 2, hey, this is 3, sorry, 3, 4, 5. Okay, right, and let's give our div hash container a width of 100%. All right, let's give it a height of auto and a background color of gray. Okay, just to see what's going on here. Right, and in our box1, let's make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so now let's say div.box. All right, div.box should have, let's say, okay, let's leave this for now. Let's just give box1, div.box1 should have a background color of red. Okay, div.box2 should have a background color of green. Okay, div.box3 should have a background color of purple. Okay, div.box4 should have a background color of, let's say, orange. Okay, and div.box5 let's just use blue for that. Blue. Okay, so box5. Now let me close this. Let's go to our page and see what's happening now. Okay, so you realize that we have box div1, div2, div3, div4, div5, and our divs are block level elements, so automatically they've all stacked up like this. All right, they've all stacked up like this. Box1 over here, box2 over here, box3 over here, box4 here, box5 over here. Okay, let's give the boxes some. So div.box, right, all the boxes have the same class, which is box. So we say padding of, let's just give it some very little padding. Let's say 1 em. Okay, let's see how that goes. Okay, and then let's make the content a color of white, so that you can see properly what is going on in there. Font weight, sorry, bold. Okay, so that we can see what is going on in there. Okay, so we have box1, box2, box3, box4, box5. All right. Okay, so now let's see the magic of Flexbox. All right, so we go back to our CSS and then we add a display property. We talked about display block, display inline block, display inline. So we have another one, display flex, right? Now you apply display flex on the container of the boxes, right? So we say display flex. All right, we save it, we go back to our site. Now look at that. So now by display flex, right, we have stacked up with just with one line, we have stacked up all the flex items nicely at the left side. All right, now that is display flex. So like the analogy we gave, like beats on a string. Okay, immediately you set the container element to flex, all the items inside stack up on the beats side by side like beats on a string. Okay, so that is display flex. Now realize that still our container has so much space over here. All right, with float would have to sort of say every element has a width of some 25% or something, just to make sure we are getting the calculation right. So now with Flexbox, we simply use a simple value on all the box elements. So over here we say div.box. Remember, div.box is a class that belongs to all the boxes, the div over here. See, so we say div.box flex grow. So this is the flex grow property. We set it to 1. Now by default, this property is set to 0. So when we say flex grow is 1, what we are trying to say is that every flex item, that is all the boxes, should shrink in equal width, in equal sizes to fill the available space. Okay, so let's see what flex grow does. So let's reload. Okay, so realize that automatically all the items have sort of shrunk to fit the space available. Okay, this is like the beauty of Flexbox. All right, so you can create like really complicated layouts very, very easily without doing so much work. Okay, now let's remove this flex grow for now. Okay, let me comment it out. Let me show you something. Now by default, right, the Flexbox shows the items laid out horizontally. Okay, but we can change the direction of the Flexbox, right? So instead of the horizontal, we can say flex direction, okay, column. Okay, so by default flex direction is row. Okay, so we can say flex direction is column. So let's see what flex direction column does. Okay, so flex direction column brings us to how things were looking at first. Okay, where they were stacked up on top of each other. So there are times you need to lay out things that way, and it's perfectly fine. Okay, so with that you can just use flex direction column. All right, so let's just remove that. So please do take note of these properties and keep practicing it. Okay, let me just leave the flex direction column here and then comment it out. Okay, and then flex grow. All right, now we have set the flex grow to 1 for the items here, right? But let's just say we have some content in 2. Maybe 2 has a lot of content and we want 2 to sort of have maybe double the width that the other items have, right? So we can say box 2 flex grow. We can say flex grow of this is 2, right? And let's go there. So you see what happens. So now 2 automatically has double the width of the other items. So this is like really, really nice what happens with Flexbox, like as compared to float where you have to do so many width calculations, and all. With this just a few commands and then you are good to go. All right, let's try another flex direction. Okay, with this. So now we said we have flex direction column, right? Now let's try flex direction. We also have something we call the row reverse. Okay, so that one turns the instead of 1 to 5, we get 5 to 1. So let's reload that and see. Okay, so now we have 5 to 1. So just with one line of code, we've been able to literally turn the entire boxes arrangements. So this layout makes Flexbox very, 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 very powerful, extremely powerful. The same thing with instead of row reverse, we can use column reverse, right? So let's reverse the columns. All right, so you see what happens. Now the 5 is on top instead of the 1, even though in our HTML the box 1 comes before the 5. So this shows how powerful Flexbox is. Now let's comment this out and then let's go back to the flex row. Okay, now this is something that you should know. The direction of your flex is called the main axis. Okay, so if the flex direction is row by default, for example, then your the main axis is called the flex direction. The main axis is called a row. Okay, now you need to know what the main axis is, because it really helps you when we get to another point where we are centering items and all that. So this is the main axis, left to right, and then we have the perpendicular axis. So the perpendicular axis is the opposite of the main axis. So if the main axis is horizontal and the perpendicular axis is vertical, All right, now if the flex direction is column, then the main axis is vertical and then the perpendicular axis is horizontal. Okay, so this is something that you should definitely know about. All right, now we will check another flex property called the flex basis. Right, now for flex basis, okay, before we do flex basis, let me just show you how responsive the layout is even as of now. So let's go back, and then you see, let's try to reduce the screen size. Right, you realize that automatically the boxes are shrinking to face the screen size. You know, let's add some content to the boxes, okay, so that we really appreciate what's going on. This is box 1. No, let's make it 1. This is box 1, and I am happy to be here. All right, then let's make it this is box 2. This is box 2, and I am super excited to be here. Now let's make this is box 3, and I'm surprised I have made it this far. Right, and this is box 4, and I am really eager to learn CSS. Okay, this is box 5, and I can't wait to develop my first website. Okay, so let's save that, and then let's reload. Okay, so now we have some content over here. Okay, this is good. So now we see how the content is sort of shrinking. All right, it's shrinking over here. Okay, that is perfect. So you see, as we resize the page, it is automatically shrinking. This is one of the very crazy powers of Flexbox. Okay, all right, now let's go back, right, to Flex. Let's reload this. Okay, so now let's just say we want to sort of, you know, right now when you reduce the window screen, you know, the things really squeeze together, right? Let's just say instead you want, at a point in time, you want some of the boxes to drop to the next line. You don't want them to like sort of squeeze together like that. All right, so there is something we call the flex shrink. Okay, the flex shrink, which by default is set to 1. Okay, so flex shrink, because the default is set to 1, this is why this keeps, you know, dropping like this. Okay, so what we can do is that we can say first of all, we can say flex shrink should be set to 0. Okay, when we say flex shrink should be set to 0, it means we are saying that if it gets to a point where it's squishing up too much, it should just drop to the next line. Okay, now this works together with another property on the container called flex wrap. Okay, and we call it wrap. Okay, by default it doesn't wrap. Okay, so flex wrap. Okay, so we are saying move to the next line. So let's try that and see. So let's reload. Okay, so you realize that already by default it's come to the next line. Okay, because this is very long. So see, so this is also dropping to the next line. Okay, we're dropping to that. So we are getting something very responsive over here. Okay, you see, so it means we are saying, hey, don't shrink, but instead of shrinking, drop to the next line. Okay, so you cannot the screen cannot be reduced again. So that's the thing about the flex shrink. Okay, so just to you know, re-emphasize, right, if you really want to understand what is going on with the shrink and then the grow and all that, okay, let's once again remove all the flex properties from all the boxes. Okay, get everything back to just the container with display flex, the box with flex grow, okay, and then everything else is the same. Okay, now let's go back to our site and see the defaults. Okay, now if you look at these boxes over here, you realize that anytime the statement gets to the end, they sort of immediately drop to the next line. Okay, so that is flex shrinking in action. So flex shrinking is saying try to squeeze everything in one space as much as you can. So anytime there's no space available, drop the content to the next line. you get the idea. So that's, you know, that's one thing about the flex shrink. Keep shrinking the boxes till, you know, squishing the boxes till you can fit everything on that one line. All right. So anytime you set the box as the box item, that's the flex items, flex shrink of 0. Okay, 0 means don't shrink. Okay, so this is what happens. So 0. Okay, so now you realize that now you've said that no, make sure that everything fits as it is. Okay, but now the issue here is that now, because we set flex shrink to 0, it's just going on and on as long as it's available, and this is not the effect that we want. Okay, so instead, that is when we come up with the new flex property, which is the flex wrap. So you are saying, okay, when you get to the end of the screen, instead of extending to the edges of the screen, drop to the next line, right? So then we set flex wrap, which is by default no wrap. So drop to the next line. Okay, so let's go there. And then you see now, instead of it extending to the edges of the screen, now it drops to the next line. So this is it about flex shrinking, flex growing. Okay, it's like one of the core fundamentals of Flexbox, so it's necessary to understand it. So as you squeeze the page, the items, you realize that the statements never drop to the same line. Instead, they try to fit, the boxes try to fit, you know, till, so they keep stacking up and stacking up and stacking up and stacking up, making sure that everything is fitting. If we are to remove flex shrink 0 and then leave it as the default, okay, this is what happens. Okay, we have flex wrap, so we have to remove the flex wrap from here. Okay, by default, this is what happens. Then now with flex shrink set to yes, it means now it will squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze till all the items are all in the same line. Okay, so this is one of the dynamics of flex shrink and then flex grow. Okay, it's very, very, very important that you get the idea. Okay, now there's a shorthand property, okay, for called the flex flow. Okay, so flex flow on the container elements, right? Now you realize that some of the items, some of the properties we write it on the container. Some of the properties we put it on the item itself, that's the boxes. Okay, so you need to know the differences. Something like display flex is on the container, something like flex grow and flex shrink are on the items itself. Okay, so there's something called flex flow. Flex flow is a shorthand for the flex direction and then the flex wrap. Okay, so flex direction row and then flex wrap. Okay, so this is a shorthand format. So sometimes you see this somewhere, you know that, hey, this is the shorthand for flex direction and flex row. So flex direction and then flex wrap. Okay, flex direction and flex wrap. Okay, so we have the wrap like we said. Okay, so this is the shorthand. So if you don't want that, you can just comment it out. So it depends on your flow and what you are working on, right? So as you understand this, you know how best you know, to use the properties. Okay, now to really understand this into more detail, right, what we are going to do is that we are also going to try another a simple project. Okay, the navigation bar. We are going to create a simple navigation bar using Flexbox. Okay, so that you sort of understand how you can use this Flexbox to create a navigation bar. It's very, very straightforward. Okay, so but immediately, quickly, before we do that, right, let's check out another property called the flex basis. All right, let's check another property called the flex basis. Now the flex basis, right, what you are saying is that flex basis on an item. Okay, so the flex basis, essentially, it can be something like 200 pixels or 20%. What you are saying is that now when the boxes are rendered, okay, are shown on the page for the first time, let this be the starting width. Okay, so let's do something. Okay, so you realize that now all the boxes have a starting width of 200 pixels and they've all been squeezed together. Okay, so that is the starting width of the boxes. Then from there they can be expanded or they can be shrink. Okay, we can say starting width of 20%, for example. Okay. All right, I think it's still the same thing, right? Because they all fit. I can see starting with of 30%. Okay, which also is like, so then you see like everything is sort of automatic, is being calculated automatically, so you don't do a lot of, you don't really have so much headache as you do this. There are times that you need flex basis, especially when you're designing some layouts and you want some particular one of the boxes to actually have a certain beginning width. So let's say box 1, we strictly want to make sure that box 1 also has a width of like 300 pixels when you start, whatever be the case. Okay, so now box 1 has 300 pixels. Okay, let's say we want box 1 to have 1000 pixels in the beginning. You see what's happening? So box 1 has 1000 pixels, and then every other thing is being squished to make way for box 1, right? And then from there you can expand, so box 1 can actually reduce, or it can, you know, become bigger. So this is the idea. So essentially you play with flex basis, flex shrink, flex grow, okay, to get an idea of what's going on. Now there's a shortcut for the flex property, right, which I will leave the link in the description, okay, where you can learn more about it. So what is the shortcut? We have a shortcut property called flex. Okay, so we can say flex 10200 pixels. Okay, so what we are saying is that this particular item should have a flex grow of 1, flex grow of 1, okay, flex, let me type it this way, flex grow of 1, flex shrink of 0, and then a flex basis of 200 pixels. Okay, so this is something that you should know, right? Sometimes you are reading through some code, you see something like this, and then you should know how that works. Now I'll leave the link in the description to a more detailed breakdown version of the flex. There are so many varieties of the Flexbox, okay, like the flex shortcut that you definitely need to check out. So please do check the link in the description for the flex shortcuts, read the documentations, and then try to go more into detail with it. So now let's start working on our navigation bar. Okay, and we are going to design a simple navigation bar with Flexbox. Okay, so let's say UL. Okay, UL. All right, we have the li. Okay, a href hash. Okay, say home. Right, we have the, okay, sorry, I have to close this. So we have the li over here. So let me just duplicate this. Let's create about 1 2 3 4, let's say 5. Okay, so we have the home, about, contact, we'll say maybe FAQs, frequently asked questions, right? FAQs, and maybe the last one will be a button. Okay, so we'll have, let's say, a button over here. So a button, okay, you see maybe the button has the login text on it, right? Now let's reload this page and see what we have now. Okay, so let's reload this. Okay, so we now have the home, about, contact, login, FAQ, and in that order, right? So we will remove the list style. Okay, so ULLI. Okay, we said we remove the dots from the list by list style type. Okay, we'll make it none. Okay, so once we make it none, let's see how that looks now. Okay, so now all the dots have disappeared. Okay, so now what we do next is that this is the container. So we apply a UL display flex on the UL elements. Okay, so let's go back and then reload. Okay, so automatically, like we said, this has lined up with each other. Okay, now there's also a nice property, okay, for automatically spacing out the content that you have. Okay, so you can have something like justify content, which is a property, justify content center. Okay, so justify content center, you are saying that, okay, when you take the main axis, okay, and we said the main axis by default is the row, okay, so over here from left to right is the main axis, okay, so we are saying that on the main axis, center the element, okay, center the element. That is what we call the main axis, and this is the cross axis. The cross axis is the vertical axis over here that is perpendicular to the main axis, okay. So when you say justify content center, then every item in the Flexbox will sort of move to the right, to the middle of the Flexbox. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so nothing has changed yet, so we need to sort of give the UL a width. Okay, we've not stated that this should have a width of 100%, so let's do that and see. Okay, so now if the UL has a width of 100%, then the elements will be centered right inside. Okay, let's give the UL a background color so that we see what's going on. Say background color of, let's say, gray. Okay, and then let's see the list style, the colors of the link, let's make it black, right? And then let's remove all the underlines from the text decoration, none. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, so now that doesn't have any text decorations under it. Let's give the UL some padding of, let's say, 1 EM. Okay, then let's see. Okay, so realize that now everything has been centered right in the middle. Okay, so this is a very easy way for centering items. Okay, if you have to center a div or center something in a box, you can easily set display on it and then set the align item, the justify content to center. Right now, justify content has other values. Okay, so now let's try space between. There's a value called space between. Okay, let's see that. So you see space between. Now say space between has brought this here, this here, this here, this right here. Okay, and then we have the login button over here, right? Now there's also another element, there's another value called the space around, okay, which is also a very interesting. So you see now the space around sort of creates that it creates some space around it and then spreads out the links evenly on the page. Okay, so already our navigation is sort of looking okay to a point, right? So let's say let me make this font family so that our text will look a bit nicer. Bedana, sans serif. Okay, perfect. And let's make the color, I think probably white will do, or let's make the color white. Okay, and then the background color of the UL can be black instead of the gray, okay, to give it some nice feel. Okay, so you see what we have here. Now let's see whether we can add some vibe to our button, because our button is looking a little bit too raw over there. Okay, so let's style our button. So button, right, we can say background color is white. Okay, the padding is 1 EM. Okay, so let's see how it looks like right now, even as we talk. Okay, so this is our button, which is even looking a bit better than what we initially started with. Okay, but you realize that now this has shifted, though it's centered, it's sort of shifted you know, to the top. Okay, so what we want to do is that we want to align the items in the center of the cross axis. Okay, so we said this is the main axis, this is the cross axis. Okay, now on the main axis it's justified correctly in the center, but on the cross axis it's not centered. Okay, so what we do is that we say align items and then we say center. Okay, so align items centers the items in the middle. Okay, so you see now the aligned items are centered. So we have the two alignments, the horizontal alignment and the vertical alignment. Once you do it right, automatically the buttons will always be correctly in the middle, no matter the adjustment that you make. So this to achieve this with Float, we would have typed a whole lot, but with Flexbox, look at just a few things we've typed. Just this display flex, justify content space around, and align items center is what has actually made this look really, really nice. Okay, so now let's make our navigation even more interesting. Okay, let's add a logo to the navigation and see how we can make it work. Okay, so we are going to create a navigation where the logo is at the left and then the navigation links are at the right. Okay, so I'm going to do something very interesting. So let's go to the index.html, right? And then let's add another li over here. Okay, with an a, obviously. All right, and then the a would have an image, a logo, right? Make an image src is equal to that. Okay, and let's see whether we can get a nicely sized logo online. Okay, something very simple, right? So we say rectangular logo. Okay, so something very small we can use. Let's see. This will be quite tricky to get. I'm hoping we can get something nice. Okay, this is brownstone. I know the size though, but we can probably work with it. Okay, 600 by 300 over here. I think it's a bit large. Okay, but let's see what we can do with it. Okay, so save images. We go to, so we save it at live coding, Flexbox, make it logo.jpg. Okay, so logo.jpg, and then we'll save it. Okay, let's go back, and then now let's make this logo.jpg. Okay, and now we have our UL justify content space around, align item space around it all. Now let's see how this looks now at the moment. Okay, go back to the Flexbox, and let's see. Okay, so this image is very big, as you can see over here. So I'm thinking maybe we try and reduce it a little. Okay, so let's give it a width of so we can, let's just come here, say maybe image width can be, let's say 100 pixels. Let's just see how 100 pixels width looks like. Okay, then we refresh. Okay, so I think this is okay, though it's not like very clear, but you get the idea. Now you see that everything now is now centered. Okay, so now let's do something. We want to do such that all the links over here will shift to the right side over here, and then the logo will be the only one at this section. Okay, so what we will do is that we'll use a very interesting thing. Let's give this li a class of logo. Okay, and then let's go to our index.css, and I will remove the justify content center. Okay, so we are saying, okay, we don't want you to horizontally center it for us again, so we remove that. Okay, let's save it and see how it looks first. Okay, so now this is how the navigation is now looking since we removed the justify content center. Okay, so what we can do now is we can set ul li, okay, which is the logo.logo. We can give a margin right of auto. Okay, now let's give a margin right of auto. Now let's go back there and save. Okay, so realize that now everything has shifted to the right, and the logo is right here, and we've not even done too much coding. Okay, but then there's one thing there, the UL is sort of entering the screen. Okay, so we need to check that. Now to check that, we need to remove this width 100% over here. Okay, because then that is sort of adding up to, we can't get exactly 100% because we have paddings and we have some margins all around, and all that kind of stuff. So we remove the 100%, and then we see, okay, so now we have it here. Now the other issue is that you realize that the links are sort of all clashing together. All right, so one thing we can also do is that we can give all the LIs a margin left. Okay, so then we say all LIs should have a margin left of, let's say, 1 EM. So it means there will be some spaces to the left side as you go ahead. So let's give the LIs a margin left of 1 EM. Then we save it. There we go. All right, so then our navigation is already looking very good. Okay, so this is a very simple navigation bar. Let's remove the margins around the body like we always do. Okay, so that everything will fit there without any space. So body margin 0. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to our page. Right, perfect. And then okay, the UL2 seems to have some margins on the top of it, so we'll put maybe margin of the UL, we'll make it margin 0. Okay, let's see how that looks. Perfect. So we have a simple navigation bar with Flexbox, okay, which is quite responsive. Okay, so to a point, it's responsive because of the margin right. So this margin right that we put over here on the logo is the hack that we used. Okay, this is the make it or break it. So first, what you do is you get all your list elements, your logo, your links. Okay, then you display the URL as a flex box. Okay, then you align all the items to the center. Okay, such that the space at the top will be the same down here no matter what. Okay, once you are done, you specifically add a margin right auto on the logo, okay, to shift all other elements to the right side. Okay, then once you are done with that, okay, then you add a margin left of the links. Okay, the links at the right, so that it gives some space to the right side of them. Okay, because then you realize that they were all cluttered at one place. Okay, once you are done, you have your navigation. We can even play around with the background color of the URL over here, and then say maybe green, for example. See how the green looks like. Okay, then we have green. Okay, so you've probably seen this so many times on different websites, and this is basically how they work. Very easy, very straightforward. If we are to do this with floating, it will be very tough. Okay, so if you have a full layout design, you can do the same thing for that as well, and then it will work perfectly. So this is one interesting thing about Flexbox. We've learned so many properties: the flex shrink, we've learned flex grow, okay, we've learned flex basis. And trust me, with Flexbox, you have to keep practicing. In the description of the video, I'll add so many links over there that to other external materials that you can read around. Please read around as much as you can. This is only an introduction to it. Okay, there's so much more you can do to it. You can do with Flexbox. So read, practice. Trust me, if you don't practice Flexbox, you will not really understand. It's not something you can just sit back and then watch and then see it being done. Okay, all the ways I'm manipulating is because I'm learning and then I have experience with it, so it makes it easy to figure out some things. But when you're doing it from scratch on your own, it's not that straightforward. Okay, so the key here is to master it. You can use the Flexbox for other portions of your display, and then and then whatnot. Okay, now there's also another interesting element called the order element. I said that sometimes you can change the order and appearance and the appearance of some of the elements on your screen, okay, the flex items, without actually changing the HTML. So let's try that and see. Okay, so to do that, what we use is a property called the order, right? So order, we make it 2. Okay, so when we make it 2, it means that we are saying that all other elements should be 1. So by default, all other elements will be 1, and only the logo will be 2. So the Flexbox arranges the items from left to right by default. Okay, so when we say order of 2, right, then it means the logo will come after, right? So over here means this is order of 1, this is order of 2. Okay, so if you have another element, we can even make it order of 3, and that will also appear over here. But now you realize that the logo is now, that's not what we want. We want the logo to be at this side. Okay, so instead what we do is we change the margin left instead of the margin right auto, we make the margin left auto. Okay, right, and then this is what happens. And that is and this is Flexbox for you. Okay, so you need to practice with the properties. We've done Flexbox, we've done flex, we've done flex shrink, we've done flex grow, we've done flex basis. You need to practice that. That is the only way you can master Flexbox, right? So in this video, I'll leave some a description to some content and some materials that can, some further reading materials about Flexbox that you can explore. It's very key. You can develop so much amazing, beautiful websites and layouts with Flexbox, but it's not something you just sit there and then watch a video and then you are a master of it. You need to practice, play around with it, make mistakes, see how you fix the mistakes. I mean, you really have to work on this. Okay, and once you do that, you'll be a master. So in the next session we'll talk about responsive design, okay, which is another very key thing in CSS, okay, where we can show, responsive design is about showing certain styles in certain screen size. So we can say that, hey, this navigation bar, if it is in a small screen size, the color should be red instead of green. Okay, so that's all about responsive web design, and we'll talk more into detail about it. Okay, so in the next video, do join me and then let's get started. So responsive web design. Now this concept skill is something that every professional web developer has to know. You cannot not do web design without knowing how to build a responsive website. Okay, so what do we mean by a responsive website? Website which can, like, fit on a variety of screens. All right, instead of like making it separate. So like you build a website, somebody views it on a mobile phone, it looks good. Somebody views it on a desktop computer, it looks good. Or a laptop, it looks good. Okay, now with that responsive design, what happens is that when somebody views your website on, let's say, on a mobile phone, the person has to be zooming and rotating and pinching and all that stuff, to make the site look good. So that your site ends up looking extremely clumsy. Right now, what other companies currently do is they try to detect whether you are accessing their site from a mobile screen. So when you are accessing their site from a mobile screen, then they redirect you to another version of their site. So usually see maybe m.thatwebsite.com. For example, even with YouTube, sometimes you are visiting YouTube on your phone, on the browser, not the app. You see m.youtube.com, right? But generally, things are changing. Okay, when these companies came up, some of these technologies were not there. Okay, so now they are sort of still using the old stuff, right? But then gradually, a lot of companies, modern day companies, do not use stuff like that again, except it's very necessary. Okay, because it's hard. It's impossible to design and maintain different versions. So if you have a tablet, you mean you have to design a different version for a tablet, different website version for a tablet, different website version for a mobile phone, different website version for a laptop. It's not possible. Okay, that is why responsive web design is very important. Okay, so the design that you make, how does it look good with the same code on smart screens? Okay, all right, so these are the components of responsive web design. Okay, so the grid and then the layout you use has to be flexible. Okay, so with a Flexbox, you realize how the things you are adjusting automatically when we are reducing the screen. Okay, so that is like a flexible grid. We have flexible images, so images that look good no matter where you show them. Okay, if it's on a smart screen, if it's on a smartphone screen, they look very good. They are nicely laid out. If it's on a desktop screen, they are nicely laid out. Okay, so the way we achieve that is using what we call media queries. Okay, so media queries in CSS, they are like sort of a way for us to deliver a set of rules only to devices that meet a certain criteria. Okay, so we can specifically say that when a device is this size, use this CSS. Okay, and that is what makes media queries so special. Now, one thing we should know in responsive web design is a very important element called the viewport meta element. Okay, now let's see what it is. Now what's the viewport? Okay, now when you open a website, right, in the background, the browser renders the website on a certain canvas, which is called the viewport. Okay, in previous sections I mentioned that, take it like an artist who is drawing a picture. They take a cardboard or they take a piece of cloth. That piece of cloth is their canvas. Okay, now usually this viewport is not the same as, like, the width is not the same as the screen you are using. So if the viewport by default is say 980 points and your screen size is 320 points, the browser will still render the website on the 980 points, and then after that try to shrink it to fit your screen size. Okay, so it tries to cram all the information you have there into that same screen size, and it gives you that whole clumsy feel. So when you introduce the meta element, okay, if you look at the top right, we have the meta element. So that's the meta name viewport. Content is equal to width is equal to device width is equal initial scale 1. Okay, so let's explain what that means. So now with this meta tag, right, what you are telling the browser is that set the viewport to the initial device width of whatever device is being used. Okay, and then after that, the initial scale, that is 1. It means set the zoom to 100%. Okay, so then what happens is that when you put this meta element in your head tag, anytime the browser is rendering your website, it will first consider the screen size and try to fit it in the screen size, instead of rendering it on the bigger viewport and then trying to cram everything into the space. Okay, so this meta element is sort of like the cornerstone of responsive web design, of media queries. Okay, so if you are going to build your site for responsive web design, you cannot not have this particular meta element in your head element, and we'll check that about how it works. Okay, so fluid layouts. Okay, so fluid layouts are typically layouts that sort of resize to fit proportionally to whatever available space is in the screen or window. Okay, so we did that in Flexbox. Like I said, you can make an image flexible by setting the max width to 100%. If you set the image max width to 100%, it means no matter the screen size, it will never overflow beyond the edges of its container. Okay, so this is one trick that you can use for fluid layouts. And the media queries you're talking about, what is it? Okay, so this is the basic structure of a media query. Okay, so you see we have at media, type, and feature value. So this is the format. So over here in the curly braces, whatever styles you want for that particular criteria, you put it there. Okay, so let's look at an example of a media query. So put this in your mind. The media type, that's the type of the device or screen or whatever it is. The feature is the is what you are testing for, and the value is the breakpoint you are using. So let's check that out. So this is an example of a media query. So in the first one, we have at media screen and orientation landscape, body, background, sky blue. Okay, so what you are telling the browser is that if the visitor is viewing your website by turning their phone in the orientation landscape, make the body a background color of sky blue. You get it? If it's in portraits, make the body a background color of coral. Okay, and then the types, you have print. So we can say at media print, at media screen, at media, or at media speech. But in this course, we'll be dealing mostly with a media screen, okay, which is the most common you'll be using when you're developing website. Except there are some specific styles you need to provide, or some specific adjustments you need to provide for people who are using like speech readers or screen readers to visit your website. Then we can use something like at media speech or whatever it is. Okay, so let's look at this example. So over here we have an H1. We've said the font family is Georgia Serif, right? But then there's a media query that states that, okay, if the device width, the main width of the device is 40 EM, then make the font family Lobster cursive. Okay, so what you are saying that anything above 40 EM should have this particular style. Okay, but anything below it can have the default H1. So this is like a condition, something that you are testing for. And this is something that makes media queries extremely powerful. Now, what are breakpoints? Okay, so in the previous slide, right, we chose a main width of 40 EM. Okay, so the 40 EM is what we call the breakpoint. So the breakpoint is the point at which the style should be applied. Okay, so when we say a main width of 800px, 800px is the breakpoint. Okay, so then what will happen is that as you are developing your website, you keep adjusting your screen, reducing your screen. So at each screen width, you specify some styles. Okay, so as you reduce your screen and you realize that something is happening which is not really okay, you specify a media query for that breakpoint, and then you put your styles over there. So you're able to get it right. Okay, so usually when you are developing a responsive website, some professionals advise that, okay, some experts advise that, okay, start from the smaller screen and then go upwards towards the bigger screen. Me, for example, me personally, I develop for the laptop or the large screen size. Then instead, I reduce the web page gradually to see whether anything is more functional or any layout is breaking on smaller screen. So if I find that there's a certain screen dimension that the layout is not really looking good, you go there, you type your media query CSS, you put a style there, and then you fix it. Okay, so that is how the mindset about choosing breakpoints work, and they can be very, very tricky. And you can't choose so many breakpoints, so you have to consider. You can't say I'm choosing a breakpoint for 700 pixels, for 600, for 500, for 400, for 300, for 200. It will make your work very easy, very hard. So what you do instead is that you try and analyze. Sometimes between 800 pixels and 600 pixels, there's not so much change in your layout. It looks quite good. Or between 800 pixels and 400 pixels, there's not so much change. So you don't force it to put breakpoints between these particular ranges. Okay, so you really put a breakpoint for where you want to sort of make an adjustment. That's very key. So if you're focusing on responsive web design, then these are the things you need to make sure that it's working. Okay, content hierarchy, your content, okay, is your content arrangement looking good no matter the screen that you look at it on? The layout good, the typography, are all the fonts looking like nice and decent? The navigation bar, is your navigation very distorted when somebody's looking at your navigation on a mobile screen? Is there any adjustments you need to make? Images, you also have to think about special content such as tables, forms, and other interactive features. So sometimes you have a table is very long, and then on a laptop device it looks very good, but immediately you view the table on your phone, then it's messed up. The table is entering into the sides of the screen, which is not very good. Okay, or your form, sometimes forms look very good on laptops or big screens, but then you open the form on a phone and then it is very horrible. So you have to consider all of that when you are developing responsive websites. All right, so now that you have an idea of what responsive web design is about, let's immediately do some things with media query, make some adjustments so that you get a feel of how it's like. Okay, so now we are going to use our Sweetest Restaurants project to work on this, okay, to see the media queries. Now let's reduce this screen size and see something. Okay, so realize that this screen size, anytime we get to a lower screen size, the Sweetest is sort of vanishing, okay, because the font size is too big. Okay, so what we want to do is that we want to make sure that when the screen size is below a certain amount, okay, it should have a certain font size. Okay, so now let's go back to our code, okay, for that particular project. Right now, in the name of the restaurant, okay, what we do is that we now add a media query. Okay, so that's how we add media queries. At media, like we said, and the type is screen, and okay, then we say max width of 500 pixels. Okay, so these breakpoints are things you have to be tested. Okay, now at this point we say h1 hash name of restaurant. Right now let's test with just the color of green. Okay, so let's make it color green. So what we are saying is that anytime the screen is below 500, the screen width is below 500 pixels, make the name of the restaurant a color of green. Okay, you realize that we did not put the media queries on top here like this. It won't work. Once this runs, this one here will overwrite it. So the media queries are usually always supposed to be the last part of your CSS. Okay, so we could have put this at the last part of our CSS, but you need to make sure that nothing else is overwriting these rules you've set over here. Okay, so now let's try this and see. So let's open our page, refresh, and then let's reduce the screen size. Okay, so then we are probably making a mistake with our CSS, so let's go back and then check out what could be wrong. Okay, so let's open this again and come back. Oh, okay, so you see over here we did not bring a space between the end and the max width. Okay, so that's our issue. So let's bring a space, save it, then come back to our page. Okay, now let's refresh and then close, reduce the screen again. Okay, so now you realize that now at this screen size, okay, at the maximum size of what we've set, the color becomes green. Okay, and as we go up, immediately it goes beyond that screen size we've set. It comes back to the default. Okay, so this is what's happening. So this makes media queries very, very, very beautiful. So you see what's happening. Okay, so then just like we've done for the H1, you can do for all the elements that you think are not looking very good on lower screen sizes. Okay, so you can adjust this like this. Okay, now there's one more thing. We don't want the color to be green. Okay, what we want to do instead is we want to reduce the font size so that at this screen size the font size can be smaller. All right, so what we can do is go there. Now instead of the color green, we say font size of, instead of 4 EM, let's try 3 EM and see. Okay, so we save it, go back and then reload. Okay, perfect. So then right now the font size has become smaller. Okay, and I think this is looking much better. Okay, so as we increase, it goes back to the default font size. You realize, you see the change immediately you hit the breakpoint, the style kicks in. So over here, immediately we go below 700 pixels, the style kicks in. All right, immediately we go above 700 pixels, the default styles kick in. Okay, so there's one sweet thing about media queries. All right, so you can do this for all your elements. Let's say this will be saved. All right, this is not looking very good here, so I think we can adjust that too as well. So where I think that's the welcome message, right? Okay, so we can say now the welcome message, I think the width, we may have set the width somewhere. Okay, it's the you'll be saved, right? We said the width is 30%. Okay, so what we can do is that we can say at media screen and max width 700 pixels. Okay, we can say the P will be saved with, instead of 30%, we can say 100%. Okay, so that it fills the entire screen. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Perfect. So now you'll be saved has 100% on this small screen sizes. Okay, and then as you go beyond 700 pixels, it comes back to 30%. Okay, so you can even further add more styles to make sure that beyond you can add more media queries such that beyond 700 pixels it will still look good. So this is really the power of media queries. It's really an amazing tool, an amazing feature of CSS. Right, now let us look at the browser's inbuilt developer tools to help you with responsiveness. Okay, so over here what we have been doing is we've been manually adjusting the entire browser window to check the media query. So what we can do is we can right click on the page, go to inspect. Okay, now this opens the developer tools automatically. So this we've opened this developer tools so many times to inspect some elements. All right, so over here we have the dragging over here that you can drag. Okay, you can always drag and see how things are looking on very small screen sizes. Okay, and then when you go to the top, you see we have these dimensions here, responsive, right? So you can sort of choose. I have some sample how do you call it, devices over here. So Chrome will mock up the device screen as much as possible, so you can test on Galaxy S8. Okay, so this is how the page will look on Galaxy S8. Okay, so you can make the needed adjustments. You take iPhone XR, it can look like this. You take maybe Galaxy S8 Plus, this is how it will look like. You take maybe Surface Pro, this is how it's going to look like. Okay, you take maybe Samsung Galaxy A51, this is how it's going to look like. So this is basically developer. So you need to be testing your site over here to make sure that everything is working. Now if you realize that there's some changes you need to go, you check the breakpoint. The breakpoint is over here. So over here we see that the width is 412 and the height is 914. So you can create a media query for this particular width and then make your needed adjustments. All right, now you can add more devices to it by clicking edit. Once you click edit, you can check. There's so many devices over here you can check at any point in time depending on what you want to test. Okay, and then you are good to go. So this is it for media queries. It's very simple but extremely powerful when you use it right. Okay, media queries are extremely good, so do well to practice it. Try to change some things on your website with media queries. It gives you that flexibility at each point in time. Okay, so we've done a lot with positioning, we've done with layouts, we've done a lot of flex boxes and then all that stuff. You've done so much. There's still a little bit extra mile we need to go. We need to learn one other very nice and interesting and fun concept, which is transitions, transforms, and animations. All right, so we'll tackle that in the next session. Okay, so join me in the next session as we take transitions, transforms, and animations. Okay, so now we are going to talk about transitions, transforms, and animations in CSS. Now these are the parts of CSS that allows you to add some life and some liveliness, even more than what you've done already. Okay, so transitions, transforms, they are very entertaining parts of CSS, and I know we are going to have a lot of fun over there. All right, so usually transitions sort of they help you to smoothen out states. Okay, so example, when we created a button with the hover effect on the button, you see sometimes it's very fast. Okay, you don't really get the feel. but when you add a transition, it makes the whole change, the background change, a bit more smoother. Okay, and we are going to play around it and then see how it works. So don't worry about it. Just stay with me. All right. Okay, so we have, these are the CSS transition properties, right, that you should know of. Okay, we'll discuss it in a practical. So we have the transition property. So the transition property is it selects which of the CSS properties you want to add the transition to, and you can add a transition to width, background color, padding, whatever it is. You can make it a transition property. Then transition duration, you are saying how long should the transition take, right? In a transition timing function, you are saying how should the transition accelerate. Okay, so we have ease, we have linear, we have ease in, we have ease out, you have, so these are values that you sort of play with. Then now we have the transition delay. So the transition delay is more about when the transition is about to start, how long should it delay before it starts. Okay, so that's the transition delay. So now that we have the transition properties basics out of the way, let's talk about transition state, right? So a transition is triggered by an element state. So when you load your website for the first time, right, the elements are in what we call the beginning state, right? Now after you apply the transition to it, after the transition has ended, that's what we call the end state. Okay, so the end state is triggered by a hover. So you see, when we create a button and we say that anytime the mouse is over, the background color should be white, for example. Now the beginning state is the black background and the end state is the white background. Okay, so you can trigger the end state with things such as hover or focus or active. Right? Focus is usually for the form input. So we are saying that anytime you focus on the form input, it should have that that end state, or should have that transition. Now we can also use JavaScript as well for such effects, right? But then this course is basically about CSS, so we are going to stick to using the CSS way, and then in later courses we'll check out JavaScript, right? So now it's time to practice some transitions, and we'll also take CSS transforms. We'll also talk about animations. I believe you're going to have a lot of fun in this course, all right? So let's get to it. Okay, so like we always do, let's take an example. All right, let's create a new project. So we go to our Sublime Text, we open a new folder. Okay, so I've labeled my new project transitions, right? So I open that folder. Okay, right here. Let's close this. Okay, and then let's create our file like we always do, our index.html file. Okay, this is very simple, index.html. Okay, all right, and then we'll create our index.css file too as well, index.css. You know how we do this. Okay, so now let's make this HTML. Let's get our HTML. So make it transitions, right? Okay, there we go. And then our CSS, we'll do the linking. I don't know why I always seem to forget that we have to link, but anyways, index.css. Okay, all right, so we have our, let's do our usual test to make sure that our CSS has been linked successfully. Okay, so we'll minimize this. I'll open my project folder, transitions, and I'll open index.html. Okay, so we have our red background. Okay, so meaning we are good to go. Okay, so let's go to remove this. So this time around we are going to go our half screen, okay, that we usually do. All right, so let's go half screen and let's choose our background, our website over here. Okay, and then let's close this way. All right, now we are ready to have fun with transitions. Okay, so we'll start with a simple div. Okay, our usual divs that we create. We'll make it maybe transition box. All right, okay, usual divs that we do. Okay, and this time around we'll give it div as transition box. Okay, and we'll give it a width of 200 pixels, right, and a height of 200 pixels. Okay, and then a background color of red. Okay, now let's reload our site and see what we have. Okay, so this is our transition box. All right, let's do what we do usually, margin 10px. No, let's say 200px. Auto. That's top and bottom should be 200px, left and right should be auto. Okay, so that we can have the box in the middle. All right. Okay, so now we'll apply the state, the pseudo class selectors. Okay, where we want to say that when we put our mouse over the box, the color should change to green, for example. Okay, so we say div hash transition box. Okay, and we say hover. And we say when we hover over it, the background color should change to green. Okay, so let's reload that. So you see, right? So then that's the transition. So you realize that this time around, when we put the mouse over it, the transition is very, 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 very fast. Okay, there's no transition, sorry, as in the change from red to green is very, very fast. It's not smooth. Okay, and it has, UI wise, it's not like very nice. Okay, when we are doing something like that. So this is where transition comes in, right? Where you can now make it such that the move from red to green is a little bit smoother. All right. So what we can do is that on a transition box, we can add something called transition. So that's when we have the transition property. Okay, so the transition property, right, can be background color. Okay, and then the transition duration. Okay, we are saying how long should the transition take. Should be, let's say, 3 seconds, for example, right? And a transition timing function that we have over here, that can be like, let's say, is, for example. All right, now let's reload the page. Let's say reload the page and see what has changed over here. So we reload. Okay, so now you see, right, this is so cool, right? So we put the mouse on it. You realize that now the change is not as abrupt as the beginning, and this is where transitions shine. All right, so you give it like a more smooth feel. Now if we make this, let's say, 1 second, then it will take a shorter time for the green to appear, right? So let's see this. All right, you see. Okay, so now you see what's happening here, right? This is really nice. Okay, this is what you usually can do with transition, and there's a whole lot of transition timing functions you can use. There's easing. Okay, you see how the easing is, then it goes, right? Then it goes. Now there's also ease out. All right, let's reload. You see the ease out too. All right, so the ease out sort of is fast, and then it eases out much slowly. All right, we have step out. The step out. Okay, you see the step out. Okay, so that's the step out. You see, so you can play around with all the various values. There is step end. Okay, so there's step end. You see the step end. Yeah, the step end is not very nice, but then each one has its own effects. So you just need to play around with all of the effects and see. We even have easing out over here. So let's reload. Okay, so that's easing out. That's easing out. Okay, so this is just a transition at its basic. It's so beautiful when you do it. Now, one thing that I want us to take note of is, let's make this ease, for example, right? Okay, now what happens is that when you put the mouse over, the transition works perfectly, but when you move the mouse, you realize that it goes back to the red color very abruptly. Okay, we want the transition to go back to red also very smoothly when we move the mouse. Okay, so what you do then is that this styles we've written over here says that the transition should only be applied to the elements when you hover over it, but when you are not hovering over it, there's no transition on it. So what you do is we can copy this and then instead add it to the element styles. Okay, so when you add the transition styles to the element styles, it means whether there's hover or not, the elements will have this transition specified. Okay, So when it's changing from the red to the background green, automatically the transition will take place. And when you move the mouse to, the transition will take place as well. So let's reload this and see. All right. So you see now this time around the red came a bit more smoother. So you see, and then the red came much more smoothly. So these are transitions. All right. This is the transition. So essentially you can apply this not just on background colors but on border colors. So let's try something else. We can try, let's say, imagine this had a border of, let's say, 10px solid red, for example. Okay, no, it's still the same red, so let's make it solid black. Okay, so let's hover over it. Okay, so this is black, right? Now we want that when you hover over it, the border should also become yellow. All right, so what we'll do is we will make it border color of yellow. Okay, then let's reload. Okay, all right, so you see the border color is yellow, but one thing you are realizing is that the border color is also not being animated. It's sort of also being very sudden. It's not smooth. Okay, we want everything to be smooth. Okay, so now this is why I'm going to introduce you to the transition shortcuts function. Okay, now what you can do is that, okay, before we check the transition shortcuts function, we can change this background color to all. Okay, so when you say the transition property, when you set it to all, what happens is that you are saying that whatever change is happening, no matter the property that is changing, transition it. So whether it's the background that you are changing, is the border you are changing, whatever it is, it will also be transitioned. Okay, so let's refresh this and see. Okay, so you see that right now the border is also being it also has a transition. This is so nice, and you can apply this effect to any element on your page, any hover effect that you want to. So transition is very beautiful. Now let's check the transition shorthand color, the transition shorthand property. Sorry. Okay, so instead of typing transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, okay, what we can do is that we can write transition, right, and then we can say all 1 second and then is. Okay, so the transition properties comes first, the duration comes next, and then the timing function comes next. All right, so let's clear this. So this is a cleaner format. All right, okay, so we see everything still remains. So you see, it's like, in fact, the transition is even making it look like we are bringing in a totally new box when we put the mouse on it. But essentially, it's just the same box that we are simply changing the background and then the border color. All right, so this is like pretty cool. Okay, so as we are talking about transition, let's talk about something called the CSS transforms. Okay, now CSS transform, when we say transform, what does it mean? Transform means that you are changing how a certain element looks like. So in CSS, we can sort of transform elements. Okay, so for example, this is what we call a transform. So transform property is written like this, transform. All right, that is transform, and then we apply one of the various transform values. So we can say, in fact, I would like to list most of the various transform values we have. Okay, so that we can just play around with it and see. So transforms, we have rotate. In fact, I think I can just copy. I can just paste it here. Okay, so we have rotate Y, rotate Z. We have all this over here. All right, so let's play around with it. Okay, so transform, we can say, okay, rotate 360 degrees. Okay, so 360 will not make, let's make it let's say 240. So you can rotate from like 0 degrees to 360. Okay, so let's say 260. Okay, now let's reload the page. Okay, so you see what we have here. It has rotated. Okay, so you can apply so many different types of transforms on your. So this is rotate 260. Okay, and now this rotates it, about a certain axis, right? Now we can say rotate X 260 degrees. Okay, so let's see rotate X 260 degrees. Okay, so take it like there is a line through here, a line through this place, okay, a horizontal line over here. So when we rotate X 260, means we are saying rotate it 260 about that horizontal line. Okay, so that is what this means. Okay, and then we can also say rotate Y 260. Sorry. So rotate Y 260 means that rotate it 260 degrees about the Y axis. Okay, so if you know what the Y axis and the X are, so rotate it 260 about the Y axis. And then the normal rotate means that, you know, rotate it about that other axis. Okay, so it rotates it just like as you see in the 2D axis. All right, so this is what the other rotate does. Okay, and then we also have rotate Z. So let's see rotate Z. Okay, so rotate is sort of like you saying rotate 260 degrees. Okay, so it's sort of like the same thing. Okay, now let's try translate. Because of time, we won't try the rotate 3D. Okay, you can play around with it. Okay, I want us to stick to some of the basic ones, right? Rotate 3D is also very interesting, but you can explore that. Okay, so now let's try translate. Okay, so translate, so transform, instead of rotate we say translate. Okay, so translate, we can say the first value of translate is the horizontal axis translating, the offset, right? So we can say maybe 20 pixels to the horizontal axis and then maybe 100 pixels on the vertical axis. And then let's refresh and see. Okay, so you see it has moved the elements from this point to this point. Okay, so we can even say maybe minus 200 pixels. So that means it will pull it up. Okay, so you see, so that is transforming and translating. So we are sort of translating on a 2D plane. Okay, that's the X and the Y axis plane. All right, now instead of translating both the X and Y plane at the same time, we can say, okay, just translate X. So let's bring the element back to its normal position, which is here, and then let's translate it X by, let's say, 50 pixels. All right, and see. Okay, so you see it has shifted by 50 pixels. All right, and then also when we say translate Y, it means it will shift downwards by 50 pixels. Okay, so that's it about translating and then rotating. Okay, there's also another cool transform value called a scale, right? I think you probably be using scale a lot of the time, right? But let's see. So scale, you are trying to say that if you say scale 1, you are saying, okay, maintain the element as it is, right? Now if you say scale by 1.2 or 1.5, for example, it means you are saying multiply the width of the elements by 1.5 and then multiply the height of the elements by also 1.5. So increase it generally by 1.5. So let's see what happens. Okay, so you see it has scaled the element and we've not actually touched the width and height of the element. Okay, so this is a very cool nifty thing that you can also use. We can say scale Y. So scale Y will scale the vertical plane by that amount. Okay, so it will stretch out the element on the vertical scale. We have scale X. Okay, when you refresh, that will also stretch it out on a horizontal scale. Okay, so these are the various transforms that you can use. There's a whole lot of transforms like skew X and skew Y, and then you know whatnot, right? And you can definitely explore that depending on what you are doing. So right now, I want us to combine transforms and transitions, right, to do something really nice. Okay, so let's get this out of here. Okay, right, so now we can add a cool feature. So let's just say that when you hover over it, after changing the background color and all that stuff, let's rotate it as well. So we can say transform rotate 230 degrees. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Wow, that is beautiful. All right, you see what happens. So that's the power. This is so exciting. I love what I'm seeing. So there's so much you can do with the transform. So you see, we've combined transforms and we've combined transitions to create this. Now imagine we brought this transition back to the hover. What will happen is that you won't have this smooth effect. So this will go, but when you remove the mouse, you see it just drops back. It just drops back. Okay, so it's always important that if you want the consistent transition, you keep the transition on the main element styles itself. So this is it. I love it. Okay, so you see a design somewhere, you wonder that it's some magic that is happening. It's really not magic. It's just basic CSS styles that have been sort of applied to the element to give it that effect, right? We can also even add another transform. Okay, there's no need to just use one transform, so we can have scale 1.5. okay, let's refresh and see. You see what happens? Okay, so this is so nice, right? So like you hover over it, it rotates and then it scales by 1.5. okay, then once you remove the mouse, it goes back to its normal state. So let's say 2. Let's increase it by twice its size. This will be very big. Wow, it goes back. We hover over it, it goes back. I'm actually having fun doing this. It's really nice. Okay, this is some really nice effect, and we've done all this with just a few lines of code. Okay, so these are some of the things that show how powerful CSS can be. CSS is really powerful when you learn the properties, when you try to combine it, when you try to play around with it and all that stuff. It makes it really beautiful. Okay, now let's clear this from here. Okay, we'll maintain this as it is. Okay, but then let's do another interesting thing, something very nice called animations, right? Okay, so what are animations? Now with transitions, you have to hover over the thing before it sort of goes back to before it shows the effect. But with animations, even when you don't hover, as long as you add animation to the element, it sort of changes state itself. Okay, so we can make it such that we'll have a red green blinking something, so the red blinks and then the green comes and the red goes and the green comes. Okay, we can have such an effect, right? So what we can do is there's a CSS element, in fact 2 elements actually, right, that we need the animation, and then we need what we call keyframes. Okay, so first of all, we define a keyframe to apply, all right, on a certain element. Okay, so let's define a keyframe, for example. So at keyframes, we can call our keyframes color. All right, so let's say color changes. All right, so keyframes, what you are saying is that at every point in the animation, something should happen. Okay, so we can say that at 0% of the animation, let's have the background color to be red, right? Now at 20%, okay, you can, the smoother you want the smoother you want the animation to be, then you have to do like maybe 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%. The shorter the range is, the smoother your animation. Okay, but quickly let's just use 20% gaps, right? So background color, we can make this orange. Okay, and then let's have 60%, right? We have background color yellow. Okay, and then we'll have 80% background color, let's say green. Okay, and then we have 100% background color blue. Okay, which is so this is our keyframes, right? Now how do we apply these keyframes as an animation to our elements? Okay, so just as we have transition, we have an animation property. Okay, so what is the animation property? Now we have the animation name. Let me put these in a comment. All right, so we have the animation name, right, which is the color changes over here. All right, and then we have what we call the animation duration. Okay, so just like the transition, we have a duration of how long the transition should run. For animation 2, we have the animation duration. Okay, and then we have the animation timing function as well. Okay, just like we have the animation, we have the transition timing function. Okay, so the animation timing function too, we can make it ease or easing or whatever it is. All right, and then we have the animation iteration count. Okay, so iteration is also another word for repeat. So how many times do you want your animation to repeat? Okay, whether it's 2 times or 3 times or 4 times or 5 times. Okay, but if you want it to repeat forever, you can set it to infinite, right? and then we can you know, we can sort of like play around with it and see. Okay, then there's the animation direction, right? So for the animation direction, you are saying there's like a forward or reverse or alternate or something. So you can say that, okay, animate from 100% from blue to red and red to blue or blue to red, or always animate from red to blue and red to blue and red to blue. Okay, so you can make it alternate, or you can make it you know, forwards or whatever it is. So we'll play around that too and see. So let's start. So animation name. Okay, we said animation name is color changes. Okay, perfect. And then we said the animation duration, right? We'll set it to, so let's say 1 second. All right, and then we set the animation timing function to is. Okay, so in fact, immediately I press E, all the various properties, Sublime Text shows it to me, so it's easy. Animation timing function is right there. Okay, and then we have there's also the animation delay. Okay, that is how long we want the animation to delay before it appears. Now you can ignore that if you want, okay, because probably you want it to start immediately or you want it to take some time, right? So we have the animation iteration counts, which is a property. Okay, so we can make it alternate. Okay, so alternate meaning it should play for as long as like the site is open. Okay, that's the animation iteration count. So with this, let's just see what we have with just this, right? So let's save and then reload the page. So you see what is happening here. So the animation, so I think we need to, okay, we haven't done the iteration count is not supposed to be alternate, it's supposed to be infinite instead of alternate. Sorry, the animation direction is what instead is the alternate. Okay, so animation direction is what we have to be the alternate. Okay, so let's reload this and see. Okay, so you see what is happening here, and then our hover to is working. So this will go on forever as long as the site is open. Okay, and so this is what is happening. It's moving from 0%, 20%. Let's make the speed a bit slower. So instead of 1 second, let's make it 3 seconds so that you see what's happening. Okay, so you see we are starting from orange, going to, because you made it yellow, it goes to blue, comes back to green. Okay, so let me try making this forward. Okay, so that it will go in one direction. Okay, so you see orange to red to orange to yellow to green to blue. All right, red to orange to yellow to green to blue. All right, so that is what is happening in the animation. So you see how fun this is too. So you can play with so many properties, even not just color changes, right? We can even have let's try another animation, keyframes, maybe height changes. Okay, now there's another way you can specify the properties. Okay, you can say from height of, so what height do we have here? 200 pixels, right? From height of 200 pixels, okay, to height of, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay, so now let's change the animation name from color changes to height changes. All right, so instead let's make this height changes. Okay, and then we can make this alternate. Okay, and then let's reload. You see what is happening? Okay, so it has reduced again. Okay, so let's leave it to, you know, function. Let's leave it to function. You see what's happening? So we can make this 1 second so that it's a bit faster. All right, so let's see. Perfect. You see what's happening? Yes, so you can animate most of the CSS properties, most of them. Okay, we can animate the margins, we can animate the height, we can animate the width. Okay, this one, instead of height, we could say width. So the width is 200, so let's change this to width, and then we have width over here too as well, width. So let's reload it. Okay, so you see that's the width. You see how it's like. And now we are using the timing function of ease. Okay, so we can say we can even use something like linear. Okay, so you see the linear. Yes, the linear is a bit more, it's consistent, right? It doesn't slow down or speed up. We can have ease out or ease in out. Okay, let's reload that. Okay, you see, so this is like this is like really beautiful. Okay, this is like really beautiful. I love this. So you can also have, in fact, not just the height, we can say we can even apply the animation on a transform. Let's say on a rotate figure. So let's say transform, then maybe rotate this from 0 degrees, okay, to transform, rotating this to, let's say, 280 degrees. Okay, then let's reload this and see. You see, so there's so much you can do with this that I mean, it can't even go in a single course, right? So play around with it. Try to test out some of the rotate, create your own animations, create your own your own effects, and then all that. There's so much you can do with it. Okay, so this has been transition and animations. Okay, I know you've learned really cool stuff in this course. There's also a shortcut for the animation that we can add, okay, immediately. That is the animation shortcut. Just like we have the transition shortcut, we can say the name height changes. All right, and then we can put the duration, and we can put ease in out, we can put infinite, okay, and we can put alternate right there too. Okay, and then we can clear this right here. Okay, and then we load it. Okay, so it works the same way. So that's the shortcut. So if you don't want to put animation name, animation duration, you can just use the shortcut function, and then everything works perfectly. So this has been a really exciting journey, right? A really exciting journey. Now, as part of your journey, I'd like you to look into how you can style forms. Okay, when you have a form, how you can make the form look good. All right, explore that area, your input field, your buttons. There's so much you've learned that you can easily make a form look good, right? With the input fields, give it some weight, give them some colors, give it some background colors, and I know you you'll be able to figure it out, okay? Because then as a developer, there's so much that you learn. Okay, now this has been CSS. We covered almost all the basics, but there's still so much more out there that if we say we are going to learn, it's going to take you like ages. Okay, but with this, just with what we've learned, there are so many nice designs that you can do, even if they don't actually function or like they are not actually real life site. There are so many designs you can do. There are so many inspirations that you can have, and I quickly want us to check some things, right? So in the meantime, let's minimize this, open our browser. Okay, open another tab, and then we search for something called web design inspirations. Okay, over here. So now web design inspirations, like they are like places you can find what people have designed. Try to see whether you can duplicate the works they've done. So I'm going to open some of these things randomly, and don't let them intimidate you. Okay, over here like this, we see a nice design over here. Over here you can see that this is just a gradient. Okay, we've done navigation bars. We already laid out a certain size side by side. Okay, so you take a size like this, you see whether you can lay out, this is a box with an image. Okay, how can you lay it out this way? Okay, over here you see how best you can lay things out. Most of these things are animations, right? Some of them are really advanced CSS stuff, and then some also are JavaScript is also used in some ways over there. Okay, some things like this, definitely JavaScript and all that come in play. Okay, but don't let it, try to look at the layer, don't let it intimidate you, because something like this is an image, is heading, is some fonts that has been done and all that. So it's very straightforward. All right, and then also I want you to learn how to add fonts to your site. Okay, I want you to go that extra mile. Now, when you go to Google Fonts, a platform like Google Fonts, okay, for example, you can easily add certain fonts to your site. Okay, so there are so many different types of fonts that you can add. You just click on it. Okay, you click on the font. You see over here we have use on the web. So use on the web, we have a link element over there. You know, we've done link with the CSS. So all you have to do is copy this link and then paste it in your head, and then you can be able to use that font that you selected. Okay, so these are some other things too that you can explore. It's very easy, it's very straightforward, and read more on it. Okay, so these are some of the inspirations we've opened. Definitely do. You know, one thing about inspirations is that they help build your sense of design. Okay, so the more you look at how people have designed their website, the more you build your design sense. Like you have a vibe for what looks good and what doesn't look good, right? If you don't want to be a designer who knows everything and then can make nice design decisions, else what's your use? Okay, what's your use? So be a developer who understands, who has a feel for nice aesthetics, because that's what makes you unique, right? There's also another site over here which is loading. Some of these things are just images and then JavaScript that are used along the way. It's nothing extra. Okay, you can figure it out. Forget all the animations and stuff happening. Most of them are JavaScript. Okay, but look at the basic layer from what we've done. The CSS we are using. Try to see whether you can lay out simple things as this. Okay, so all these various designs that are out there, look at it, attack it, and then try to mock it up. Okay, don't stop practicing, right? Don't stop practicing. That's what I'll end you with. So this has been an amazing course. We've learned a whole lot of things, all right, but there's still a whole lot out there that you can still learn and then master. Tables as well. There's styling of tables as well, okay, that you can also look at. So it's been an amazing ride. I myself have learned a lot. I've learned some new things again. So take everything we've learned seriously, like I said, and then I hope to see you in the next course. All right, so lastly, before you go, once again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You know, hit the notification bell, leave a comment. Okay, give us the support. Every week we drop new course videos. This is our full CSS course video for beginners, right? So do well to subscribe to the channel, and then tell your friends, or talk to people who you think may need help about this, so that they also visit the channel and check it out, and then benefit from it. Thank you very much, and have a nice one.